Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to each one of you here. On behalf of Regenesys AI and Regenesys Education, it is our absolute pleasure to welcome you to the AI for Viksit Bharat CXO Summit. Today, we gather in Bengaluru, the innovation capital of India, a city that continues to shape the future of technology, global capability centers, enterprise innovation, and now the next generation of artificial intelligence. Over the course of the day, we will explore how AI is transforming enterprises, governments, academia, healthcare, and the future of work. Most importantly, we will discuss how India can lead this transformation with confidence, responsibility, and innovation. As you arrive here, we invite you to be a part of this AI for Viksit Bharat CXO Summit. May I request every one of you to kindly stand up for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे Thank you. Please have a seat. To formally welcome all our distinguished guests, it is now my privilege to invite Mr. Rajat Sharma, Director and Chief Operating Officer, India Regenesys Education, to deliver the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Rajat Sharma to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, academy leaders, entrepreneurs, technology professionals, and distinguished members who are present here. On behalf of Regenesys Education and Regenesys AI, it is my privilege to welcome you to the AI for Viksit Bharat CXO Summit in Bengaluru. We are honored to be joined by distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, partners, and leaders from across India's technology, enterprise, healthcare, education, and startup ecosystems. Bengaluru has been at the heart of India's technology journey for decades. It is home to world-class engineering talent, global capability centers, startups, research institutions, and technology enterprises. Today, the city has an even greater opportunity to help shape India's leadership in artificial intelligence. The conversation has moved beyond whether organizations should adopt AI. The focus is on how we build AI first enterprises, strengthen sovereign AI capabilities, transform global delivery, prepare our workforce and institutions, and ensure that AI contributes meaningfully to India's growth. These priorities are central to the vision of Viksit Bharat. AI has the potential to transform businesses, public services, healthcare, education, and employment. However, meaningful transformation will require more than technology. It will require responsible leadership, strong governance, future ready skills, and collaboration across government, industry, academia, and startup ecosystem as well. So, this is the purpose of today's summit. Through leadership addresses, panel discussions, technology showcases, and institutional partnerships, we aim to bring together leaders who are not only discussing the future of AI, but are actively building it. At Regenesis, we believe that India's AI transformation must be supported by an equally strong skilling transformation. Through Regenesis AI, we are committed to developing AI capabilities across leaders, professionals, developers, educators, students, and institutions. I encourage everyone present today to participate actively, exchange ideas, and build meaningful partnerships. Welcome to Bengaluru, welcome to the summit, and welcome to the next phase of India's AI journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat. Your inspiring words have, I think, set actually the right tone for the day ahead. And I believe every meaningful moment kind of becomes or begins with a vision that inspires institutions, a vision that inspires industries, and above all, a vision that inspires people. Today, Regenesis AI stands committed to building future ready talent, enabling responsible AI adoption, and helping enterprises transform with intelligence at their core. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Viju Joy, CEO, Regenesis Corporate Education and Board Director, Regenesis AI, to share the vision that brings all of us together today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Viju Joy.
Hello. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday morning. I understand that it's so typical of Bangalore. There's an AI summit, and we still have a hall full of people having a very serious conversation about AI. So that's what brings us here also in Bangalore. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with one of our global clients, and they said that you are a 25 28-year-old educational conglomerate and based out of South Africa. You are spread in 12 countries. Why do you choose India? And why do you choose Bangalore? Why in Bangalore? Why you want to build from Bangalore? So the question was triggered that, probably India needs AI. And I see it from a different lens. I don't think India needs AI. AI needs India, and we are at a stage where world needs to be learning from India. AI needs to learn from India, and there are certain things which I thought I'll just share my thoughts around. That why do how do AI learn from India? What it's going to learn from India? India is the oldest democracy, and this tool is going to democratize everybody. Whether it is your intellect, whether it is your skill, whether it is your intelligence, it's going to democratize. And if the largest democracy in the world does not teach it how to democratize, and we give it to the capitalist, communist, nations, we would be, doing a harm to the world. So one is a democracy. Second is the diversity. India, linguistic diversity. Uh, the diversity of religion, diversity of culture. It's an amalgamation of diversity. Everything. The world is coming into one place, and that's India. And if you build in India, you can deploy anywhere. Because India is so complex, India is so diverse. So second is diversity. Third is the frugal innovation. You've seen the Uber. The recent example was Uber exhausted its entire tokens for the year in three months and exhausted the entire budget. So, and in India, we sent Chandrayaan to the moon. half of the cost, or a fraction of the cost what world is doing. So frugal innovation is our key strength. And AI, whoever is doing the research, uh, and it's a capital intensive business, so the frugal innovation is where the world will still come back to us to tell us that how to run this whole AI ecosystem. Fourth is ethics and spiritual intelligence. That when we talk about AI, we talk about responsible AI. We talk about it's going to take over our jobs. Does AI have heart, or is just wired? It's just wired. So India, in our, it was not something new. While the world was fighting on world wars, Gandhi was still there talking about ahimsa. So we've been there with the heart, with the ethics, with the spiritual intelligence. Artificial intelligence needs spiritual intelligence, because you know there have been 150 or more researchers who have in US come and requested the government to have a control over the research which is happening. So it talks about, do you have that moral grounding? Do you have the ethos? Do you have the culture to stop that? Where should be the boundaries being drawn, and how much of it can be used? So ethics, we call it in AI language, the responsible AI, right? And the last is the sustainability, right? And how much harm we're going to do to the environment. And Indian culture teaches us, we see God in fire, nature, the elements of nature. We see God, we celebrate God, right? So for us, it is part of our culture, it is part of our being. And sustainability is something which we can teach the world, right? So yeah, this is the reason why we are in India, and we want to build from India to the world. So this is the headquarters for Regenesys AI. And what we are trying to do with Regenesys AI is, we are not just building another entity, we are building an ecosystem, an AI ecosystem, because many of the companies are building something for skill, somebody is building for colleges, somebody is building for corporates, somebody is having a consulting. So what we are doing is, it's a mission for us. So we start with skilling. We have an AI skilling division, and then we have AI advisory and consulting, where we are educating a lot of corporates that we need to have AI policies in the companies, and how do we automate a lot of workflows. And then we have AI product and solutions. So it's an entire ecosystem getting built. So you come from skilling to automate the entire company, for not just the people, processes. We're going to be there for everybody. And where we operate for institutes, colleges, universities, corporates, and government. So while we were doing extremely well in the corporates, we realized that in India, 7,000 last year patents were filed, and there was no patents granted. So our research are going in a different manner. So in colleges, we want to not only upskill, integrate AI, but also want to build research. So center of excellences we wanted to build. So this is an entire ecosystem that we are building here. And to support this ecosystem, in Bangalore, we have a team of close to 100 AI engineers, which are going to power the 12 countries where we operate. And we have close to 45 PhD holders, because we feel that, again, it is a classical, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and the Gen AI tools. So you need a lot of well-researched people to back these engineers also. We also have close to 100, trainers who are there spread across. We have domain experts who are there, because without domain, AI is just a technology. It has to be able to build something, convert something, right? So we have an ecosystem getting built in Bangalore, and we have an amazing sales team which is across India. We have our presence in Pune, Dehradun, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Coimbatore, Kolkata, and Pune. And it's very important to understand that we are just not just for India, but for Bharat. You would see our programs going to the classrooms of Coimbatore. We are teaching AI in Tamil, because the language of understanding and the language of learning and the language of expressing are completely different, right? So it's very important to teach somebody in Kolkata who's coming from a government school AI in Bengali, because it's very important for us to make that difference while we are talking about business, money. We are here not to be an impactful technology company, but we want to impact. We want to be measured by our impact on the society, and that's the larger cause. And our chairman, Dr. Mako, is there with us. His journey has been very fascinating. A boy from Croatia leaves Croatia at the age of 19 in the search of he's trying to search meaning for life, and he ends up in India. This is a story 40 years back. A Croatian boy comes to India in search of his guru, and comes and finds his guru in Bihar, and there a transformation happens, and a spiritual transformation happens, where his guru, and he becomes a Bhagwadari, he becomes a monk, and the guru says that uh, leave India, go to the poorest of the places where people need you for education and to awaken that potential in them. The journey starts from India. He is sent to Africa. He lands in Kenya, works with the poor there, and then moves to South Africa. For close to a decade, he works as a Bhagwadari, as a monk, building schools, building education, providing education to and can you imagine 40 years back, Africa, that's the time where it was very hard for a white man to be in a black town, right? So he been finding that reason that how to empower people. He was there, and that journey which starts from there. He after close to 10 years of stint, he chose a different path where he felt that he needs to impact education at a larger scale. And he went back to his education, did his PhD, and worked with one of the and built one of the largest business schools, which we call Regenesys Business School. The journey which started 28 years back, today is the largest business school in Africa, and we have multiple of these schools. We have a school of technology, school of law. We have multiple other businesses also, which is healthcare, fintech, and one of the favorite business of Mako is Study for All, where a student can come to Regenesys and go from the undergrad to PhD, and he doesn't have to pay anything. He can just pay a marginal fee if he's coming from the underprivileged community. So we want to take that, and today Mako he's a serial entrepreneur, a serial investor, manages close to 25 businesses, a billionaire, but ready to share that money. So we have seen many millionaires and billionaires not ready to share what they have. So his knowledge, his the moral compass that he has, and the wealth, the education that's been created. So in India, we are introducing today, announcing today, one of his dreams, which we want to realize with the help of all of you, is that we want to train 1 crore Indians on AI skill, and we want to do it free while we do this business. So please give an applause. I would love to welcome Dr. Mako.
Good morning to all of you. I like to be free when I speak, so I don't like to stand behind. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your time. I know your time is very precious and expensive. The purpose of this forum, of this event, is really to create a platform where we can learn from each other, we can develop relationships, and we can do business which can impact other people and make world a better place. In my life, purpose of my life was always to help people achieve their dreams, help people to awaken their potential Viju, thank you for that introduction. It was like very difficult. Anything I say now after this introduction is going to like be difficult to say. You have overdone it. So yeah, thank you for coming, and let's network. Let's learn from each other. Let's share our experiences. I believe we have a common dream and common purpose that has brought us together here. I believe always everything happens for a reason in life. Or destinies cross our paths for a reason. And I believe that the reason is spiritual, and it is to help to make the world a better place, to help those less privileged, And then AI and education, I believe they're greatest equalizers now. They provide opportunity to every human being to help achieve their dreams, to awaken their potential, and it gives them really, really power. So internet, education, and AI are three greatest equalizers. So any person in the world now from rural area can access power and solve problems and build business and achieve financial freedom and their dreams, So what we are really trying to do at Regenesys is to make that power accessible to millions and billions of people. And by doing this, we achieve our own purpose and our own happiness. So I believe that's the reason why we all came together. Deep down, you all are good human beings, and we have the desire to do something good for the world. And I know that's why you've given your time, which is very expensive, I know, and you have given generously. So I hope this is going to be a beginning of something much bigger and greater. I hope these relationships will continue to grow and we'll build and we'll bring together our resources and for the benefit of India and the world. AI now allows us like amazing, incredible opportunities to build businesses, to make money, to change the world, very, 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 very fast. So I hope these interactions will trigger some of those ideas and bring like-minded people and minds together and bring all ingredients together. It will create some spark and some beautiful new initiative which will impact the world. I believe in big ideas and big dreams and big visions. I believe in this saying, go big or go home. And I believe all lives are very short on this planet Earth. And we need to do something big and then try to make the world a better place. That's the reason why we are born. And only if we dedicate our lives to the greater cause, we're doing justice to it, and we're doing the right thing. And I believe we have responsibility to do something for the world, because we are being blessed, with health, and just to be in this room, to be healthy. And if you look at, there's so much suffering, so many millions of people are suffering in wars. And if you look what's happening in Ukraine and Gaza, Africa. So we have a responsibility to do something good for the world. So I hope this idea of 1 crore people to be trained in India, I hope you join us. We would like to invite you all to form partnership with us. Regenesys alone can do only so little, but we all together can do so much. And there are many different ways you could participate in this initiative. Maybe through some facilitation, maybe through running some master classes, maybe bring your company to be a partner in this initiative. We have discussions with several large companies. I'll not mention their names, including government of India, to join this partnership, and to deliver this big goal of developing capability, AI capability, 10 million or 1 crore people. And I believe if we do this, this will create a lot of impact in lives of 10 million people and create, entrepreneurs and businesses, employment, job creation will have a multiple positive impact on economic development and the lives of many people. So I hope you join us in this big initiative and big dream of AI for all, we call it. We would like to democratize, power of AI. And to democratize education. Okay. So just to remind all of you, that the power is within us. As a monk, I did not have anything material and physical. I lived a very ascetic life. Slept on the floor. I had no physical belongings for many years, and I've been blessed always, as a monk. and after. And somehow all my dreams got manifested. And I believe when we give unconditionally, we receive abundantly. So it's a good thing to help and to give. It's good for our own spiritual development, for development of our own consciousness, and for the world. And that's the reason I believe we are born on this planet Earth to make it better for future generations, and for our children. So I hope you join us and you get inspired, and you realize, that's our purpose. And this interaction also helps you to awaken your own power, your own potential, and helps you to find, direction and meaning and purpose. You activate your own power and intuition to drive you towards greater things in life. So I believe, that power is within us, power to change the world. There's a genius in each one of us. There's a great leader. There's a great entrepreneur. We are divine. We are 1 out of 8 billion people. No one else like us. We are so unique and so special. And it's our responsibility, to awaken that power, to take risks in life, and to push and persevere and tolerate the pain, and to be focused and to do good to the world. So I wish you good luck on your own journey, and I hope this event today is not going to be just another conference and talk shop. I hope that great things will emerge from these great relationships, great business. We're going to build trust, and we're going to network. So please also participate and be free, and let's create beautiful energy. Let's make this event an amazing, magical, unforgettable event, the best event we ever attended in our lives. So I'm inviting you to please help to create that energy, to participate, to share, inspire each other, and create beautiful energy and success. So thank you so much, and all the best, and good luck. God bless all of you. Thank you. Yeah.
So on the floor, I want to sign with you as the chairman of World Autism Society, bringing education to 200 people who can't walk, who can't come out of bed. This is something which I'm signing you with you orally on the floor itself. And this is one of my books. It has the vision that I created for the rest of the world. And this is, as I said, this is for people who have different abilities. So this is my book. So if you read this, it will give you a complete vision which I created for the entire day. Gen G to Gen Alpha.
So people with not this people with different
True ability.
different abilities. And we'll allocate a certain number of these people from one floor to people with different abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Viju. Thank you, Dr. Marco. That was indeed a great vision that anybody could have. 10 million people kind of is a pretty big number. But then I'm sure, knowing Marco, knowing Viju, and everyone else, we will be able to do it successfully here in India. Thank you. I'm just quickly going to update you. So we were kind of looking at our honorable chief guest, Mr. UT Kader, going to be present. I think he's caught up with traffic. So we'll kind of move ahead and start the day. So ladies and gentlemen, every technological revolution needs visionary leadership. I'm sure you all agree with me. While technology may change industries, but it is purpose that changes societies. So I'm going to kind of, update you. I just heard that the minister is going to be here any moment.
So yeah, so the minister is going to be here. So he's downstairs. He's just coming up. So we have a panel which we'll be doing after the inauguration by the minister. So I thought I'll just come up and talk to you about it's something which is very, very close to our heart and my heart is Namma AI. And we say that Namma AI, Marco, Namma means R. our AI. So we coin Nama Uru, it's my house, Nama Metro, so Nama AI, and this beautiful love story of Bangalore with technology, right? And many of us think that Bangalore's story of technology is from the software boom which happened. It goes back a long time back, like in 1950, before 1940s, the HAL was established. The Hindustan Aeronautical Limited was established 1940s, and 1954 it was the Bharat Electronics which was established in Bangalore. So the culture was already there. And if you think that and the first industrial area, Pinia industrial area, was formed in 1970s. But if you think that the technology love of Bangalore was or Karnataka was from 1940s, if you go back in history, you would find that the Mysore king, Tipu Sultan, was credited by many the pioneer, or somebody who took the rocket technology ahead. And that's where the culture of technology comes in the blood of Bangalore. It's a beautiful love story. And what does it means to you? What do you mean? What does it mean to you when you say Nama AI? And how does you see as technology AI, like technology's love with Bangalore? Why do you think it is so special? Can we have some mics if somebody wants to contribute? Couple, being the CTO of our company, I think. So Kapil has been in managing large businesses in Europe, and now he's completely settled, bought a house, bought a property in Bangalore. So why does a person leaves Europe and comes to India and settles in India and Bangalore?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. And a lot of people, when I moved back from Europe to India, I was in Europe for around 12 years. The question was, why you're moving to India? Okay. And my answer has always been flat. The kind of energy, the kind of a passion, what we see in India, especially in Bangalore, you won't see anywhere in Europe. Okay. Life is pretty monotonous in Europe. In India, every day you will see and the startup world in Bangalore, it is so exciting, so much energy you see. Every day you see that some new initiative or some new company is coming up, and how you can be part of that initiative. That is something which is always exciting you, and that's a core reason for me moving back to India.
Yeah. And anybody from Bangalore? I'm sure many of.
Hi, I'm Shashank. I'm from Kurovar Bharat GPT. Yeah, so I would say Bangalore just don't adopt the technology, but it creates it, it questions it, and it scales it as well later. So I've seen here the culture is not of competition, but it is of collaboration. And I've seen, and that is why the innovation happens so naturally here. What we have seen throughout in Bangalore from last 20-25 years, it's developing very fast, adopting every technology, being updated with everything. So that's about Bangalore.
Yeah, the diversity. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Viju, it's a very interesting question on the AI for Viksit Bharat happening in Bangalore by Regenesys AI. Let me quote Thomas Friedman, who is a famous book writer. His book World is Flat was published in 2005.
Yeah.
So when you look at his opening chapter, he starts off with the Bangalore Golf Course. The chapter begins with the Bangalore Golf Course. Bangalore Golf Course was established in 1876, and his book titled as World is Flat. Key theme is that how internet is going to be democratizing the world. Now you talked about AI democratizing the world in your opening speech, and in that book he says that he stands in the golf course, and the caddy who comes and then he says, okay, aim at that HP tower. That means, okay, he has to aim there. Then next tee he says, oh, aim at this Texas tower. So somewhere the Bangalore was identified 20 years back when the .com burst happened and then internet boom happened, that Bangalore is going to be one city which was going to make the world flat. And now we are seeing post that, in fact, those days we didn't even have a smartphone. BlackBerry was there as a only hybrid smartphone, and then 2007 we had the iPhone getting launched, and the smartphone era started much later. So the Gen Zs were all babies that time, actually. They were all infants and toddlers and babies in that, and it's not far long. It's just two decades back, 21 to be precise, 21 years back. And today, in 2 decades, we are seeing that the AI has caught up such a tremendous speed and the depth and the kind of mind share. And you said AI first for most of the companies, which is going to be very different ethos to be imbibed in those companies. And AI also has created a lot of peaks and valleys in the world. The data centers concentration, the kind of economy concentration in few hands of the global corporations. So it's going to be large peak and valley, and it has to be flattened again. And the world is flat. Book 2 has to be written by somebody now, with AI as the key theme. And probably I wish your aim of, I think Marco's speech was very inspiring, because we are all gifted to be born with certain credentials, and we should give it back to the society at some stage. And this vision of Regenesys AI, building 1 crore free AI education in India, and then the engagement with reference to, he actually put a subset immediately to that of portion of that to a differently abled people. It's a great vision, and I think the world is flat. Book 2 will be released by Regenesys AI.
Thank you. So yeah, you just mentioned Texas. Texas Instruments were the first company to establish in Bangalore, and that's the MNC, 1985, to be precise. So, great observation. Anybody else want to contribute? Sachin?
So hi, my name is Bhakta. I was born and brought up in Bangalore. Like a lot of people in the 90s, I went to migrated to US, came back a decade later. So I also wonder why this city is so prosperous technologically. I always think weather is the number one. I think Bangalore has the best weather amongst all the large cities in this world. That is number one. But I think if we go back in history, I think the seeds were sown long time, about 100 years ago. It is the Wadayars of Mysore who actually started this culture. I don't know whether anybody knows the first electric street lamp was lit in Bangalore in front of Krishnaraja Market. Power generated by Shivanasamudra, which was built for a different reason, to dig gold from KGF. But anyway, we got electricity. And then there is also a theory that the lot of DRDOs were started in Bangalore because it was in the middle of South India, away from our traditional enemies, which also started the tech kind of the ecosystem. And the last one is, of course, culture. This is probably the only city where people from all over the country, the best and the brightest of the country, come here, settle down, and aid the ecosystem.
Yeah, and to add to that, learnability. I think AI is all about learnability, and Bangalore's learnability cannot be beaten. I think we all saw how adoption of UPI happened.
Yeah.
We were amazed, like the Naril Paniwala was having a Q card, and you could just pay through that UPI code. So fantastic. Sachin. Yeah, please.
I'm Ravi Krishnamurthy, and I'm also an aboriginal of Bangalore. So in Bangalore since 70s, except for the 15 years that took me elsewhere to the US. I'm back again because of the fondness for Bangalore. I just want to add a thing to what Bhakta said. The other reason why Bangalore also proliferated is because of the educational ecosystem. If you look at the engineering colleges, they were the first to start in Karnataka. So Karnataka has always been at the forefront of it, and students from all over India used to come to Bangalore and Karnataka to study. So that kind of, started feeding into the system. 84, Millers Road, Cunningham Road was Texas Instruments, and then the CDOT started, and then we had Infosys. Looking at Infosys, Wipro started. So it started feeding to each other, and then, we see a lot of engineers coming out of the Bangalore colleges, Karnataka colleges. So kind of they all, helped each other grow. And this is where we are, in a conducive, very fasting environment. And that's the reason why we're talking about Nama AI. So
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sachin?
Yeah, so the most important aspect, history is very um, great in terms of how Bangalore adopted and went up. But what I feel is the people over here can foresee the future, can see where the industry is going, what sort of domain is actually going into making and building things. And the most important aspect is the academics over here, the faculties, the educational institutes. They are not falling behind, they are actually ahead as to what has to be done. And even the companies, the startups that we are seeing now, as of now, even after the boom of ChatGPT, we saw a lot of startups in Bangalore, which boomed up. Okay, so the most important aspect is that yes, the seed was sown earlier on. The city has a great past, but then the overall adaptability, the rapid involvement, the learning capability of the people around here, and how they are able to build, how they are able to communicate. That is something very important, and that is something that is one of our important features and power actually. We are able to deal with the entire world in terms of what AI is doing, how the technology is moving, what all things are there that will be in future. So we are able to think and plan ahead also in terms of business, in terms of growing, in terms of what sort of institutional credits and all these aspects are required, so that the next generation also is someone who gets all that power and comes and starts running instead of just crawling. So that is something which is very beautiful about this city. Okay, so
Yeah.
that is something from my side.
Yeah, I'll just, anybody else want to add? Yeah, please. There are two people.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Malik. I just want to add one real life example which I have seen last 3 decades. Basically, I'm from AP. So when I came to Bangalore, it was 25 years back. So wherever I used to go in India or even communicate with other country people, since I'm from Andhra Pradesh, they used to call me Madrasi, even though they don't recognize my state where I was born. So slowly, when I came to Hyderabad, Bangalore, and we started working with all 60 plus countries, delivering with a talent pool of resources, then slowly it started recognizing you are a South Indian. So Madrasi became a South Indian. Then slowly, when we started building GCCs last decade onwards, and then talking about technology and building the entire research and publications, now Bangalore now is treated as India's Silicon Valley, and also it says it's an Indian company. So no Madrasi, no South Indian. Now Bangalore gives me an identity that I am an Indian. So which is a great thing that rest of the world is also able to recognize. So the main important thing is when I came to Bangalore 25 years back, I never used to learn, understand the Kannada. But the vernacular system, still it is, as you mentioned, culture. Whatever you write in Kannada, 100% I can read because it looks like my Telugu language, which is my mother tongue, which I never felt it is like a different location to me. So the same way now, because of this IT and the entire terminology that we are working on, 60 plus countries, day-to-day operations, without connecting with Bangalore, they can't live their daily lifestyle. This is what it is proven last 3 decades.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Hi, my name is Rohan. I head learning for a company called Digitide Vision Technology. It's nice as the flow goes, and I'm at birth a Mumbaikar, and half my life, Bangalore girl got me here, post education and little around work. And one of the heart of Mumbai, essentially, if some of us follow cricket, essentially, it's called the home of cricket in India, right? And if you look at some of the folks early on who built their career, but think about the cricketers who've built their career, coming in from here. So think about Dravid, think about Kumble, right? The kind of personalities they are, the way they conduct themselves, the way they've grown, the way Dravid even contributed to the sport after he finished actively playing. That's essentially around what the culture of this place is all about, right?
Yeah.
And when you talk around organizations, when you talk about individuals, when you talk about academia, that's the base of this particular state. Right? So Namauru, And Namma, I very encouraged to hear what I'm hearing already. And AI for all, AI, sort of being more accessible. I put my complete weight behind that in any way that I can. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just add to that. It's
Sure.
a beautiful thing. You said Bangaloreans play cricket in a different way. It makes it a more gentleman's game.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that's how Bangalore plays the game, right?
Absolutely.
And to answer to you, you just said Silicon Valley. Bangalore is called Silicon Valley, but the term there. We said that we Bangalored US, right? So yeah, so we have a little swag to us, and we are very proud to have that. We have Harsha Rao with us. Harsha worked with the US government, and for 15 long years, and he left the US shores and the US government, and is in Bangalore. And I know the love that he has for Bangalore. So Harsha, what do you say? What do you say about Nama AI?
Yeah, it's so wonderful to see all of the leaders here in Bangalore. Yeah, Namma AI, I'm a Kannadiga myself from Bangalore, and worked with US government for about 15 years or so in the healthcare sector, right? What brings me back to Bangalore and here is, as Viju said, India for AI. I used to hear that a lot in US. US folks used to talk about, we need to kind of go to India because that's where AI will develop. AI will be, all pervasive across the globe, even though we create something, but then that creation is taken and transformed into much more bigger entity that will be in India, right? So that's how we came to India. I came to India, and I established GCCs here in Bangalore as well as in Hyderabad, and now I'm with Regenesys. Yeah, thank you so much.
So thank you. Anybody else want to contribute? We never had ladies. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Shuchi from Regenesys. I teach cybersecurity. So I just want to present a different perspective. So as we all know that Bangalore is IT hub, and there are so many companies. We have startups, we have research institutions, and cybersecurity is one of the important requirement. Maybe because of the attacks which are increasing, and we all know that because of AI, this cybersecurity tools, they have got a lot of advantage. So in threat detection and in anomaly detection. So I feel it is Bangalore which requires Nama AI, because that was the most the requirement. And that's it from my side.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the whole idea is to have these open conversations with each other, talk about it. Let's not worry about the 90 seconds and how much you have to speak. This is about collaboration. This is about how to speak, and this is about how we are going to talk about. So we have just have a video which we are going to play. Yeah.
In some places, technology is an industry. In Bangalore, it's a culture. It's the late night filtered coffee debates in Koramangala, the ideas scribbled across whiteboards and cafe napkins in Indranagar, the pulse of a city where every street corner speaks the language of tomorrow. They called us the Silicon Valley of the East, but we didn't copy the template, we wrote our own. We built the software that powers global banking, global aviation, and businesses across the world. We became the world's digital engine room, a city that didn't just participate in the technology revolution, it helped power it. And now, we aren't just writing code for the world. We are building its intelligence, from generative models to autonomous systems, from Indic AI to enterprise intelligence. The next revolution isn't coming. It's being engineered right here, to the dreamers, the builders, the visionaries, and the leaders in this room. This is Namma City. This is Namma Tech. This is Namma AI. Welcome to the AI CXO Summit, Bangalore.
So,
Thank you, Viju. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure such kind of an open forum you usually don't get, because everything is kind of pre-planned, and so we love these unplugged discussions, which kind of come out, and when you, especially in Bengaluru, Namma AI kind of has to be powered, since you all are from here, and since Bangalore is very close to everyone. So I think, let's go ahead and kind of get the day started. While we were expecting the minister, and he's downstairs, but I think let's go ahead and start with our discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion explores one of the most significant conversations shaping India's AI future. The theme is Building Sovereign AI from Bengaluru to the World, how Karnataka is leading India's AI revolution. Around the world, nations are investing in sovereign AI capabilities to strengthen the innovation, economic resilience, digital independence, and national competitiveness. India now stands at a defining moment. With Bengaluru at the heart of its technology ecosystem, Karnataka has the opportunity to become the global epicenter of responsible and indigenous AI innovation. To moderate this important discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Viju Joy, CEO, Regenesys Corporate Education and Board of Director, Regenesys AI. Leading Regenesys Corporate Education and Regenesys AI, Viju Joy brings together leadership, enterprise, and national perspectives to shape the future of sovereign AI. Joining him will be an eminent panel of industry leaders representing enterprise technology, AI innovation, infrastructure, and emerging technologies. That's Mr. Sitaraman, CTO for High Tech, EduTech, and Industrial IG's Happiest Minds, bringing deep expertise in enterprise technology and architecture. Sitaraman helps organizations build secure, resilient AI and scale it from experimentation to enterprise-wide adoption. The second on the panel would be Mr. Shashank Thakur, Senior Vice President, Bharat GPT, leading Bharat GPT's vision for multilingual India First AI. Shashank is driving the development of inclusive, culturally contextual AI for global impact. Next on the panel will be Mr. Sundaraman Ganapatiraman, Senior Vice President, Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. With extensive experience in engineering, manufacturing, and automation, Sundaraman is applying AI to build globally competitive industrial innovation from India. Next would be Mr. Bhakta Keshavachar, founder and CEO Chara Technologies. Founder of Chara Technologies, Bhakta is pioneering rare earth-free motor technologies and building globally scalable engineering innovation from India. And next we have Mr. Amit Mishra, Head of Strategic Initiatives, YOTA, driving strategic initiatives at YOTA. Amit is strengthening India's AI ecosystem through sovereign compute, cloud infrastructure, and enterprise scale enablement. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our panelists for the session. And Viju, it's over to you. You may please begin the session. Yeah.
we had a wonderful we had a wonderful start. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So we had a wonderful start to the discussion, and we got some time to understand that what does Namma AI stands for each one. But specifically, I would love to know from you. Many of you are from Bangalore. That what does Namma AI personally means to you?
So thanks. Thank you. So, Viju, when I was about to talk, I was hearing about the cricket. I was feeling like, now I feels like RCB. It is kind of it's kind of a feel for us to be like a belonging and stuff like that, right? Okay, so it is not just about the culture we went through. It is also about how continuously we enhance ourselves, right? Even the support the government is giving currently, right? So we are the government announced now the first government-led AI university in Bangalore, and then we start with Bangalore and then enhance across the state, right? So that is what we feel like when it comes to NAMEA. It is not about the past, it's about the present. Also, we build the future. That's all.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So, Namma AI, I am not from Bangalore originally, but I have been staying in Bangalore from last 20, 25 years. So, Namma AI is what mean to us is ours. What we really believe it is ours is what is Namma. So, Namma AI, when it comes to, whenever we talk about Namma AI and all, it talks about inclusion. So, we will take the entire democracy and entire society together and accept the technology to improve it, accept it, and build it really well. Yeah, thank you.
Gentlemen, just to take a pause and can we welcome Mr. U.T. Kadir, the Minister of Health and Family Welfare in the government of Karnataka, who just stepped in.
Okay, Biju, actually, it's a very pertinent question about what does it mean personally to you as Namma AI? I grew up. I was born and brought up. I grew up in Srirangam, which is on the banks of River Kaveri, and Tamil Nadu. I did my education all through in Tamil Nadu, and then migrated. And now that the minister is there, and then the controversial situation related to River Kaveri, which is there, and I'm hopeful that it will get fully settled, and definitely God is with us also on that. But Namma AI, the word itself is beautifully joining these two languages in these two states, because Namma is same thing in Tamil also, it's Namma only, and in Kannada also is Namma only. So Namma AI as such, could be a great leveler. AI could be one language leveler. AI could be one regional demography leveler. AI could be one leveler for the entire society in terms of the underprivileged to privileged people as well. I think that's what it personally means to me as Namma AI.
So I have again, I'm not from the city, right? But I have a very close relationship. Been in and out of Bangalore for multiple years. Now I'm based out of Bangalore, and after working with in the startup ecosystem for the last 21 odd years, the benchmark which Bangalore have set for all of us, not only internationally, and I think there's enough and more been said. When startup policies were being made in India, right? And I worked with almost 26 states out of 28 in India. Everyone used to benchmark, say, how can Ranchi, how can Dehradun, how can Imphal become Bangalore, right? That was the benchmark set by Bangalore. And what we do, right? Just to give you a little background for everyone, we have invested approximately $8 billion to build the AI infra for India, right? So I represent a company called Yota. We are the largest AI infra company in India. We own almost 65% of GPUs in India, which makes us the backbone for India AI mission, right? Where the government is trying to support. We work closely with almost all the state governments, and we are also trying to support as many startups as we can. And one of the customers is sitting right here, right? So there is a lot of work which we are doing, and the reason of joining even for me to Yota was we want to support as much as we can, because the first thing which when I was working with states like Assam or places like Silchar, Guwahati, all these places, language was a barrier, access to education was a barrier. I think AI is going to democratize that, right? So I can learn, and I think both of you have already pointed out, I can learn in a language which I'm comfortable with, right? I don't need to learn a foreign language to say that, I understand this, and I will might not feel superior just by learning it, but I will understand it. I think that's going to be a big game changer, right? And just to give you a little background. So I own 3 verticals at Yota. I look after the startup and venture capital piece. I also work with a lot of these AI companies in helping them with their go-to market, and to take care of the higher education research, which is going to be a big win for us, because a lot of colleges used to struggle lack of infra, right? Thanks to AI, and hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, quantum, a lot of these simulations will help in doing some amazing research in pharma, right? In deep tech, space, quantum, right? All these going to be interesting, and AI is going to be the the centerpiece for all that, right? So very excited about all this which is happening, especially in Bangalore. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if we can just take a quick pause. Mr. UT Kader has to kind of rush. Mr. Kader, if we can have you on board, and we can hear a few words from you. Sorry about the inconvenience, gentlemen. You can be seated.
The chairman of this Regenesys company, all the intellectuals who are sitting on the dais on the panel discussion, all the dignitaries of the dais. I have come not to give suggestions. I have come to learn from you all what is AI and how we should go forward, take into our sector, health sector and the government sector also. Ultimately, it will benefit the patients. But we are listening from a long time. AI, a lot of my friends were also there. When I was a speaker of the house, I have put an AI camera for the attendance of the MLAs. So that otherwise they'll come and they say go out and they'll tell I was there. We don't know how many hours he was there inside the assembly, how many was in the canteen, or how many was in the corridor. I never get any account. Then who used to come first, and who. So all these things was there. So I put a camera. I told my friends I should. Then that will very clearly is to give me who comes first and how many time he has gone outside, how many time he has come inside. Ultimately, out of total so many hours of assembly, how many hours is in the chair? Where I used to guess, because anyone tell me also, I've come early, you not give me time to speak, I'll say, wait 1 minute. Tomorrow I'll give the data, how many time you were there, what time you have come. So they used to come a little early, those who wanted. So who has to come on the more time they have to spend in the house, or those to come early, I have to give them more importance when asking questions or discussions. If any of the MLAs are out of 10, 15 days very punctually attended with the most of them. If they've got any training outside the country or outside the Bangalore, any training is there, we used to give the preference for them without considering any party, any seniority, who comes, who wants to learn, will give you more performance. That was their use for that. And that practices was used in other states also. When I told them, they asked me, did the MLAs agree for all these things? I said, yes, they supported, they agreed. And then now in the abroad, when I was in the international conference also, they'll appreciate these things. So AI can be used everywhere nowadays. Only we should make up our mind. And we shouldn't see that AI is only for engineers, intellectuals. Common people also should come forward to learn, so that in the daily they need it. So little now the problem is with the mindset of the people. AI means that is something separate where we cannot reach or we can't understand all these things. So I used to always discuss with my friends, and I used to tell my friends also. AI is why we say artificial intelligence is. Because our brain is the main, correct intelligence is our brain. The other thing what you do is only artificial intelligence. Because if we have seen, I always tell my friends, we discuss a lot. So I used to tell them, if we have seen 30, 40 breeds of dogs, we might have seen in our eyes. If you go to the AI, there is 300, 400 these are images. Immediately when see that image, we'll come to know that's a dog. It may be different also, but we'll come to know that's one of type of a new breed of dog. Because our brain has got the intelligence to recognize the pictures on pattern. That intelligence computer doesn't have. If you put any pattern, if the computer won't say it is dog or some breed of dog, okay, it doesn't have intelligence. So this artificial intelligence put to computer so that will recognize. Ultimately, our brain is more intelligent than everything. So always we should give confidence to the people. AI doesn't take our jobs. It makes us more smarter and more easier and more perfect on the jobs. Ultimately, everyone should be in the line of learning AI. If they don't learn, then they will lose the job. So ultimately, because the generation is like that, within 5 to 10 years, if you all don't cope up with the present situation, youngsters, what you are studying, that's out of subject. It will not be considered at all. What our students are studying now, after 10 years, there's no, they can't get any job out of that until they cope up to the situation. I think this type of awareness is much, much more important for the our society, for the common students, so that get more and confidence, and they're more nearer to that. So with the confidence, they learn. So I told my younger friends and my juniors in my conference here when I attended the young team of the engineer students that I will give a special prize if anyone does contribution on AI. We want to complete the all intellectuals. You should do this. Complete our Indian constitution, what our rights and what our privilege, what is there, they should come on AI. Now I've got a lot of rights and lot of privileges and all other, my duties are there. But I won't go and search our entire section, article, everything. It's very difficult. But then if you put up in AI, I just ask, immediately I'll get what is my right, what can do, what if these things has happened to me in constitution, what can do, who can approach, who can help me. I think that will help each and every individual of this country, and they'll be more nearer to that. Otherwise, now this is only for IT technology, or only for elite people or intellectual people. Only it is on the business. All these things, it goes. When we put all these things together, common people and common youngsters, everyone will start trying that, going near that. Then once they enter, it will be more and easy. That is what we have to think. So I always say AI should be in a bureaucracy system also. All our systems like certificates given by the Gram Panchayat, Jilla Panchayat, everything should be in there should be a transparency and there should be a effectiveness should be there and the performance should be there. There's no mistake should be found out. That also we should include. I think that also the government, if they include it in bureaucracy, I should be in a bureaucracy. I think that will be very good views for the public in the days to come. Second thing I always say is not the question of how many the dollars, what is GDP, the strength of that country. The language is the biggest strength of our country. So as you said now, we have got different languages. So I request all the AI who are here, you're planning in this. Not AI should not be English. It should know all the languages. If AI is only English, India will be left out. Most of the people from India will be left out. So if every language AI is there, India has got so much of all the materials, all the things which will be useful, and that will be one of the biggest strengths in the days to come. So I think in the future, these two things, I think all these intellectual and all companies that will come forward, so it will help the society and the public also. Along with that, I think the AI should come in the rural India also. Healthcare or everything, because we tell brain drain. If they have to stop a brain drain, I think AI system should come to a rural level also, where the sellers who are there, they can, who are preparing a logo, this one, Atmanirbhar will say, what I can prepare anything in a village, but how can I market? I'll be a very expert in my artisans or some embroidery or some article, something. Every village has got, the people have got their own strength. The problem is they don't have a capacity to market in that village only. So they will come to the city, and the city will go to abroad. This is the problem with this. Little bit of is active. If you want to be more active, will come to the city. And who is more active in city, that capacity is not enough for him. He want more exposure, more capacity. He'll go to abroad countries wherever that is needed. So I think the government and all the intellectuals like you, we should sit together. We should see wherever it's possible. We should get. And I always say, more important than every MLA or every minister, so AI secretary. Not only the secretary, we should AI secretary also. We have to see how much better things we can see now. Take in health department only, if we were 24 hours also is not so much deep subjects are there. Along with that, we have to see other functions. I have to come this function also. I have to go to Mangalore to my conference also. Then I have to attend my relative's marriage also. And if someone is not well, I have to go to see him in the hospital also. If any of my gents are playing cricket, I have to go to see the match also. So we have multiple tasks to do. I think good AI secretary who are there, who can take care of our files, everything. When we sleep, this will work and will give complete little with accuracy. So we won't do any mistake. Now the main problem is what? We create problem, then we start solving the problem. Half our energy is wasted on such things. So when AI is included for all these things, I'm sure that all this in future days, it's not by one day, today or tomorrow, nothing will happen. It's on future days, all this should be very essential for the betterment of the society and the betterment of the country and betterment of the world also. Because the world is a global village. We have got in your hand. You want to know any country, just go within 1 minute. You will get entire details. World history will be in your hand. And the way we should, more and more youngsters and more and more students should be taken, that confidence should come to them. Otherwise, India will be behind when you compare to other countries. Why I say we started now only, because AI is not a new subject. When I ask my friends and someone, they'll tell it's 5 years, 10 years back, we never knew what was AI. But when I ask my other friends, and we have got a lot of the good friends who are expert in this also, they say it was in 1956, it was first AI was mentioned in America by one John something on the first conference, 1956 only. It may not be, they may have told is a fool when that on those days or after that also. But research is the research. Now it has come to a mainstream. So this will go ahead in the days to come also. So I thank you for organizing this program by your company, by what intellectuals for the meeting, and I'm sure that getting together, having your network, sharing your knowledge will help the society and the country in the days to come in whatever manner it is. It may start in a small one, but we don't know where it will go and reach. Every big things have started from small things, a small discussion only, it has reached to the top level. And I'm sure whatever discussion you take place and whatever the outcome comes in your conference will ultimately, it will take a big lead for the next benefit of the future, this generation. So concerning, we also are trying to in AI based in health concern also, we'll see what the maximum things we can do, which will be benefit for the society. So I thank each and everyone. I wish all this discussion takes place. All you intellectual people are discussing, and I'm sure that your discussion will take place, and anything, one or the other will come out on new ideas which will guide our society to go forward. So thank you, one and all. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Sir, just to, sir, two things I want to, announce here. One is that, we are providing 1 crore AI skilling for free for entire Indians who are there. Since you're there, so 10 lakh people we want to do in healthcare. So we want to do it free for the healthcare department. So
You are skilling nurses or doctors or
everybody who's related to healthcare. Patients also require a lot of AI information. It's better.
so
So
it is paramedicals and doctors.
Yeah.
Health means main is the patient.
yeah. So we'll do that. In fact, we have one program, AI in Kannada. So we want to do that in our regional language, because that language understanding and expressing is completely different. So thanks, sir. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Anything you do for health in regional language will support fully.
Sure. Sir, on behalf of Regenesys, we want to congratulate you for winning this wonderful, prestigious award. Sir has won the Global Citizen Award. He was felicitated in Chicago. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Well deserved. Okay. Sir, just a minute.
Kader sir, can I request you? We are actually waiting for you to, and the gentleman present on the dais. If you can just light the lamp. Can I invite Dr. Marco also? Can we do this a little quick? Rajat, Viju. Gentlemen on the dais, please join it. Thank you, Dr. Rohini, for joining in this complete set. Shri Yuti Kadarji, can I request Dr. Marco to felicitate Mr. Yuti Kadar? Can we have the bouquet? Dr. Marco, can you please felicitate Mr. Yuti Kadar? Gentlemen on the dais, appreciate your patience. Can we have a big round of applause? Shri Kadarji, can we have a quick photograph and then just a minute more from you? So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Dr. Kadar kind of just inaugurate our health ATM? That's by Regen Health. This health ATM helps you with 65 plus tests, invasive and non-invasive. So within 10 minutes and less than a cup of tea or coffee cost, you can get to know of how are you and how is your health. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Gentlemen on the dais, please have your seats. Thank you so much and appreciate your patience. So that's our Health Minister, Shri UT Kadir, checking his health. Presented to you by Regen Health. So, ladies and gentlemen, present here, just to tell you, at offices, we should have something like this. So, we have a constant check on our health. Yeah. Can we have the video? Regen Health.
Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height.
So, Dr. Kadir, Shri Kadir is kind of checking on his blood pressure and other body vitals. And this really motivates us to kind of keep track of health. At Regen Health, we thought this is really a powerful machine or a powerful health ATM that each organization across India should have. So, knowingly or unknowingly, we know what is good or what is not. But we still kind of, miss out on that. I'm just going to put on the mic to Mr. Manoj Nagaraj, who heads the health vertical for us.
So this health ATM is also micro clinic, meaning so it's a preventive health screening and consulting and pharmacy integrated microclinic equipment where it can be leveraged to do our initial screening of all our vitals. We can do as many as 65 different screenings, include 40 non-invasive and 20 invasive. So what you're seeing on the screen is the non-invasive health screening, which includes the basic vitals like temperature. You can see Dr. Kadir is checking the ECG. See, unlike in a traditional lab, we get the ECG for under 30 seconds with state-of-the-art sensors that is developed from a cardiomobile, which we have integrated to our machines. Yeah, here you can see Kadir's ECG being displayed. The heart rate of 50 to 30 seconds, unlike 3 to 5 minutes. So when this is done, you can get all these reports along with the insights. The power of AI is it will take all your data and it will run a diagnostic report with all the against the basic references. It will give you a flags in the insights, whether normal or not normal. So all the red flags reports are reported, and this report and also we provide the health plan in terms of what one should do based on the report that is generated in terms of the diet and so on and so forth. An entire report is generated and sent to your channels like WhatsApp or.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shri UT Kadirji. Thank you for coming, inaugurating our health ATM, sharing your vision with the audience here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. UT Kadir for kind of coming and gracing this occasion? Thank you so much, Shri UT Kadirji. Thank you for finding time for us and making it for the AI for Viksit Bharat CXO Summit. Thank you. Thank you. Can we have all seated, and especially to the ones that are seated on the dais? I thank you so much for your patience. Uh, Mr. Sashank Thakur, Mr. Sundaraman, Sri Bhakta ji, Mr. Amit Mishra ji, thank you so much for your patience. And I think, Biju, we can resume the session.
Yeah, I think we had a great insight. It's very important for us to know that this has implemented AI in their departments. So good to know that we are in the same hands and people are thinking about implementing AI in every walk of life. So Bhakta, the question continues. I think it was your turn. When you hear the phrase AI, what does it mean to you personally?
So I'll just pick up from where he left off. I'll just talk to him now. Before coming there, I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Viksit Bharat. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Chara. So what we do at Chara is we build rare earth-free motors and controllers. Traditionally, everybody must have heard about rare earths. These are these 17 elements in the periodic table. We actually forgotten. Very critical for our future, especially future. Bunch of problems. The biggest problem is our friendly neighbor has 100% control of this invention. So, and we are building rare earth-free motors and controllers. So, we build a new class of motors called reluctance motor, but I'll not go into the details. All I want to say is it's a hard technology problem, extremely hard. We did try we're a 6-year-old company. We did try about 3 years ago using genetic algorithms to optimize our motors, which we failed, is another way to say it. We still do it by trial and error. Over the last, just over the last 2 months, we are now putting effort into using AI to optimize our motors and that is what AI means for me, because I just solve hard technology problems. And so we'll use this as a tool to optimize our motors and controllers, just like they're doing it in other hard areas like pharma and drug delivery and all that. So that's what AI means for me.
Thank you. So we get into that discussion around why sovereign AI, why sovereign AI from, and can India lead the global race? So these put in a major 3 sections we will be discussing. My first question is why Happiest Mind has been at the forefront of helping enterprise adopt and see. From your experience working with organizations across industries, why has sovereign AI evolved from being a technology initiative to a boardroom priority? And what makes sovereign AI a strategic goal for enterprises?
So, what we see is last 10 to 12 months, right? The generative AI transitioned the way we think, way we deliver, the overall work, how it works, how we can build the things, right? It is no more like a traditional AI wherein we have the data ourselves and our engineers go understand the data and then they put their thought process in it, right? And then they write the algorithms to see, okay, what is the kind of outcome we would like to get it, right? So this completed transition now with the Gen AI being that wherein the enterprises are actually taking the LLMs and all commercial models, getting into it, and they get a wonderful outcome. Right? And they could able to get it in a very faster time. Giving that, now the thing is, okay, it is no more about who's having the data. The enterprise still own the data. It is about where is the intelligence being run, right? So we need to make sure we run this intelligence within our platform, and we need to make sure the intelligence, we trust the intelligence even, right? So that is when we see like, okay, sovereign AI come into picture, okay, wherein we need to make sure the entire thing, not about the AI adoption in the application level, also in the kind of models we write it, to own it and then run it, so that it is not about just the data governance or the data privacy, it is even the intelligence, we own it, so that we continue being like getting into sovereign AI and lead on the AI part of it.
It's so good to have people like Sitaraman with us, who's a CTO, and the difference of controlling data or intelligence, right? So he's saying that let's have the intelligence with us. Even the data somewhere, governance. More important is who governs the intelligence, right? Thank you, Sitaraman. Sundaraman, the question is for you. Manufacturing and engineering has traditionally relied on imported technologies, and China. We have seen what is happening in China, Germany. How can sovereign AI transform India's industrial future and make the country more technological savvy, self-reliant?
Yeah. So when you look at the manufacturing technologies in India, and of course, 20 years we lost because of the ITES boom, and all our engineering colleges continue to produce software engineers, and they're all the mechanical branch will have 40 students, whereas the computer science will have 2,000 students. That's how the India's fabric changed in the about 30 years. We were into that area. But underlying manufacturing technology in India is very, very resilient, very different. I can give you two examples, because all through my 36 years I've been in factories, and some of the interesting technologies. For example, he talked about motor. We started off with the powder metallurgy. Sundaram Fasteners, I joined Sundaram Fasteners in 1989 in their powder metallurgy division, manufacturing near net shape components and all that, and exporting to General Motors all over the world in 40 years back. So that way, we had the manufacturing technologies on the ground clearly. India is also the 20 million two-wheeler market, which is no other country, including China, has that kind of manufacturing depth and requirements. So, but interesting way that we evolved compared to China is, China was when they talk about lights out factories, when they talk about 200,000 robots getting retailed, whereas India still is at around 10,000 robots. Doesn't matter, because the way that we adopted discrete manufacturing is very unique to the world, and we don't need robots replacing people on the shop floor, but at least we are moving into a zone, even in electronic manufacturing, the way today we are talking about Foxcons of the world and Tata Electronics, the way they are restructuring the manufacturing architecture is fundamentally very different from the way China evolved. Yes, your point that we still have imported technologies on the machineries, equipments and controllers and robots, and many of those automation components are all imported. But the tacit knowledge in which we manage them is very different. I think that is where I think Edge AI and many of those domain expertise that we are building in Indian manufacturing factories can be very differently evolved with AI. I think that is a great opportunity, and I think many of the Indian manufacturing enterprises are working on that in terms of bringing that tacit knowledge, not going out, and the domain expertise remain here. I think that's where the sovereign AI is going to help in a big way.
Yeah, I think the AI part, the physical AI which you were saying, the edge AI we were saying, we also have what we used to call Jugaad. So while we are late, we might still have that innovation. What we say Jugaad, we might still catch up, right? So,
Biju, sorry, I have a point there. Yeah. So, see, if you look at the industrial revolution in India, right, and he has made a great point. Even the 40 people who were studying mechanical went out to go coding, right? So I think what we are going to do today, from education standpoint, we are looking at a large data center boom, right? So there are a lot of data centers getting built across the globe. India and Indian engineers would probably play a very, very important role because of the service ecosystem which we develop, right? So that's going to be one where we can play a large sovereign ecosystem from a service standpoint. Number two, there is enough and more production which is going to go in to build this, because sovereign, when you ask me, because that's what we sell, right? Sovereign AI infra, sovereign in hardware is going to be very, very important, right? Because a lot of this material is actually coming from other markets we can't trust, right? There could be somebody who can just switch off and say, no, I'm not going to supply to India. What would happen, right? And all this AI we are talking about will go bad because we don't have the infra, right? So I think that's going to be the number two. The third very, very important thing, and that's not from an AI standpoint, more from a confidence standpoint. I think for all of us, and this is something which I've been at least speaking in all public, all of us needs to understand that the imposter syndrome we have as Indians, right? And everybody, I will accept it, right? We have our imposter syndrome. We need to accept that it's not about just talking about being a Vishwaguru. We actually need to accept and look out for our moonshots, which actually boils down to what can we do bigger as individuals, as companies, as a community, right? So if you ask me, the personal thing which will happen is, out of the top 10 countries who can actually do anything about manufacturing, right? We are the only one who actually can make it happen, because the China and US are not countries anybody trusts today, and none of the others have that infra. None of them have their service muscle which we have, right? So I personally think that that's where we should focus, and what Bhakta is trying to build, right? And what Wipro is trying to do, or what Tata is trying to do, and what we are trying to do at whatever level we can. I think all of us will be able to do that. We start being realistic. Let's not do comparison. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So in fact, you have also answered the question I was asking you. Why are AI infrastructure and compute sovereignty become just as important as data sovereignty? Can you talk more about the compute part of it?
So everybody knows that the biggest compute company today is NVIDIA, right? Based out of US. A lot of you probably would not know that there is the last US government had put a cap. Every country can get just enough numbers of these chips, right? India was in the middle, which means that we can get more than 50,000 GPUs in 3 years, right? Which became a struggle, because then it limits on how faster India can, we can build our own models, right? And if you see, the dependency is still, the models also, we are dependent on the models which are either from China or US, right? So all this has to change. So the compute will be there. The other thing is, when you're looking at sovereign AI, right? Because we look at sovereign AI from a different angle, the training probably is happening here, right? But a lot of international companies, right? People we compete with, they are actually doing their inferencing outside India, which means the data is not, your data is not here, right? It's still going out, for certain things. So the DPDP Act needs to be a little more tight when we are going to talk about it. The importance of sovereignty will actually make sense when everybody understands what is sovereign, what sovereign is, not just about data sitting in the country, but how it's going to be get used, right? By companies we are dependent on. You don't use Indian LinkedIn or Indian Facebook or Indian Instagram, right? So all these apps, where all this infra, right? And I don't want to worry everybody, but I think everybody knows it. Your retina to your face scan to your thumbprint, everybody's out, right? So how can we what can be done is going to be important. So we are putting band-aids on where surgery should happen, but we should start thinking about it. And I think that's what we try to do, right? As an infra player, it's not just about giving infra. We also need to educate. And the reason of me being here is that not to worry you, but tell you that just don't use a cloud for doing this compute, but also understand what you are actually giving it to.
Yeah. This kind of conversation happens in Bangalore. Again, something more deeper, while you go anywhere in the world, the conversations don't go in this depth. Shashank, we are so happy to have a Bharat GPT, right? And we are so proud to have that. So Bharat GPT represents India's ambition to build an indigenous foundation model. So can you more talk about it? That what you helped it build, why it happened, with languages, culture, knowledge systems instead of relying entirely on global models. Why did you choose India? Why did you building a model foundation model for India?
Sure. So I will give you a context. So I am Shashank and I head the business for CoreOver, Bharat GPT. So Bharat GPT is our, you can say, platform series of models. Again, all Indic languages we support, 100 plus foreign languages and all. So basically into a conversational AI space. Well connected with the government bodies. Ask Disha, I'm sure you would have aware of on the IRCTC, Indian Railways, then LIC, then SEBI, RBI. So we are working with multiple government enterprises as well. So yeah, I agree. Global models are remarkable, and India should absolutely learn and collaborate with them. But when we see that, eventually, if you see, every country needs an AI which that reflects its own priorities and all. So when we talk about India, India's governance, healthcare, education, financial system, legal frameworks, all these are very unique. And when we talk about our languages, our regulations, cultural nuances, these are also very different. So if we want the AI to help a citizen or any businesses or any government, then it has to understand the context behind it. Because without context, it won't be able to give a valid answer, or maybe that thing is there. So sovereignty for us is not about isolation; it is about capability, and we ensure it has to ensure that India has the ability to innovate and then store all your critical informations, and also build a model which can align with the national all your national priorities. So I think we have invested much earlier in the public digital infrastructures, UPI, Aadhaar, and all. So I believe AI is also becoming one of the strategic capability for the future.
Yeah, just had a quote for the day that sovereignty is not
Isolation.
Isolation.
Yeah, it's about capability. Yes.
It's a wonderful thought. Bhakta, uh, AI leadership is not just limited to software, right? It depends on deep tech innovation and hardwares. So how do you see the importance of indigenous semiconductors, hardwares, engineer capabilities to achieving true AI sovereignty?
So, where do I start? So, first, let's start from the basics. As some of you guys were telling that as a country, as a society, we've not invested enough in core technologies. And we are suffering because of that. Like he was telling, all the chips come from a US company, right? Which is not a good situation to be. I kind of naively think, and maybe you can say I'm right or wrong, that with AI, right, we get the tool to maybe leapfrog some of these deep tech areas, right? At least that's what we are trying to do in Chara also. So I think AI kind of democratizes, can't say that word, democratizes the access or the development path to core technologies. So once we have these models trained in the respective areas, like our area, the pharma, this one, we can solve fundamental problems, and then we can leapfrog in several deep tech areas. Now, you asked about semiconductors. So that one, I think we are well on our way to build the fabs, and also I think we have a huge semiconductor design infra, right? There are a lot of companies who can do the design, output a file which a fab can pick it up, right? I think that also can get accelerated with some of these AI things. There are a bunch of semiconductor companies who are doing a lot of research, very well-funded startups to accelerate this. But we still have to build the fabs. I think that path is, we're already on that path. So with all these things, I think we are looking at, I don't know, like maybe 5 years from now, or maybe 10 years from now, I think we should be in a far better position. I forgot who said, I think there's one huge opportunity in the world now, a long-term opportunity, which is, I don't know whether you said, sorry, I forgot already, that the China plus one policy, I think will help us a lot. So people will look towards India for many of the core technologies, right? Yeah.
Thanks, Bhakta. What I'll do is I'll club two of my questions together and would love a shorter answer. Uh, it goes to Sitaraman. Sitaraman, Happiest Mind is helping enterprise across the world adopt AI solutions, right? They are designed, engineered, and delivered from Bangalore. Can you just throw some light around that? How Bangalore is helping, transform the world when it comes to AI, and how do you see India in the race of AI?
Okay, so I'll talk about the first part first, right? Um, we Happiest Minds is an IT services organization, and we are not building the hardware platform or these things. We take the support from all the teams, right? So for supporting this one, our responsibility lies in terms of whether it is compliance, not just on for India customer or a specific geo customer, right? So we work on the compliance, we work on the trust, we work on the data privacies and stuff like that. So that is where we primarily focus around, right? So when we have these kind of things, we also work towards building some enablers and accelerators for building that one. Also, when it comes to the core native AI, right, or AI native way of doing it, we work with the partners, right? So whether it is Anthropic or Microsoft kind of a big players one side of it, we also work with partnership like Zoho or Unify Apps, okay? And there are a few other opportunities I could see here, right? So that is how we work with partnering with the players so that we can work as a native way and serve customers in a specific, okay, so what they needed in a trusted manner. That is how we work on, okay? And the second part of it, right? So whether
India is. How do you see India in the race of AI? Because a lot of data says that probably we missed the bus. And how, since you handle globally a lot of clients, how do you see that?
okay, uh, so the leading AI or leading AI innovation kind of a things, right? Yes, there are pieces when you're talking purely technology pieces of it, right? The pieces on in terms of we owning the models, we owning the LLMs, we owning the huge larger data centers. Yes, we are lagging, but if we have to look at leading AI only on the technology, it might be like this. But wanted to see it in a little different perspective in terms of what leading AI means, right? So uh, we see like leading AI is kind of how AI is actually helping the mankind, right? How it is transforming or transitioning our patient care, like the way we are having kind of a ATM, right? How our banking system is going to get transformed in another couple of years, right? So that is how we see AI for. And India being having a stronger country with engineering background, having enabled with a lot of empathy in it, having a lot of human wealth and the culture inside of it, feel like we always been leading in terms of a AI race, but may not be in terms of a tech thing when it comes to the core set of things. So we will, because that we anyway can adopt it, like as you highlighted about Chandrayaan, right? So we were not the first one to start sending, building the technology, but we could able to adopt those technologies and we could able to make the things in a much cheaper and faster way. So that is how I see, like it's more of helping the AI, helping the mankind and a transforming how our human life is.
Thanks, Siddharth. Shashank, for you, with global AI leaders racing ahead in foundational models, how do you see an AI first India model that you run? How do you see that you competing with the largest AI players and platforms? And again, coming back to the AI race and where do you see India?
Yeah, so I don't think the question is whether India can build the biggest model, but I think the better question is, can we build relevant AI for our users. And we have seen that success in AI especially is not measured by the parameter count. It is measured by the trust, the accuracy, the affordability, the speed of deployment, and the business outcomes, obviously. So we have seen that the trust, accuracy, all these things definitely matter a lot, and we have done so many developments, as I told in before as well, that UPI, Aadhaar, and all. So that has given us, like, that is globally admired, all those solutions on. So I think we have that ability. We should utilize all those AI skills and definitely move ahead. Definitely taking suggestions from all models and all, and build our own model which can impact on the real problems. So I think Coreover Bharat GPT also aligns well with India's strength in solving a complex problem at scale. And I think that we already have the largest digital ecosystem. We have a vibrant startup ecosystem. We have so much extraordinary engineering talents and all. And with so much enormous diversity, which pushes innovation, I think we are on the right track, and we can be one of the defining AI nations of this decade.
Yeah, so proud and so happy to hear so much of confidence from your side, and the sovereign, because the models, how tricky they can be.
Exactly.
As Amit said, that tomorrow we don't know. It's a tech war happening.
Yes.
So sovereign AI and building foundational models from India is at most important. Sundaraman, from you, the same question, that Wipro integrates AI into manufacturing, engineering, and industrial systems. Can you share how innovation built in Bangalore is creating global impact? And second is, how do you see India in the race of AI?
Okay, that's so I'll talk about it in two parts. One about Wipro, and then in general automotive industry, and then what India is to offer to the world in the AI race. Specific to Wipro, I'm not from Wipro Limited. I'm not from the IT listed entity. I'm from Wipro Enterprises Private Limited, which is a privately held group of companies by Asim Premji. In Wipro Enterprises, as you are aware, that one is the consumer care, Santur and Chandrika and all of them. Santur, of course, holds the number one position now compared to the multinationals, soap manufacturers in the country. That is one example of native Indian company competing with Unilever's and Procter and Gamble's of the world. But on the infrastructure side, Wipro infrastructure side, many of you may be aware or may not be aware. Wipro started its first factory. Asim Premji started his first factory in hydraulics as Wipro Fluid Power 50 years back in Bangalore. So it started in Bangalore, and over this 50 years, today any caterpillar that you see in the world or any JCB you see in the world, the hydraulic cylinders are fitted with Wipro cylinders. Wipro is the world's single largest hydraulic cylinder manufacturers, and wherever Caterpillar is there, we are there worldwide. So many people may not be knowing that whether you see a SANY, Hitachi in a construction equipment segment, or JCB or Caterpillar, they're all powered by Wipro's hydraulic cylinders. And that's the strength of manufacturing that an Indian company could build. Similar way in aerospace, Boeing, when you land, 1 out of 2 Boeing, you will be landing on a Wipro's landing gear actuator that we supply. So we have a large facility in Israel, we have a large facility in Seattle, we have a factory, and that factory also started in Bangalore, Wipro Aerospace facility. We are not in the defense side, we are in the commercial aerospace side, and recently we acquired a company called Luac in France, supplying to the Airbus ecosystem as well. And automation, when it talks about robotics and automation, Ford Mustang was first launched on a Wipro's electric battery assembly line. So the battery manufacturing and battery integration, Wipro is the world leader in EV segment. Ola lines are supplied by Wipro in India, and of course Stellantis, and we work with Tesla and many of the projects on the electric vehicle line automation solutions. So many of those ingredients are there for us to build the AI infrastructure, AI intelligence, AI use cases, which we are doing it, which we do it here and take it global. So recently we acquired a company in Montreal called Mayhot, which is in the reuse refuse segment. So in Canada, when you look at it, most of the dump trucks or the garbage handling trucks which are coming over there are all powered by Wipro's hydraulic cylinders. But the intelligence that we build over here in our factories in India for the hydraulic cylinders, where we produce close to 3 million cylinders for the world, that is what is getting migrated to rest of the manufacturing factories, whether it is in Sweden, Finland, Romania, or in Canada, or in Mexico, or in US, or in Brazil. So that is the power of domain expertise, deep domain expertise that we build here, which a general LLM cannot really, or a general AI, what we talk, cannot really have that understanding which what we could offer. Beyond Wipro, I would say India has Suzuki, for example. Suzuki's 60% dependence on the world is in India, because Maruti is the crux of the automotive industry, and we know Maruti's story in India, what has happened. So automotive side, we are very, very deep domain expertise. World's largest tractor manufacturer is Mahindra. Hero is the world's largest bike manufacturers in the world. By the time you ask this question, in 11 seconds, one Hero bike would have rolled out of the conveyor line. So that's the productivity of the takt time or the cycle time that we talk, in which we produce 24/7 motorbikes in the country. And JCB, the other point that I also want to mention to what he mentioned, we don't need to fear multinationals, because multinationals are here to become an Indian company. We call it as an Hindustan liver. We look at Maruti, Suzuki. Maruti is the prime mover there. JCB, though it is a British company, JCB is dependent on in India is so huge, because 60% of their revenue comes out of India. Because every JCB that is seen, we don't see it as a British JCB. We see it as an Indian JCB. And then most of the demolition work that we say, bring a JCB, and it is an Indian JCB, but it is a British company. We have indigenized the entire technology. We have produced it. World's largest backhoe factory is in India. So that way we have many examples where manufacturing and infrastructure side, India is already leading, and it will lead in the AI side as well going forward.
A fantastic answer. I think you, from Santur to Caterpillar to Boeing to Airbus, if Wipro is doing all that, it's so wonderful, and it gives a nation a proud feeling that we are somewhere, we are driving the world, and probably we are not unknown, we are not really aware of that. Amit, question to you is, Yotta is enabling India's AI ecosystem with world-class GPUs and cloud infrastructure. How are you empowering startups, enterprises, research to build AI in India, for India and for the world?
I would also touch upon the earlier questions, right? So when we talk about foundation models, it's not just about your ChatGPT, right, or Anthropic. It's also about the real sciences, right? So there are people who are building LLMs for material sciences. There are people who are building LLMs for neural sciences, right? All this is happening in India, right? And we are supporting these companies. So the intention is not just look at companies who are giving access to the larger population. There'll be these smaller pockets which would need, right? So somebody like him will actually need an LLM where he can use that to simulate and see, whatever he was not able to do in the last 7 years, AI probably will help him do that without spending that kind of money. Because the other challenge which we had, right, and earlier, where we used to learn, right, the Chandrayaan example which he referred to, because we didn't have the money. So I think it comes down to how do we learn, right? So that's one. Secondly, from a Yotta standpoint, I think we are investing a lot of money to bring that kind of compute, so that companies like Bharat GPT, right, and Sarvams and Wipros can actually leverage that. So the way we support is, we don't just say that, okay, take our compute, right, and then build it on our own. My role is actually to stitch it for large enterprises also, right? So I will work with Mr. Thakur here, and then we will take his use case to a large enterprise, and then together educate what do they need. Because the way AI was working across enterprises, PSUs, and governments, is a lot of FOMO getting created.
Yep.
Either they are over confident that it can solve everything, or they don't know, right? And this is an education piece where we need to educate that. So that's becomes a very important piece, right? Secondly, from a research and education standpoint, there is a lot of work which is happening to educate students in multiple things, right? Where they can build their own LLMs and SLMs. But there is a lot of research which is sitting idle, right? There are patents in India because lack of funds, lack of access to labs, right? Fab labs, there are not enough fab labs to build semiconductors today. So AI will actually be able to help them with that simulation so that I can actually do these renderings and say what would work in minutes, which probably in the earlier times would take years, right? So there is a lot of drug discovery which is happening thanks to AI. There's a lot of interesting materials which probably will figure out, and there's a lot of so all of us know that because of data centers getting built and GPUs and chips, there's a lot of copper and all that, right? So they're also looking at what kind of materials can be combined to give me that kind of tenacity to build that, right? So all that will boils down to the infra, right? And that's where we're trying to commit as much as we can, so that we can work. Not just saying that we are supporting the larger ecosystem, but we are also supporting the smallest startups. Where there is a student sitting in a college, and I don't want to just talk about India, because I go and travel to these smaller cities to talk about this, because see, Bangalore has that benefit, right? Where you have all kind of skill set in Bangalore, but a Jaipur might not have, a Lucknow might not have, but there are smart kids, smart people there also. So these kind of conversation, and I can see that you are taking to some of these cities, right? These are kind of conversation will happen because we are telling them, we are committing money. You just commit to what you want to do, right? And then we will ensure that you will have enough and more compute to build your dreams.
Such a beautiful answer. I'm sure that this is going to be encouraging a lot of new entrepreneurs who want to build. And today, money should not be the hurdle. And you're bringing that and you're making that happen. So wonderful, Amit. Amit, this forum is also not just to have discussions, but to have business discussions. So we feel free that we all are here to have those business discussions, forge those partnerships, and work together for the greater good. Bhakta, my last question for the day is to you. That building a deep tech company is never easy. What makes Bangalore's an ideal ecosystem for creating global competitive AI hardware and engineering innovation? And how do you see Bangalore unique? Because you have traveled the world, you've been there, you've seen how Silicon Valley works and other parts of the world. How do you see Bangalore is uniquely placed?
So the first part of the question, why Bangalore can lead, I think it's just speaking from experience of the past 6 years since we started, two things, which is capital. Capital is available here. It's probably the most vibrant investment ecosystem. The other places also, but Bangalore has this one. And the second is people. So we need people. So contrary to what you said, we need core mechanical engineering people in our company, at least core electromagnetics people. We have hired people from. I was telling him we have just recently recruited a PhD from IIT Mumbai just to solve this problem. So people is those are the two things that drive the city, apart from food, culture, and weather. I think this is it is self-sustaining, like a flywheel now, right? It has its momentum, and I think it will continue to drive this. The second part. What is the second question? Sorry, I forgot.
How do you see you have seen the world, Silicon Valley, Shenzhen, and all. How do you see Bangalore and India in the race of AI?
Oh man, that's a difficult question to answer. See, again, it's the same thing. Whether it is, I've exposed to these three ecosystems in the world, which is the Silicon US, mostly the West Coast, Israel to a little bit, to a small extent, and China in the deep tech. I think all of them have one common thread. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And because they have this private venture capital ecosystem, which can take the risks, which can see beyond what the government typically does. I think that is the biggest thing that Bangalore has, and many other cities in the country also. I think that is what will drive all the developments that will happen in AI. As you can see, a lot of the technology stuff has started from Bangalore, whether it is UPI or all the digital public infrastructure stuff. I think the same thing will happen again for the AI, this one also. I also have a little bit of hope, not only for Bangalore, for the rest of the country also in AI. India is like, what I've observed is India is not part of the question, sorry, I have to say this. I'm an old guy, so I like to share some things. India is this, it's kind of a weird thing, I'm not telling it in a bad way. It's very difficult to do anything in this country from an ecosystem point of view. But there is one big advantage. If you do the right thing at the right price and the right value, the scaling is just unbelievable, and which is showing up in whether it is Aadhaar or UPI or many of these things. I think that is what Bangalore should again try.
Thanks a lot. Just to summarize, we had this wonderful discussion around the love of technology and Namma Bengaluru and Namma AI, and how we are transforming through India. And we see a lot of cases where somebody is powering and collaborating with various industrial companies, global companies at Happiest Mind. Shashank is building something, Bharat GPT, which is very unique, very important for us, for a strategic, advantage. Wipro, as I said, from Santur to Airbus, I never knew that, we are leading all these things. Amit, talking about money is not going to be there. We're going to fund it. We're going to empower it. We're going to build that infra for you so that you can excel. And Bhakta saying that, the very unique usage of AI and how do we, take it forward. Thank you all. Thank you for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Biju, thank you so much for driving this. And can I request you all to be on the stage? Can we offer you a small token of appreciation from our end? Biju, can you hand it over?
No. The first one is Sansa is a little bit. And the second one, the new sales. Then the third salespeople, they're going to the boardroom via RPGs. We spoke about this with the sales leaders. We spoke about it. They agreed to it. Yeah, they know about it, all of them.
Can we have a group photograph after the Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know that we are running a little behind our schedule, a humble request if we can take a quick tea and coffee refreshment break and be back in 10 minutes. We can start with the next panel discussion, which is going to be exciting for you all. The tea and coffee is served just near you. And I would like to thank our supporting associations, All India Association of Industries and Indian Society of Artificial Intelligence and Law, and our media partners, CEO Review and The Business Frame. Thank you so much, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation. from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFS. a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design. It's not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI...
and gentlemen, can I request you all to get back to your seats? I know this break was a little shorter one, but I promise to give you, a good lunch break, and we'll have great conversations then. I request all the ladies and gentlemen to kind of get back to their seats so we can start the next session, which is an exciting one indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next session focuses on the organizations that have played a defining role in India's global technology leadership. Global capability centers and the IT/ITS sectors have transformed India into one of the world's most trusted destinations for technology, engineering, and innovation. Today, artificial intelligence is accelerating that transformation even further. And our next panel explores from digital transformation to AI first enterprises, reinventing technology, services, and global delivery. Monitoring this session is Mr. Kapil Suri, our Chief Technology Officer, Regenesys Education. As the Chief Technology Officer at Regenesys, Kapil brings deep expertise in enterprise technology, digital transformation, and emerging technologies to lead this conversation. Joining him are distinguished leaders from consulting, global services, enterprise technology, and human resources. May I please welcome Mr. Raghunandan Rao, Associate Partner, GCC Advisory, ER&D and IM&A Sectors, KPMG India. With over 2 decades of experience, Raghunandan advises organizations on GCC strategy, engineering transformation, and building high-performance global capability centers. Our next panelist would be Mr. Kalyan Kumar, tax partner, Grant Thornton Bharat. With over 21 years in tax consulting, Kalyan helps organizations leverage AI for smarter tax, transformation, compliance, audit readiness, and risk management. Our third panelist would be Mr. Vaibhav Mohan, Senior HR Business Partner, CGI, bringing over 12 plus years of experience. Vaibhav drives workforce transformation through AI literacy, talent strategy, and responsible adoptions across the GCC ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put your hands together for welcoming these panelists and moderator on the stage? Over to you, Kapil.
Hi everyone, welcome to the panel discussion. So GCC, as we know, there's a strategic pillars for Indian IT and its economy. And I remember 2 decades back, GCCs were traditionally built for cost saving and operational efficiency model. And but in the last 2 decades, what I've seen the changes. Now they are doing all sort of work. They're in product development, they're into engineering, they're into cybersecurity, transformation, consultancy, and advisory. Yeah. And with AI, I'm pretty sure that's going to accelerate this shift. Yeah. And the way we're going to operate, the GCC is going to operate and deliver value, I'm pretty sure it's going to get better with the AI. Yeah. So with that, I'll start my conversation. Raghu, I'll start with you. So when we say AI first enterprise, cross-panel question. So what do you mean by AI first enterprise as such?
Hi, maybe a short introduction, Raghu. I've spent about 2 decades now at GCC world. I started working in a GCC. I worked for about 2 decades in Bosch, which is one of the largest engineering GCCs in the country. Done multiple roles, seen them go non-GCC, and now I help companies set up GCC. That's my work, specifically in engineering. And I was thinking about it on the way here, right? What is an AI first GCC? And there is no conversation today that goes on without an AI being spoken about in whatever form. If not anything, you would have just done a Copilot. AI is doing it. Specifically, when you talk about AI first, very easy to get carried away with the tech stack and copy the name first. Tech stack is needed, no doubt about it. But beyond that, what we see from a very consultative view is that organizations today are struggling to move beyond pilots. So when we talk about AI first GCC, I think mentality comes first, especially if you're talking about large GCCs, right? Like Bosch, when I joined Bosch in about 2007, 1,800 people approximately. Today there are 26,000 people, right? So when you build an organization over 2 decades, and now you want to become an first GCC, it's not easy. Right? You have to change 26,000 people. You have to change the muscle memory of the entire process of whatever kind of development it is, whether it's engineering, IT, process, etc. And the whole DNA has to change. And that's what is an issue. And what it means to be an AI first GCC is that every employee, before he starts his work, he thinks about how I'm going to use AI today in my job. Tech stack comes later. All that is only enabler, right? But ultimately, the benefit is derived only when each and every associate in a company thinks about how he's going to do his job with an enabler in front of him. Thank you. Glenn.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Short introduction. I'm a tax partner with Grant Thornton. It's been 21 years for me into indirect taxes. We resonate to the name, AFI Viksit Bharat. Our firm's name is Grant Thornton Bharat. So we are already in the nation building exercise. So my comments today will be very specific and limited to tax and regulatory front. I'm a tax partner, so while I further can comment more on consulting part of it, I'll limit myself on the tax. The way we have seen from, and also specialize in GCC and help clients in their setup and take them through the process. From a tax and regulatory standpoint, we have seen from cost center, over the years, we've seen the value chain being enhanced through the GCC. Regulatory aspects also have, modernized themselves from a normal digitalization, automation, and then now more of use of AI, whether it is in the finance functions like procure to pay, order to cash, or whether it is in the regular GST or TDS functions of the company. We have seen a lot of changes in terms of manual process, getting standardized, digitalized, and then now being used through AI. I'll probably explain more how the government also is using these AI tools in terms of reduction and also business, improving their efficiency through the AI tools. So that's the change that we have seen over the years in GCC, and not limited only to GCC, but an entire spectrum of ITS sector in Bangalore and across India. Thanks.
Over to you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So again, when we talk about AI first, right? Again, that is what it was talked about also. Like again, it is more about the talent. And when we say talent, automatically the things comes in our mind is about the mindset, right? So that mindset shift from fear to curiosity, right? Where again, there is a still norm prevailing in the market, like AI will take away the jobs. But no, it will certainly transform the jobs what we are performing today, and how we can do better effective work towards whatever the assignments or the work which we are doing today. So that is all about, I guess. So AI first will be again a mindset shift will be needed for.
Yeah. So Ravi, you are managing GCC and a good experience in GCC via transformation. So we know that GCC were traditionally focused on operational excellence and cost optimization. So how do you see this role is evolving as an AI first world? So it's answered in 2 parts, right? One is for GCCs which have already been set up a few decades ago. How are they evolving? And the new ones that are coming up. What are they looking at? Because we do both. we help people transform, and we also help people set up, right? So especially for GCC, which was set up like a few years ago, let me put a kind of a benchmark there, right? Like anyone who's more than 5,000 people approximately, it takes usually about to set up and stabilize about 5 to 6 years, about 5,000 people organization, right? So if you look at something like that, what is changing for them is suddenly they are being questioned by headquarters. We hear in the news that you can do more work with less people. Can you please tell us how? I think every CEO is being questioned on that.
Yeah.
Rightly so. I'm not denying that. So they need to figure out. And there are the opportunity and the problem is multifold. Opportunity is that you can do more work with less people, more complicated work with less people, and the whole pyramid and the nature of the organization is changing, right? Which means earlier you were spending more on, like you rightly mentioned, FTE based work. You were billing FTE based billing, but now things are different, right? And they are telling, can you take more work? Can you take more complicated work? Because with the AI coming in, there are a lot of barriers which were there earlier are broken down. So earlier the barriers were kind of your shield to say that I need time to scale up, but the time is now broken. It's true. Yeah. So you don't have that luxury anymore. You don't have the reason anymore. The new GCCs which are coming up, right? Somebody last evening, everybody in the room would have heard of the bot model. So the latest word is bot model, which is build, operate, agentify, and transfer. Right. So if a service provider today, we have somebody from CGI, everybody says, I'll give you people, but the work that I'm giving you should not come back to me as is. It should get agentified and come back to me. Right? They're using it as a lever, and this is for the right reasons. Yeah, that means if you want to agentify, if there's a company in America or Germany or Japan trying to agentify, there's a lot of internal resistance. So the easiest way to solve this problem is send a work out. It's like how the manufacturing companies do it now. Send your parts out, you get reworked and come back into your campus. It's like that. So you send the work out, it gets agentified, reduce the amount of work, get it back. So when it comes back to you ultimately and you set up a GCC, 3 years down the line when the bot work comes back to you, the work that you were doing is more efficient, with less people, more sophisticated. And the GCC now is not taking just one FTE to one FTE, but is probably one FTE onshore to some 0.5. Just give a random example, but that's how it is. So that's how the conversations are changing now.
That's great. And Kalyan, we discussed like there's some core functions which are very complex nature, like GST compliances, regulatory compliances. How AI is transforming those kind of functions? That's we wanted to know.
So the transformation is phenomenal. We are in the 10th year of GST implementation in India. When GST introduced, almost 17 indirect taxes got subsumed. And over the last 9 years, we have seen a lot of changes in terms of how the GST got implemented. It started off through the technology backbone GSTN, where all the returns will have to be filed through them. Historical litigations got reduced, and the reporting disclosures also got neutralized. Now we are in a stage where government is using the 9-year data to actually audit the assessees. They're using technologies like DWIT, which is Advanced Indirect Tax Analytics Tool, which is by the CBIC. And similarly, BIFA, Business Fraud and Intelligence Analytics by the DGCI authorities of GST. You're using these tools to detect any frauds, any bogus transactions in the supply chain. And they've already seen, the success. The almost 15,000 crores tax got detected, in the process. So, which also means the industry also need to look at to see, whom they are transacting with. Is there a proper checks that they have made in terms of who the suppliers are? The reason why it's important is in the GST return filing, your credit is allowed only when the supplier makes the disclosure in his return in the GST1, and it automatically comes in. And if the supplier is not disclosing it, you don't get the credit, and that's a huge impact of working capital. So while it started off with a complex transition, but over a period of time through the use of technology and now using the AI tools, there are measures to detect frauds and also helping businesses to improve their efficiency. Earlier, a lot of finance and tax team used to spend time in channelizing their efforts in reconciling some base data, which got automated over a period of time. And then now AI tools are actually simplifying their efforts, and the time is maximum being spent in terms of strategy discussions, how they can govern using the data. That's the transition that we have seen over the last 8 years.
Thank you, Glenn. Vaibhav, you have an extensive experience in managing workforces, right? The question to you: AI changing the jobs across every industry. Okay, which skills do you believe will become most valuable over the next 5 years?
If you ask me from a 5 years perspective, first of all, the human skills, I'll say, because as the machine first approach is going on towards AI, again, the human approach, when I say, again, if we even talk about AI, every time we also say human in the loop. So again, the decision taking power still remains with the human. So again, human skills like critical thinking and adaptability remain the two important skills from a human perspective, and certainly the technology skills, again the AI, again learning, unlearning and relearning remains at the heart of that.
Thank you, Vaibhav. Vaibhav, one question which is very common industry on the AI ROI, that we recently heard. In fact, yesterday I was reading the news. Amazon, in one of their projects, they spent 170 crore, and the outcome they got, the benefit they got is 1 crore. And recently Uber CFO was saying that that they're going to stop giving tokens to their employees, or they're going to cut down that. How do you see that? The trend going forward? I can talk about it. This is what I get paid for in return. Let me put it. Let me take a step back, right? So the biggest problem today, why that 1 crore and 176 crores is mostly data related issue. When you start off your AI journey, you don't do the basics right, and hence when somebody tells you, okay, what is the difference between what you used to do earlier to now, you don't know, because you don't know what you used to do in baseline it from. Right? So you don't know what is the ground that you covered when you start using AI. So it's as simple as that. And so I used to be in engineering head before I got to BPFT, right? I used to do vehicle dynamics. My team used to develop software to keep vehicles safe on road, right? That's what we used to do. And my boss used to always tell us, okay, at the end of the year, can you tell me how much efficiency can you give? I would have no answer. So sometimes it's like karma coming back. Right now I'm helping them solve the problem. And the biggest problem of ROI is simply because you're not baselined. There's no other reason, if you ask me. The second reason is in your entire project planning, everything we do is a project at that level. Whether it's in R&D, whether it is in IT services or anything. If there is a project plan and you're trying to achieve some objective, you're not accounting for how much of AI is going. So this is another problem that industry is trying to solve. But earlier I used to have, and you will see a lot of, I've seen messages from Accenture or many of the service providers where they're telling, I have some X thousands of AI bots with me, which I count as a head count now. Right? I mean, this is a common statement nowadays, which is the right thing to do, which also means that earlier, if you're accounting 10 people in the project, can you tell me how many bots are in the project and how do you account? Right? And this is an evolving topic. I don't think there's an immediate answer right now, but the most effective way to do this right now is to baseline first, always. Otherwise, I'm 100% sure at the end of the project, you will not know what you achieved. And hence, you will not be able to quantify. It's as simple as that. Especially the ROI part, investment, we do this exercise called as AI potential assessment, which means that if you break down the process into 10 steps, not every step needs an agentic AI. It's a myth that everything can be done by AI. Only certain parts needs to be agentified purely based on what the ROI you'll get. So ROI should not be a conversation post-implementation, but it should be a strategy pre-implementation. That will solve most of the issues. Glenn, what's your point of view? So common question.
So the ROI from a tax or FP&A point of view is more of process improvement. It may not be real direct financial savings, but yeah, indirectly, because you would reduce the employee headcount, it probably increase more of technology cost. But yeah, efficiency is something that's the ROI. And fraud detection, as by using the AI tools and reducing the risks. These are the three major areas, from a tax and FP&A point of view. indirectly it could also increase the cost because a lot of technology will be used.
What's your point?
So again, to start with, we have seen a lot of IT organization and basically in the services sector giving licenses of various platforms. Okay, to all the employees or mostly to many of them, I'll say. So what is happening when it to see an ROI, the adoption need to be seen from an movement from individual to an enterprise level. Unless you move to an enterprise level, you cannot see an ROI, and that's where I believe there the challenge of tokens and other things came, where the cost was high as all the tokens were consumed because it was again handed over directly to the individuals rather than assessing the enterprise level and ROI. As he also mentioned about the baselining thing, right? So that is important to do before starting a project around.
I think that's true because most of the times when we have seen that we are talking about automation and intelligence over automation. So there are a lot of things which are supposed to be automated. We might not need to build a layer on top of that. There are a lot of places where they're like genuine AI use cases. So we need to benchmark. We need to strategize first before starting what's the use case all about.
And to start, sorry.
So that the thing of what I mentioned, right, the AI potential assessment, we actually do that. There's a system of record, which is your ERP, right? Then there's a system of efficiency, which is your automation. AI is system of intelligence. Don't confuse this with efficiency. Absolutely. AI is not supposed to bring you efficiency. It's beyond that. Actually.
And again, as you mentioned, right, IA and AI, both two different things, and there is a very thin line between that. And most of us are getting confused between intelligent automation versus artificial intelligence. So everything which can be done using automation has been named as an artificial intelligence currently.
That's true. That's true. Nice perspective. Yeah. Next, build versus buy. Okay. Should enterprise build their own AI capabilities or should they leverage platforms such as Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, or others?
So we are actually currently in conversation with multiple clients on this topic, right? So I don't think I have a view on this, but I'll tell you what others are doing. Anything, there are two, if I put it as x-axis and y-axis, the x-axis is whether it has IP or non-IP. So if it has some amount of IP, we recommend that you build and not buy. Or you do more of build and less of buy. The second is how much of efficiency you're gaining out of it. I mean, whether it is intelligence you're trying to build or efficiency. So if it is efficiency, you buy. Intelligence, you build. You do a 2x2 matrix, and then whatever comes as IP and intelligence, you always build yourself. Len, what's your perspective there?
It's almost the same. It all depends on what process, what areas that you want to use this AI tool for. If you have to reflect upon the GST tools that are there, which started off when the GST got implemented. Now every service provider has got the AI embedded into that, which usually, if I take an example, I touched upon an example where the supplier has to report the transaction in his GSTR1, which automatically gets reported in the buyer's dashboard. There is always a possibility of a mismatch, what you report and what you purchased. So AI tools are being used, to ensure that if there is any mismatch, automatic communication is sent to the suppliers. And then if there is any response, the dashboard here automatically gets updated. That kind of efficiency that is being brought in. The government from the other side has brought in the IMS, invoice management system, which also, applies a similar logic. So, it again depends on the case to case, whether you want to buy or use. Cost also becomes a factor.
Have you any point of view there?
Again, mixed of both, I'll say, because case to case basis, as others said, because even in CGI we also have our own platform named as Nexus, where we are onboarding our customer. It depends upon the use cases, how the use cases are, and what the use cases are. So again, a build approach is a better approach in terms of a long-term perspective. But again, yeah, in a short term, if someone wants to go ahead, a buy approach is better working for few of our customers.
That's a great perspective. I know, again, you're from workforce, you're heading HR. There's one question which is again very common question across the industry. How GCs are planning to upskill their employees at a scale?
Interesting. So again, upskilling. So if I take you a little back, so whenever the graduates in India are currently graduating, so only 10 to 20% are deployable currently as per the research says, directly into the setups. So what happens again, there is an important need for upskilling or learning, I'll say. Again, and in that 10 to 20% of cohort which you have, it is again divided into large organization, IT organizations, and the GCCs. So again, there the build plus buy approach works. So always build approach from a reskilling perspective, and again, they are heavily focusing on the AI piece, and not just that, also on the software aspects, okay, on the human skills as well. Because end of the day, we talk about, as I said, human in the loop, right? So again, human remains at the center to take a decision or to take a call.
Right. Thank you. I have a point of view. Sure, if you don't mind. So this whole upskilling, right, is very generically used nowadays. But if you look at organization's problem, and I can go back to my bot example, the problem is very different because you're trying to upskill across the pyramid, and the same formula will not work across the pyramid. The reason is the young generation does not need upskilling from a tech stack and a tool point of view. They are much better than you, right? They are more agile. They know how to use the tools, etc. Their problem is what kind of prompts to write, right? So their problem is they don't know the context. Tool karna, they know, right? But they don't know what to write in this. So you need to upskill them from a context perspective and industry knowledge perspective, right? The oldies like us maybe need to be upskilled from a tool perspective about what's available, how to use, how to create an agent, and in what context to use. Prompt we will write. The problem is, this whole upskilling and hence needs to be customized to the employee target base, right? And it can't be a one solution. So that's true. That's like a very focused upskilling, depending on your audience, who they are. If they are Gen Zs, they need to learn prompt engineering first. Right? Because with all the CTOs now today, if you go, everybody has a common problem. I've deployed Copilot for 25,000 people. I'm not getting an ROI for it. You will not. Simply because, the problem is different. Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Regarding biggest challenge, Raghu, what is the biggest challenge in moving AI from proof of concept to production? Is it technology, data, quality, governance, or change management? Okay, this is a very non-consulting view. This is a personal view, right? So when I took over as a head of engineering, we were implementing a AI tool or automation tool. I forgot it, right? And I was the head of engineering for about 5 years. At the end of 5 years, that pilot was still running. Okay, this is simply because you're stuck in pilots. You will not get ROI in pilots. Let's be very clear about it. You will get ROI only when you implement at scale. So if the management does not have the guts to kind of go on scale, we should not do it. Right? You would rather just not do it than try to do it in bits and pieces and call a great technology a failure. No, it is not. It is not the technology failure. It's an implementation failure. So, and this is and I kept telling my team, from 3 years you're showing me pilot only. But you need to go beyond pilots and you need to take that leap of faith at some point of time and tell, I will do it. And that is a leadership call. Today, if AI will fail, it's not because of the people who will do it, but it's because of the leadership who are too scared to take bold moves. Graham, what's your point of view there?
So in our environment, while as you said, we also have been trained in Copilot in our organization across the spectrum. But yeah, in our environment, we typically try to see how best you can utilize the AI tools. In the sense, what is the efficiency that you bring in? For example, we also do litigation services. We can't just replicate some case law into a context, automate it, and then without verification, as you mentioned, human in the loop, that is very important. So if we do too much dependency on the AI tools without getting into reviewing part of it, then that's going to be really challenging, especially from a tax point of view. We have had few high court cases also where judges made those remarks. We have had few countries, having issues with certain consulting firms where they just replicated certain reports without actually verifying. So AI tool is good to the extent that the data is properly formatted, is given in a proper shape for humans to make the decisions, and do the governance part of it. I think that's the limitation that we should have with respect to use of AI tools.
Yeah. Okay. Vibha, what's your perspective there?
Again, it's change which need to be adopted, and that's where a little resistance we are also seeing on the ground, where people need to adopt the change. Again, that fear, or you say still stickiness towards the old stack, that's still there. But again, we have to move at that mind shift, mindset shift need to happen.
Thank you. Raghu, in responsible AI, has AI becoming embedded into all business processes within an organization? How do organizations balance innovation with governance, ethics, privacy, and security?
Okay, I'm not the best person for this, but what people are doing, and I think maybe somebody from our tax will be able to know this better because of also the examples that we quoted, and a couple of examples that we quoted is also our side. You need to put a lot of guardrails for people. They need to know where to use it and where not to use it. Also, again, you need to look at the pyramid. The guardrails cannot be the same for everybody. The guardrails are more needed with the enthusiastic crowd at the bottom of the pyramid because they know what to do with it, but they don't know what is right and what is wrong sometimes. And usually, when you start doing this at a scale, it can go a little haywire, especially if you're writing reports, if you're doing software. Nowadays, you have software which can tell you which came from source to one, which came from AI, etc., which is okay, but you need to have that in place. So the erstwhile quality department no longer will have the traditional responsibility of just checking, quality of the code. They'll also have to check the authenticity of the code, right? And there are a lot of models coming in now. I don't know if you guys have heard about the CMMI A model, AI maturity model, which is very specific to AI. So there are governance mechanisms that are coming up, and on multiple fronts, right? You have to look at it from cybersecurity, code view, and sometimes if you're doing process work, you need to see if the documentation is right, wrong, etc. I'm not the best guy for this, but yeah.
Yeah, so repeating the same thought process. If I take an example of procure to pay or record to cash, the AI tools can be used to read the data from the supplier invoices. You reflect that and relate that to the PO, in terms of the number of days, that you need to pay, and then follow up, to ensure to get the payment. So that's the process generally. You need to define the process where you want to automate and use the AI tools. And practically, finance functions, these are the areas that someone is using it. Again, needs to be used only for data massaging, data crunching, data sophistication. But human intelligence is very important to take those appropriate calls.
Again, guardrail as well as now again India is introducing DPDP Act there, right? So again, that proper guardrails need to be taken. And recently, I was just scrolling across LinkedIn and found one of the organization implemented the bot for their customers to search and go ahead for that. But unfortunately, that the proper guardrails were not taken care, and hence one of the coders started using that chatbot or that platform for the Python coding and other things. So because the proper guardrails were not there, hence automatically their tokens got consumed. Okay, and that person used to get an output which he wanted to use.
I remember a similar use case when OpenAI, a couple of years back, when they started. There's one Fortune 500 company. Their MIS data was available in the OpenAI. Okay, before the quarter results supposed to come out, the stock got tanked 10% the same day. But now it's very in terms of security and privacy. Okay, there's one question which is freaking out everyone: is AI going to reduce number of jobs or increase number of jobs?
So if I may take this, so again, when the computer came, right, the first thing was again it is going to take away the jobs. Instead, what happened? A complete IT industry itself boomed, and we see lakhs and lakhs of employment around. Right? Certainly, it is going to change the way we work, but again, our new roles are going to evolve, and the way we deliver effectiveness and other things are going to change, but just we need to keep a pace with the change.
It's definitely a disruptive where new opportunities are going to evolve. As we progress, we need to unlearn, relearn, and be with the time. That's how we look at it. But it's definitely not going to take majority of the jobs. Some process, where is manual interference is there. I think those all will get automated and redefined. Otherwise, wherever there is a human interference, strategic decisions, governance involved, I think it will still continue. In fact, the value is going to increase more over a period of time because a lot of data will be available in different shape and form. So to analyze the data, someone has to be there to catch. So it's more going to be more of a high value addition, environment going forwards. Few processes.
Got it.
Like, not if I tell there are going to be no jobs lost, then I lose my job. I think it's definitely gonna change the layout of the job market. No doubt about it. And if any one of us think that it's not going to change, we are not in the reality. It is definitely going to change. It is going to change what we do, how we do, and to a large extent, and that as a result of that, there will be, I don't know, job losses, but they will just simply cease to exist. Right? It's like he gave the example of computers. So there were no more typewriters required, and hence there were no typists. The stenographer jobs which used to be there earlier ceased to exist. Did they? The people who adopted, did they get new jobs? Yes, they got new jobs. Right. So we should just look at it from that perspective. It's a positive change. It is only a change management that is happening right now, and people will get into new scheme of jobs, etc. I can see it in my own job. The number of times I go to analyst, and today I say, "Can you please tell me what is in this document?" Has drastically gone down. I don't use analysts as much as I used to a year ago. So now the analyst has to think, how can I add value so that my job stays relevant, right?
No, I'm personally to tech since last 25 years. Okay, there's one big deception which I've seen is that if there's the amount of tasks which are supposed to be done, earlier it used to take 1 week or 10 days. Now it can be done within an hour. So that kind of efficiency or disruption we are seeing. How the jobs are going to get evolved, how it's going to get changed. We're expecting it's going to be positive change. But let's see. Wait
Share an example, as tax consultant, we also review legal documents to ensure, proper tax clauses or the contract is properly drafted. It used to take few days to read the entire contract. Now it comes summary, in few seconds. We don't spend too much time on that. And summary is something that we use. And for the relevant clauses, we get into agreement, we use complete text.
Yeah. Oh, and if anybody in the room has not used it, you should try it. I'm sure all of you have used it, but simply amazing the amount of time it can save you. I mean, the example that you gave 10 days later, after doing so much of analysis, sometimes you'll realize you're down the wrong path.
Yeah.
But now at least I get to know 1 hour in 1 hour. Take a different path in 1 hour instead of 10 days.
That's true. That's true. Okay. One last question to all the panelists. Fast forward to 2030. What will define a successful AI first enterprise? What will organization be doing differently than they are doing today?
Yeah. Sure. Again, from a 2030 perspective, so AI will be again taking a seat in the skills, but again, human approach, as we talked about. And moreover, not just that, human should be assisting through it, and the loop engineering now coming into role, and certainly, and it will be very difficult to predict 2030, honestly, if you ask me, because every month, every week, something new is happening in the era of AI. So we started with AI, then prompt engineering, now loop engineering, and so on and so forth. It is growing drastically. So it will be difficult, but yeah, keeping pace with the things, learning, unlearning, and relearning, that will be the only defining moment for the
Change management, I think that's important. Government is doing their bit using all these AI tools to detect frauds. At the same time, organizations should look at improving the efficiencies of certain process. At the same time, ensuring that certain risks are covered, not really dependent on the AI, and that's where human in the loop becomes important. And lastly, organization, those who limit AI to data crunching management and have the human interference for governance, I think are going to thrive by 2030.
First of all, 2030 is not too far off, yeah. It's 2-3 years down the line. So I would like to give this example, this answer in a very with an example of what has happened in the past and what is going to happen in the future. And what is going to happen in future is going to be a multiple of what has happened in the past, right? Which is going to be more faster. So I come from, I used to work for Bosch. So China is a big market for German manufacturers. I don't know how many of you know. About 4 years ago, if you went to China, every out of 100 cars, 70 cars used to be foreign cars, not big. 4 years ago. Today, if you go, 70% is Chinese cars. And there is only two ways that they did it. One is electrification, of course. Right? And Western world could not catch up with their electrification pace. But the pace came from AI. Right? Their development cycle, a typical German car, a development cycle is about 3 years. That means if I think about a car model today, 3 years down the line, I will come up with a car in the production line. China can do this in 6 months. Okay, so that's the pace at which it's going. So I can only now use this example to say what is going to happen in 2030. Maybe Chinese will do it in a month. Right? So we better catch up. And to know, if you want to know what is the effect, Mercedes-Benz used to get 25% of their business from China. Last year, do you know how many cars they sold in China? 630. Exactly. Numbers in hundreds they sold. Right? And that is purely because of their laggardness in adopting to new things. Right? So,
how is BYD doing?
Excellent. I mean, BYD is going to take over the world in a few months, if I'm not. I mean, they're already past. They're already past Tesla and everybody else. Tesla is only a Instagram worthy material, but BYD is the actual thing.
The benefit scale of BYD is compared to Tesla is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking more in terms of tech complexity, right? BYD is a lot more tech, etc. Right?
Thank you to all panelists for sharing such a practical and diverse perspectives. Okay, and takeaway summary is that AI is just not a tool or a technology. It is going to change the way we deliver, the way we operate our values, and the way we serve customers, our commitments, everything. So thank you, thanks a lot, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, couple. Can I request the hostess to kind of give a token of appreciation? Can I invite Rajat to the stage? Thank you so much. This is the moment that I think we should capture for such insightful discussions that we've had. Thank you so much, everyone. We've talked about AI, what AI can do, and what exactly is AI. So we have our in-house magician, and I would like to invite him here to show what we can actually do with AI. May I invite Mr. Harsha Rao, Director AI Strategy and Consulting, Regenesys AI, to the stage. And so Harsha has been working closely with enterprises across industries. Harsha helps organization move beyond AI experimentation towards enterprise-wide AI adoption through intelligent workflows, digital employees, and autonomous business processes. So can we put our hands together for Mr. Harsha Rao?
It's nearing lunch hour, but yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. And my name is Harsha Rao, Director for AI Strategy and Consulting at Regenesys. So let me present something, something about AI, about the future of AI. I was actually tempted to say, future of humans here. How would it look like in 2030, 2040, 2050? I don't know, right? But I was contained saying that no, you need to speak about future of AI and not humans, right? So let's look at the future of AI. How do we look at Regenesys, and how is the world looking at it? And probably what's the idea of future of AI from our perspective, human perspective, right? So 3 areas that we are currently pondering, also working on, are autonomous enterprises operating on itself, right? Digital employees, and then enterprise transformations using these AI tools, AI technologies, whatever it is, right? So let's look at how we want to really visualize all these transformations that are happening in the world. Of course, I'm talking about amalgamation and coordination among humans and AI agents here, right? So just like we have self-driving cars that drives itself, right? Cars that drives humans. So in tomorrow's world, probably it's happening right now also. Work is driving itself. Let's look at who's driving that work and then under whose control it is. Are we under control, or is it agents who will be in control in the future? Or should we allow AI agents to be in control in the future? So that's what we'll be looking at, right? Look at this diagram. This is very, very interesting. Which
recording in progress.
Right? We are not predicting. I'm not predicting. This I asked AI to predict what would be the future of itself and what would be the future of humans. Right. So look at the first diagram. It says era 1 was automation, where we scripted the automation. Right? And era 2 is, second era is AI agents now. Like we are using digital employees, AI agents, right? So we are in the midst of second era right now. What's the coming era? What's the third? Agent teams self-managing, right? And then we don't know what's next. We'll have to name them. Probably we'll take help of AI to name the fourth era and so on. What's that technology? We're not sure. Whether it is in 2030, 2040 or 2050, we're not sure, right? But one thing is very, very clear, and that has to be the case always. We have to be in control. We humans have to be in control all the time. Whether AI is all pervasive, whether we are running the world through AI agents or any future technologies, but we have to be in control all the time, right? That we should ensure. And I'm very, very selfish here because I want my children to grow, sustain, and survive and become more profitable and sustainable. And I want my grandchildren to do that, and their children and their children and their children. If I talk about AI taking over, I'm actually doing injustice to ourselves, to our future generations, and so on. So my appeal to all of us here is never, never allow AI to take over. Don't have that technology built that takes over human beings, because that's our survival at the end of the day, right? So we have to be in control. We have to be in command of AI all the time. That's the message I want to give you. So having said that, if we have to put ourselves at the center and AI do all the work, this is the architecture we have visualized at Regenesys, right? Where, remember when we used to work in US, American people used to say that, follow the sun, meaning you do the work in US during their daytime, and also you allow other countries to work for them during their nighttime, right? Is that possible with India? Is that possible with Africa? Is that possible with other countries? Which America showed us the way. Yes, it is possible with AI agents, where we will be working during the day, probably less and less during the day, and we allow AI agents to work through the night and through the extended hours, through the weekends, and so on, so that we enjoy our lives. We actually don't do hard work of handling all the routine tasks, routine work that actually bores us to death, right? So you hand all those tasks to AI agents. So if you look at this architecture, this is basically a 24/7 follow the sun methodology, which US actually engaged in the earlier days, right? Where at in the night, AI agents keep working while your team sleeps. And during the day, people and AI agents work side by side, right? And every job is paired with one or more agents, which means if I have to point out teams here, look at this. This team is having this round red circle is the human, and rest all these diamond shapes are the agents. This is how our future teams will look like, right? And they will all work together round the clock 24/7. That's how it will be, right? So following this methodology, this architecture, we actually built 9 AI agents to a large manufacturing company in India. I can take their name. I'll take the name a little bit later, and they have allowed us to do that because we did one of the most pioneering work for them, enabling their 9 large divisions, which is the centerfold of their organization, which means their 9 divisions, which are part of this large manufacturing equipment company, is completely now enabled by AI and AI agents. So let me actually show you a live demonstration of it, where AI agents are able to work along with their leaders, their leadership teams, their leads, their tech folks, management folks 24/7, running their divisions across the globe. And this is what is the system that we built, 9-stage enterprise agentic system. I can take the name. We did this for Thermax, which is the energy equipment, large energy equipment manufacturing company in the world, enabling all of their 9 divisions, which is their marketing division, their sales division, and their business division, commercial and legal, project planning, engineering is the heart of their business. When they manufacture large equipments, the size of which can actually seat 2,500 people within their chillers and coolers and so on, right? Those designs are now enabled through AI agents, through AI technologies and so on. So the engineering division now running along with AI agents was the largest achievement that we had with them. Procurement and manufacturing, commissioning, and operations and maintenance services, right? So every division has a lead AI agent working along with their human leads and human managers and human executives, right? Let me take one example of the engineering division. In the engineering division, there's an engineering design agent, which is their lifeline, right? If the design goes wrong, nothing goes forward at the end of the day. It has to be perfect, near perfect. It goes through several iterations for several days and several weeks and several months. It's where we introduced AI agents, which works along with their expert designers to automate the designing and bring down the period of completion of engineering design from days and months, weeks, to few hours, probably within a day or two, right? So these agents, who are known as engineering design agents, work with their own tools. Manufacturing companies' own tools. They work with tools. They work with their data backbone, complete data backbone, and then they can bring in any kind of design, futuristic design, and so on, upload them. And once these AI agents are equipped with the necessary tools, the data backbone, and any new designs that they want, they just have to click. And the agents take over. It could be one agent, it could be multiple agents, and then it starts producing results then and there. Now, there's extracting from the drawings, extracting data, classifying whether it is a make or a buy. Decision making is also part of your design agents. It's just not designing, engineering designing, but also decision making, right? Validating engineering designs and check if there are any deviations, because they also work with human designers. They also do a quality check of whatever the humans are doing, right? It's also the other way around. Whatever the AI agents are designing, humans also check back whether it is correct or not, right? Then agents will produce all sorts of results, including complete history and what the design should have, right? And the engineering drawings themselves, right? I'm not showing the engineering drawings here because that's their IP, but what goes into the complete engineering drawing happens as I speak. It has happened right away, and it's still working. Probably, a complete engineering design of an equipment, probably a part of the equipment or the whole equipment, it will take around 12 hours to 24 hours for it to generate. But the entire phenomena of the design, around the design, the explanations, the qualifications, everything happens through the agents. And once this gets completed, there will be HITL, human in the loop, right? Human in the loop, people will take a look at those, do some corrections, tweak things, and so on. Again, agents work on top of those tweaks and suggestions, and then complete the engineering design. The entire process takes within 12 to 24 hours. One of the toughest engineering design that used to take about 18 days now has got reduced to days. And we are working towards reducing it to even 12 hours and so on. Right? So this is the world that we're talking about. We call it agentic AI agents and so on. No, this is a phenomenal intelligent technology that we are working with, right? That can actually work with us, ease our life, and probably innovate along with us. And that's the world that we want to work with, and that's the future of AI that we are seeing. But again, I would want to reiterate, don't give complete control to AI, which it has the capability to take control, remember, right? But we should not go that extent. We should control, we should be in command of AI, and that should be the future of AI. Thank you very much. Right, yeah. Any questions? I'd be happy to take.
One thing I just want to ask you, industry point of view, yes, you define all the things. How you are connecting this entire your solution or your experience with academia? Because you have different academic institutions, healthcare, technology, business management, even engineering. So how you are trying to map from upskill or even plus new skill, what are the term that you mentioned?
Yeah, it's a very important question. Yeah, I was talking about enabling businesses through AI agents. Now, what is AI agent? AI agent is nothing but whatever the instructions that you give at the end of the day. And we call it plain, simple English, prompting, and so on, right? When you change the nature of prompting, when you change the nature of the language or change the nature of the instructions, it gets morphed into adapting it to any other sectors or education or anything like that, right? So it's like probably I don't know whether I can relate it to we human beings. I was working in a specific sector for about 5 or 6 years. Then I changed industry. I had to learn, relearn, forget whatever I learned, right, and then relearn again, which we all are doing today. We are unlearning and relearning and so on. That happens much faster in AI agents because you just change the nature of the instructions, it adapts, it transforms itself in performing whatever that you want with respect to your sector. Right? Yeah, it's very easy, that can be achieved. Okay, yeah. Dr. Marco is saying humans are slow learners, right? More risk covers and slow to change, whereas AI can change much faster than you think. Right?
This particular, yeah. So what you just saw is a CXO training program where we designed, because we don't want them to be, how to train people on AI is different from training people on technology. So when we did this CXO batch, we brought them to this world, that how this world is transforming, and we build agents. So the moment the CXOs started building and seeing the power, and when they gone through this particular training program, now we are building the 9 agents for them. So that's a consulting work. So the correlation of how learning is moving towards advisory to consulting and building products is happening. So while we do academia work also, the center of excellence, when we say, is to build businesses, empower businesses. In fact, we had a very interesting conversation with one of the universities, and the vice chancellor of a university said, I'm not bothered about how my kids are going to study, because they're going to study on their own. You teach them what to build. what to build. So this technology is to be built, and that's what we are doing here.
Absolutely. Rightly put, Vijay. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to ask a question again. I think there's been a lot of discussions around agents coming into the workforce theoretically in a lot of places. And first time I'm actually seeing this, not just a real case, but essentially how this looks like. But an HR person at heart, my question essentially is, as you look at this structure, one is how do you make that structure for a team, and essentially then how do you decide how many agents, what do they do? So broadly, the organization has done that. What have they done to be able to get here?
Yeah. So if you have to enable any system with agents, you have to have, let me go a little technical. You have to have 5 layers of stack of AI technology, right from your infrastructure to your LLMs, to your inferencing engine and your data and so on. Once you have all of those 5 layers built into, which you bring it together, right? Then it's a matter of just saying, I need this. For example, if you want to enable HR systems, recruitment systems, or onboarding systems, and so on, once you have these 5 layers in your machines as part of your infrastructure, then it's a matter of building either through tech or through non-tech. Right? You can build, and how do you decide the structures? Probably you don't follow the human structures, right? There is a different engineering structure that you need to build using AI agents. I was showing you, right, this one human and then multiple agents, one human and multiple agents. That's the structure you need to look at, and also plan for 24/7 operations. Right. So yeah, that's how.
I'll give you a much. It's a very technical answer. I'll give you a non-technical answer. We have something called Agent Harsha. So you just meet him, just book a appointment. We call him Agent Harsha. Agent Vinod.
Where's the link to the calendar?
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
I see everything from security perspective. So just wanted to understand with this entire agents which are there, any exaggeration or hallucination by a marketing agent can what I felt, can cascade down and can also push the engineering agent to build something which is not practical. And so how to secure that? What is the security layer that's happening to secure this agentic automatic AI that's happening?
Yeah. Okay. Hallucination, security issues, privacy issues, all of these issues happen when you use general purpose models and general purpose AI, which is, your OpenAI's models or Claude models, Gemini models, and so on, right? You can't eliminate hallucinations. You can't guarantee security, privacy, and so on with your data. You cannot, even using your open source models, which is Meta's model and so on. Even if you bring in large language models as your own, even then there is hallucinations. That's where we go towards small vertical language models, where we train our own small models and specifically build security models, which actually takes care of the data security, data privacy, and protection of your data. And that acts as a guardrails. When we say guardrails, these are not instructions, these are small language models that we build ourselves and employ them as security agents to take care of the security within the infrastructure, within the inference layers, within the communication layers, and so on. So SLM is the way to go about it.
What if a autonomous system is confidently wrong for a period of 6 months, 7 months, or a year? How do we handle this? Like, because it's autonomous, right? It handles their own way of thoughts or assumptions. So how do we handle this?
Yeah. Again, very pertinent questions because we will be working with AI most of the time from here on, right? So the current answer, or the current solution is HITL, what is known as human in the loop, right? You don't You shouldn't have 100% autonomous systems. When it goes wrong in a very drastic way, right? So you have to have intermittent human in the loop all the time. And that's what we should be building all the time, right? Don't take away us from the loop of business, from the loop of the work, and so on. Always we have to be in control. The 9 agents that I showed, right? Every stage there is human in the loop. Right? So we don't build 100% autonomous systems. We build autonomous systems with human in the loop. That's the answer for today, but I don't know about the future. Thank you. Yeah.
So a huge stack of workloads across, like, so there is the end user and there is the originator.
Yes.
So what is the traffic required for them? What is the road which is required in layman's language? So there's a lot of AIs in it, like, and there are a lot of agents which are going to be virtual agents who are going to sit in there.
Right, right.
Will this make a difference going ahead? Because last thing, because India is deprived of connectivity. So where do we stand with this kind of progress? What will be the requirement?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, a very good, let's say, business question. There's a cost involved with using AI, huge cost involved with using AI. There's also privacy and security issues, hallucinations, and so on. So the answer for all these things is to have our own AI, which is built in-house. And what does it require to build small agents? Small sized agents basically is not beyond the current GPU machines that we get basic GPU machines that we get, right? So that's all is required for you. We don't have to have huge data center like operations for us to run all of these agents, as long as you're not using any of the big tech companies agents, which requires huge infrastructure, huge cost to be put in place, and so on, and huge effort to be put in place, because technology changes and the cost changes and so on. You have to adapt to it. Rather, you build your own AI. I think that's where our sovereign AI comes into picture, right? We have to build our own and operate. Doesn't require much of infrastructure. Basic infrastructure would do, and we have experimented with that, and we've been successful.
Hi, sir. I'm from healthcare sector. What, as per Viksit Bharat 2047, we are going to transform into 2047. All has to be in the digitalized platform. So, if patient aspect, any confidentiality, everything will be there. That should not project out. How we can protect that through this AI?
Absolutely, yeah. So, data protection, data privacy is a big issue today, right? So, I would fall back on using our own sovereign AI, using our own creations within AI. Today, we are using somebody else's AI models, AI technologies, AI infrastructure, and so on, right? We have to go towards having our own AI infrastructure, own AI models, own AI technology, and we have to control it. In that way, we control the data privacy and data security as well. Is that possible today standing here? It's a little difficult, but I think the technology is improving, and we are also learning from, I should say, through some of the technology Chinese are using. They are coming out with certain models and so on, right? So there is a technology that is existing beyond what Americans are visualizing. I think we can also add to it, bring in a technology that we create and we control. In that way, we'll be able to address those issues.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Harsha. Let's give a big hand to Harsha. This is the reason why Harsha heads our AI solutioning and strategy. And please reach out to Himani for any of the conversations we want to take forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Harsha. That was indeed insightful and practical masterclass, demonstrating how agentic AI is moving beyond theory into real enterprise implementations. And as organizations prepare for the next gen of AI-powered options, I believe conversations like these will help leaders understand how and what does it take to make it possible, and what is already achievable in the world today. Thank you. So for the next session, we have a quick one. I would like to invite Mr. Sachin Tripathi, Principal Consultant, AI and Gen AI Solution Expert, Regenesys AI, who will present Tech for Academia, highlighting how AI can enable future-ready institutions and empower the next generations of learners. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put it up for Mr. Sachin Tripathi?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I know it's getting late for lunch. We'll keep this short. So this is something which is very important because we know we are building the future, right? Now, the most important aspect in terms of corporate, you need people who have that skill, and that will come from their academics, right? Now, the issues in academics as of now, where can we implement AI? Where can we streamline the entire process? So there is a complete ecosystem. That is something which is our approach, and this is what we are trying to build and apply it all across the world in terms of academics, so that it gets streamlined. We don't spend a lot of time in terms of doing manual labor, specifically when it comes to academia. So as a part of this particular presentation, we'll be looking at the challenge. What is the challenge as of now in terms of campuses all across the globe, not just India? What is the ecosystem thinking? Okay, so how can we have several different components integrated together in one single fabric, right? Very simple example, Microsoft has got a Power BI fabric, for instance. Okay, so Power System is there, Power BI is there, Copilot is there, a lot of things are there in that fabric. In the same manner, lot of different aspects come into a campus. So how can we implement AI on all those different aspects? Not just implement, but integrate it in one complete ecosystem, make it completely streamlined. And what will happen because of this? The time that is spent doing this manual labor can be further used into the training of the students. Very simple example, a 45-minute class, 5 minutes alone goes into the attendance. Are you present? Are you present? No, yes, absent, like that. And then in examination, different subjects examination happens, teachers evaluate, but then the entire different subjects, different evaluation sheets, all of these records, these are all done manually. Now imagine if we can have a system in place which can do this entire thing like this. Students will not have that thinking, oh, I have to wait for 2 months to get the result. What should I choose? Where should I go next? What skill would I benefit from in terms of the current industry? And the teachers, the academicians will also have that enough amount of time to focus primarily on building the intelligence of the student rather than working on that manual labor. So campus automation for teachers and students day to day. We also have something known as AI library. Then the same ecosystem is applicable to different grounds and domains as well. So if you are able to implement this sort of aspect in an academic campus, same thing can be taken, just the domain can be changed, the solution will remain the same. Concept behind the solution will remain the same. Only a little bit of implementation and the data policies, the privacy and security concerns will come into play. Rest, the entire architecture will remain the same. And what would be the impact and roadmap? So that is something that we're going to discuss. Now, these are the problems. I have already told all of you attendance and timetable, the most problematic thing as of now. It starts in school, it goes up till university. Even if a student is doing an online class, there also a lot of time goes in terms of attendance marking. We have Zoom, we have Teams, we can get the data, we can get the record for how much time the student was present in the classroom. But was that student actually present in the classroom? So that sort of aspect, these all challenges are there. Library records. Lot of library, you can understand, library is something which is very vital in the life of a student. Okay. Now imagine if we can have a system in place which not only showcases that these are the books that you need for your developing your skills, but also automatically recommends that next is this, next is this, next is this. Now, if just for the sake of example, you go to any engineering college, CS, computer science background, and you ask that what do you want to be? The student will say, I want to be an AI engineer. But then if you ask, do you know the roadmap? How will you become an AI engineer? The student will be blank. He or she will only be able to tell, I should know Python programming, or I should be able to know a little bit about statistics, but then they will not know the entire roadmap or what books to consult, right? That is the main issue. They will not know that they have to read algorithms by Corman. They will not know that they have to read database management systems by Henry Korth or Navate for that matter. They will not know that mathematics by H.K. Das is important, though they have studied, but it all goes away, right? Then grading and report cards. Manual evaluation is one of the biggest bottlenecks. We have all seen paper leaks. These sort of issues are very common. And then evaluating that aspect, going in that particular pattern, that is something which is very important. Student also loses the focus, and obviously the faculty loses the focus. And there is no real-time visibility. These all things are manual files which are scattered across. And if you want to get a cumulative report, it's not there. It's all fabricated. You have to bring everything in one place. It takes a lot of time. So we are looking at an ecosystem thinking where all these aspects are combined in one single fabric. The first is campus automation, wherein we can use biometric check-in, digital timetables, assignments and LMS system where each student can see on the dashboard that what I have to study, how much progression I have done, what all MCQs, etc. I have to answer, all these aspects, right? Similarly, the library aspect which I talked about, auto tag-in, recommendation through NLP, inventory and usage analytics, then obviously the assessment aspect, which is the most important thing. So this is something where Tech for Academia in terms of AI, and not just AI, we can also include some of the other aspects like IoT, even blockchain in terms of cryptography and everything, in terms of evaluation, etc. And these all aspects can be done in not just admissions and enrollment, but hostel and transport, placement and alumni, campus security and IoT. So this is something which is the need of the hour as of now. One single fabric which is able to deal with this, lessen the manual labor and give a chance to students to focus on the most important aspects, along with the faculties who spend months in evaluating the sheets and everything, to focus on the subject and provide the best for their students. The expected impact is 40% less paperwork, faster result turnaround, which is 3x, single dashboard which showcases everything, every detail about the student, every aspect, and 24/7 real-time visibility. So the roadmap is pretty straightforward. Lay the foundation. We start with campus automation, expand it towards the automation and admissions, integrated with different dashboards, transport, security, hostel services and everything, and finally the optimization. So whatever time it is taking, we optimize each and everything. We get the AI-driven insights as fast as possible. So this is the entire approach that I wanted to present in terms of Tech for Academia.
Thank you, Sachin, and we would love to play the video that we made. Can we play the video, please? Artificial intelligence is transforming every industry and redefining what employers expect from graduates. Technical knowledge alone is no longer enough. Students need AI literacy, digital skills, practical experience, and the confidence to thrive in an AI powered workplace. The question is no longer, should institutions introduce AI? The real question is, are our graduates ready for the future of work? Employability cannot be built through a single workshop or one course. It must be embedded throughout the entire learning journey. That's where Regenesys partners with colleges and universities to build future ready institutions. We empower educators through our AI for Educators program, enabling faculty to confidently integrate AI into teaching, assessment, research, and academic administration. Students develop in demand capabilities through our integrated future skills programs, embedding AI, data, digital, communication, and workplace skills directly into the curriculum. Our employability enhancement programs strengthen practical, analytical, and workplace readiness skills, while assessment led pathways identify capability gaps and connect students to certifications, mentorship, internships, and live industry projects. Institutions can also establish centers of excellence in AI, data science, and emerging technologies, bringing together research, training, certification, and industry collaboration. Beyond academics, the Regenesis Next Generation Campus creates a connected digital ecosystem that improves operational efficiency, student support, and data driven decision making. The result is an institution where educators are AI enabled, learning aligns with industry, students graduate with demonstrable skills, and campuses are truly future ready. Regenesis helps institutions move beyond conventional education, creating meaningful pathways from learning to employability. Together, let's prepare students not just to enter the future of work, but to lead it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, I know we've been waiting long for the lunch. We are a little delayed. However, as promised, we will have, time for lunch. And in the meantime, if you want to explore the health ATM, you would have Omkar here, and we can break for lunch, a quick one, and then I will see you sharp at 2:30. All right, thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch.
1% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 60% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. 61% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen Health, An integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkup or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessments and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health, transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care, simplified. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200-plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessments and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health, transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care, simplified. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, A no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Health needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests, including HbA1c and lipid profile, from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart rhythm and lung sound. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment. Receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Regen Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care simplified. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA. A no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests, including HbA1c and lipid profile, from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart rate and lung sound. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment. And receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Regen Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care simplified. of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery, driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI competent, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Health needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostic, AI insight, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessments and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Regen Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care simplified. Of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery, driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI competent, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Health needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Regen, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostic, AI insight, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessments and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health, transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart Care Simplified. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Health needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests, including HbA1c and lipid profile, from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart and lung. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment and receive AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesys of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostics, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests, including HbA1c and lipid profile, from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI-analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart and lung. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care simplified. % of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI competent, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostic, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart care simplified. % of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing, and more. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200 plus AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI competent, and AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. Healthcare needs to be smarter, faster, and connected. Meet Region Health, an integrated health screening ATM that brings advanced diagnostic, AI insights, and telemedicine into one seamless platform. Start with a fast registration. Pick your checkups or customize your test suite in seconds. Instantly measure your height, temperature, SpO2, and blood pressure, plus complete body composition including body fat, BMI, and muscle mass using dual frequency tech. Get 5 key blood tests including HbA1c and lipid profile from just one single prick. Follow up with a 30-second AI analyzed ECG and automated lung function testing. Our digital stethoscope uses AI to detect heart murmurs and lung sounds. Complete vision, color, and audiometry tests, or use HD smart scopes for targeted ear and skin diagnostics. Evaluate mental wellness with built-in WHO assessment and receive a customized 7-day AI diet plan tailored to your medical profile and lifestyle. Review clear disease-wise summaries immediately. Get your color-coded smart report via thermal print, WhatsApp, or email. Need expert advice? Connect live with a doctor who can review your real-time vitals and send an instant e-prescription. Region Health. Transforming health screening, diagnostics, and care delivery. Smart Care simplifies. Percent of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesys School of AI, where AI meets real-world transformation, from engineers to executives across BFSI, healthcare, marketing. We're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200+ AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident, AI capable. Regenesys School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI. AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning ours. The intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready, it's AI powered, AI confident.
Can I request all of you to please settle down and take down the seats? A very warm welcome all of you. As we begin this afternoon sessions, we turn our attention to one of the sectors where artificial intelligence has the potential to create perhaps its greatest human impact. Beyond automation and enterprise productivity, AI is transforming the way healthcare is delivered, improving diagnostics, enabling personalized treatment, expanding access to quality care, and ultimately improving all our lives. Our next panel discussion is titled AI Beyond Diagnosis, Building Intelligent Healthcare Ecosystems. The conversation brings together distinguished leaders from healthcare, medicine, technology, and innovation to discuss how AI is defining patient care, hospital operations, preventive healthcare, and the future of medical ecosystems. Moderating this session, may I invite Mr. Manoj Nagaraj, Managing Partner, Regenesys AI. As a Managing Partner at Regenesys AI, Manoj Nagaraj brings together healthcare, business, and AI expertise to lead the conversation on the future of intelligent healthcare. Manoj, can we have you? Joining him are an accomplished panel of healthcare and technology leaders. May I invite Dr. N. Rohini Priyalakshmi, Chief Operating Officer, KIMS Hospital, with extensive experience in hospital administration and clinical operations. Dr. N. Rohini Priyalakshmi is driving AI-enabled healthcare through operational excellence, quality, and data-driven decision making. Our next panelist would be Dr. Malika Arjun, founder Smiles Foundation and World Autism Society. Through the Smiles Foundation and the World Autism Society, Dr. Malika Arjun champions inclusive technology-enabled healthcare that improves access, affordability, and community impact. Next, we have Mr. Rajesh T, Director Cognizant. Rajesh brings deep expertise in healthcare technology, helping organizations scale secure, integrated AI solutions from pilots to enterprise-wide implementation. And next, we have Dr. Bharat Raju, President, Indian Medical Association, Bengaluru, representing the clinical community. Dr. Bharat Raju advocates for the responsible adoption of AI with a strong focus on patient safety, medical ethics, and clinical trust. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are here to begin the panel. Can I have a huge round of applause for all our panelists and moderator? Over to you, Manoj.
Very good afternoon. How is everyone doing today? Okay, are you having fun? Okay, so how was the lunch? If you had it? Okay, very good. Okay, so thank you so much for your time. So we have a distinguished panelist here. So looking forward to have exciting sessions on the very favorite topic of everyone, AI beyond diagnostics, right? So let's get started. So we will let's start with the basic questions which everybody wants to understand. What does AI means beyond diagnosis, right? Which everybody is asking today. Is it on the clinical side or is it on the diagnostic side? So so with that, I'd like to bring Dr. Rohini. And the question, Dr. Rohini, is when we hear AI in healthcare, most people immediately think of radiology or diagnostics, right? And in your opinion, as the chief operating officer, what does AI beyond diagnosis actually mean based on your experience? And I request your comment on this, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. All the time, everywhere we are listening AI, AI, AI. AI is definitely going to change in healthcare. Of course, yes. But AI cannot replace the clinicians or hospital. Hospital sector can replace, not the clinician. What I mean to say, and every patient, like one example I want to say, every patient is coming with their reports and they're inculcating in the chat GPT whatever the AI right now is there, and they're coming with all the plan of the action before meeting the doctor itself, they are coming with everything. Like what are the medication they want to use, what surgery they want to plan. But before that, they are getting more stress and making family also stress. Then they are coming to the hospital and saying, this is the problem we got. Somewhere they are going to labs and they're doing and they're coming back. Definitely AI is there, but clinical correlation is mandatory. And one more thing, what we are observing at hospital, what we need for health sector is how patient flow is happening. Once the patient is entering into the hospital, till OPD to IP discharge, that is the thing is mandatory. How patient is having, they are having any data complaints is there or not, and they are having any like data confidentiality has to be there, and how their financial status is there, they are having insurance or not. This all has to be matter for AI beyond diagnosis. Not only diagnosis is not the thing to uh, talk about it. We need all these aspects to think of having proper healthcare sector.
So on the operation side, you're talking about whatever the operations that one has to go through in the hospitals, we have an opportunity to, apply AI, make it more streamlined, make it more automated, and deliver that impactful experience for the
Exactly,
patient.
exactly what I mean to be.
Okay.
Actually,
Good
most
point.
of the things, most of the hospitals, what we are having, most of the patients are coming. Then, but after some time, they are not coming back. That we are not able to see. Once we inculcate AI into the reagent, kind of what before the sessions was happened,
Yes.
we can reduce that patient flow. Somewhere they are going to competitor or where we can create any reagent for that.
Yes.
At least we can know that patient what problem he faced because of any operational excellence patient are left, or if they are having any financial crisis kind of like that, then we can work on that and we can give more affordable to the patient. I mean to say we can retain the patient in proper way. If the patient is not satisfied with our services kind of like that, with this reagent because after writing consultation, we'll refer patient to come back after 10 days for review or 1 month review. If patient is not coming back, definitely they'll have some problem that we can rectify with a
Follow reminders.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
good point. So okay, thank you. So I would like to bring Rajesh here. Rajesh, your vast experience working with global clients.
Yeah.
On the HLS side. So I would like to hear your thoughts on what AI means beyond a diagnosis, based on your experience, please.
Sure. First of all, I am the only non-doctor in this panel. When all three are doctors and they are more close to the clinical and diagnosis and so on and so forth. I'm more on the back office side, right? It's very boring side where we don't talk about.
That is what we call AI beyond diagnosis.
So, but definitely, according to me, since I worked 25 years in IT enabled service, closely seeing through the healthcare ecosystem, more I just touch the US lives, not in India, but my clients are more in US. Diagnosis is only 20%. It's a tip of the iceberg. There are still 80%, which is like your health plans, hospital management systems, your life science, research, labs, data governance, and our field, which is like IT, data structure, and last but not least, the government and governance and so on and so forth. So these 80%, I think these areas where the AI started getting accelerating equivalent to diagnosis. If we need to understand what is that 80%, so definitely all these 7 bricks, what I said, definitely there is a thing. From IT enabled service, the usage of AI has increased significantly. We are helping hospitals and management systems with simplifying the doctors' timing so that they can spend more time with doctors instead of writing the notes, transcription, and all those things, right? Submitting the claims and billings and fighting with the payers for payment. That is called appeals and so on and so forth. So AI has went into that greatest level. That is on provider side, and from payer side, which is the most closest to my area, representing an insurance companies, we have accelerated a lot of things from processing the claims, because in US there are around 33 crore people and they submit close to 10 billion claims every year. Those claims, all those things comes through machine, then 80% it gets auto adjudicated, and then remaining 20% falls out and it comes to India, Philippines, or wherever it goes as a back office operations. And it's a very humongous task. They have They have lakhs and lakhs of people working across all three locations and geos. AI has gone deep into it, and it is really bringing money back to the payers. So payer and provider, I would touch in that way. But AI is definitely booming on the 80%.
Right. So 80%, it's evolving, it's growing.
Yes.
While 20% of the market being on the diagnosis side.
Yes.
Great point. Great point. Thank you. So we understood what AI means, where are the opportunities, and what are the trends. So let's move on to the the next interesting topic anyway. Futuristically speaking, hospitals today are dealing with staff shortages, rising patient expectations, and financial pressures. If you were designing a truly AI-enabled hospital from the scratch, what would be the first three capabilities you would implement to deliver that smart hospital concept? Let me start with you, Dr. Rohini, since you are closer to the operation side.
Actually, already I started 3 years back. We started EHR. How we are having our government EMR is there, electronic medical records. Like that, we created EHR, electronic health records. So once the patient enters, from there, how patient has to go to next level. For everything is interconnected with the system, and everything we'll get the pop up if any VIP patient are coming, if any patient is going for any admission, if patient has to go to the lab, patient has to going for the admission, everything will be like single point of. And right now I'm here, I'm having my device in my phone itself. I can see how many patients are there in hospital, how many patients are today walking for the OPD, how many patients are at IP, how many at emergency, if the patient want any blood products, if blood products are available in the hospital or not, everything I can see in my phone. I thought of showing, but
Sure.
I am not able to show that. Already I taken permission, but time is not there to show that. These are the things we are taking already. Apart from that, digitally we has to be inculcate everything like a for patient also has to be there. We also should have. So once patient is coming with this EHR module, what we can do is patient no need to carry every time they are coming to hospital. Then they no need to bring the records under to us. So whenever patient walk in emergency, if they're coming also, we'll have all the data in the hand. So clinicians also will have the easy access for the patient what we are doing at hospital.
Okay. So in short, you are moving towards the paperless hospital.
Exactly.
Helping patients, helping management.
Exactly.
Great
Right
point.
now we are not into 100% paperless. Almost IP was paperless. Mostly within a 7 month span, our target is to be in a digitalized way.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Again, I would like to bring you, Rajesh, with your vast experience on the provider side.
Sure.
So in your experience and your current engagements, what are some of the three capabilities that your providers are working on to deliver the next generation smart hospital concept?
Okay, I'll tell what is my wish first. Okay, as a layman.
Yeah.
Every time we go to doctors, they do some scanning and testing and everything, and like piecemeal pace, they are saying that you have headache, you have heart attack, and all those things. As a layman, I would wish if some tank can be created, some solutions, put the patient into it and get it one shot, all the diseases comes out. And if I can do every year also, I can do that.
So that can be considered as an operational AI application, yes.
Something like that. But on a
That's where healthcare, like executive health checkups came, sir.
Checkup, yeah.
Few people has to go for at least 6 months, if not at least 1 year. Once you people, everybody has to go.
Everybody has to go. But even in that, during that annual medical checkup, it's only few diseases symptoms are coming out, right? What I am envisioning is like put the patient into one water tank and then everything, one shot. So, but yeah, something like that.
Yes, we already have a solution for that. Thank you, Marco.
Absolutely, Marco. But on a serious note, I think doctor touched upon one is a messy data. Since I have been IT and IT enabled service, problem is for us is messy data, broken data. The data doesn't talk with each other. For example, the doctor's information doesn't talk with your patient or whatever it is, right? Interoperability. I was talking with sir in the morning. That is a main problem for us. Without cleaning this, you can't build the AI about. The foundation is data.
Okay, great. So
for that, I'm having one point here, because once we has to give data in proper way to like a government or whoever it is. Right now, so many CTOs, everybody is here, like agents, whoever is doing here. My question is, because we are giving data to you people, then how confidential it will be? And as per DPDP Act, if you are releasing without patient consent, if you are sharing the patient credentials to anyone, actually we are having 50 CR like amount they'll charge for us. Now it's going to be like 150 CR as a penalty from next year onwards. So how you people will give that governance for the patient, that confidentiality, how we can maintain? Already, I think sir was explained that we have to create for our healthcare what we need. Like internally, we have to create like that. How it will be internally we are creating also. How protected it is.
So importance of data, importance of governance on the operation side, and importance of having good quality data. Without that, good AI cannot be built. It's the cost from a summary. Thank you. So we understood what is diagnosis beyond AI, and we understood what would be some of the key capabilities that will drive the future intelligent hospital concept. Let's come to one of the favorite topic of everybody. Is AI is going to replace doctors. So the questions I would like to bring Dr. Bharat to here. There is a growing concern that AI may replace clinicians. Others argue that AI will become a trusted assistant. How do you envision the future relationship between clinicians and AI? I think there's no better person than other than Dr. Bharat Raju, being President of Medical Association with 8,000 doctors as part of this. I'm sure we would love to hear your thoughts on this, doctor.
Thank you. And before that, I would like to tell Rajesh that the only solution is you'll have to pray for the God of medicine. So no amount of technology or no amount of whatever I was telling about the barrel thing, it's not going to do that. Keeping in getting on a healthy person, only prayers might help. And coming to whether AI will replace, and nothing can replace good clinical skills. So irrespective of what the technology might do, as they were discussing, you might just draft out and put it in a proper order. But at the end of the day, no amount of data, whether it is a diagnosis or in clinical practice, is going to supersede or take over a good clinical judgment, which comes by years of practice. So I don't think AI or any technology might support clinical practice, but it's not going to take over the clinician.
Okay. So it will play the role of an assistant, enhancing the efficiency and efficacy of the doctor from a delivery, but definitely do not replace. Okay, well taken. So since we are talking about AI becoming an assistant, so it is a payer's subject again, the IT side. So I would love to come back to you, Rajesh, for your thoughts on this.
I agreed with what sir said. So we cannot, allow the patient to be handled by an AI completely. There's nothing. There's not a concept of autopilot, right? We need to. I mean, the AI can be a co-pilot to the doctor, not an autopilot. Autopilot works in the selfless, the driverless car. So okay, because even there also it is. I think it's a magic only. The driverless car, which is running in China today, zigzag everywhere. And I know, being in a data side of the world, how much of algorithms it processes in that millisecond, so that the car goes in a proper way, right? So that level of algorithms can be built in the human clinical side. Probably not today, maybe in the future. Okay, it can happen. But for now, it has to be a co-pilot for doctors.
So we're all happy that it will play the role of a co-pilot, but not a
autopilot.
Or not a autopilot. So doctors are here to stay, and doctors will coexist with the AI assistants. Good to hear. Thank you. So another important subject and topic from the audience perspective, which is need of the hour, in my opinion. Moving from a reactive healthcare to predictive healthcare, which is a subject given the percentage of BP, sugar that the population has. So the question I would like to bring to the panel is: healthcare has traditionally been reactive. We all agree. We treat patients after they become sick. AI now enables predictive care using wearable devices, remote monitoring, genomics, and population health analytics. How close are we to making preventive healthcare a default model? So what does it take? Does it take the behavioral change, educations from the patient perspective? So I would like to bring Dr. Mallikarjun and for this wonderful subject, important one. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so I'll split this answer into three sections. The first thing, when you ask about how close we are, India just now set the foundation. Looking at ABDM in terms of entire digital guidelines, ABA for digital healthcare, and even SAHI structured for AI. And the important thing is, if you look at this, the three sections which I mentioned, the infrastructure, when you say healthcare or even Viksit Bharat is achieved, when this entire solution is approached to even the remote person who is even bedridden, whom we call it as person with what I can say, with a different ability. So now when it comes to here, infrastructure is something, if you look at the major transformation, what is happening here is, there is a proverb, always we have been hearing for last 3 to 4 decades, prevention is better than cure. But now as a researcher, the new statement is early intervention is half cure. That is where India is heading. Okay. And now looking at this entire thing you're doing, AI works with simple logic, garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't have an infrastructure which can connect data from remote patient monitoring or even personalize the health, or even not just only converting smart hospitals, is more about smart communities. When you set up a remote early intervention setup, in fact, I was happy to see that kiosk where that can be installed in a mobile, where you can send to class B city or class C village, where there is no medical facility. You can do a boot camp, collect the real-time data, and second thing is, it has to reach all the people, irrespective of whoever it is, whether they're financially good or whether they are in educated or a farmer or irrespective of culture. The second thing is about the important point. Once getting into predictive analytics, any models that you look at, especially in healthcare, I'll give one live example. 30 years back, I developed a tool called CVDFP, Cardiovascular Disease Management Program. That I'm just only a technologist. Pfizer Pharmacy was the people who funded it. So that time our goal is to check all the health, EEG, ECG, angiogram and all. And then we used to generate a report. So during that time, if patient is having illness, we treat as one. If patient is having no illness or maybe surgery somewhere related, the left side or right side is Boolean value, only 0 and 1. If typo error happens 0 to 1, the surgery from left side becomes right side. Simple. So that is the way how even AI also works in the same thing. Now when you come to India like population, we are 140 crore population. As per ABA records, as on yesterday, 1st August, this 96 lakh people has been accounts created, and 107 crore people electronic medical records were created, and 5 lakh doctors has been verified and authorized in the entire database. So now looking at the data, pandemic given us one benchmark. For every 1,000 population, you have one doctor. But whereas with the current data, what ABA or even this entire records, the data which is telling about ABDM, it is talking about 2,000 population. I'm just dividing 140 crore divided by 5 lakh. It is giving 1 is to 2,000. So that means when you reach even class A city, you also need important, the word which mentioned is about interoperability and data ingestion. Because you can't expect a village person to give you in a structured format. You have to take unstructured data, you need to transform and then convert into real time. The third important thing is the availability of resources. Not just only implement your technology solutions, AI, develop your products or benchmarking or even setting guidelines. You also need to train the users how to use it. If you don't train them, then it will not happen. And especially when it comes to healthcare, in any business like either engineering or even a banking finance, if something goes wrong, you may be substitute with penalty. But whereas in healthcare, you don't have a second choice. Even you don't have a DR facility. You have to be proactive and real time. So that is very important. And important here is today when you look at that ratio of people, we are talking about predict and prescriptive analytics. This works with simple two models. One is, first model is discrete event method, where when incident happens, you will just look at whatever the current incident happened and look at from the doctor's opinion and then you treat it. The second is about preventive. So you are taking the historical data, you are checking the current status of the patient and you are planning for future. predict and prescriptive analytics. That is where India is heading it, and that will happen in next 3 years. The reason why I'm telling here is no one expected we'll get 5G and smartphones. But landline to mobile, we got it. Now we got smartphone. AI phones are there. The important thing everyone is talking about AI, cloud and all, security and all. This is going to change when infrastructure layer quantum comes into picture, because the computing power is changing from 1 is to 2000 ratio, where your real time PET CT facts, all this time will be come up real time, where your predictive analytics will come into live, and India is going to achieve in another 3 to 4 years, like UPI or even Aadhaar card. Same thing, our ABA ID card and the important MR.
So, Dr. Valjan, thank you for the wonderful summarization. I'm happy to say that I like the statement you made. Early intervention is half cure, and also the data part, and also the importance of operational health brand that you see. It's already addressed that, and as part of the research projects and the collaborative work. Thank you. I would like to bring Dr. Bharat, based on your clinical experience, both as from a leadership and a clinical. Request your comment on this, Dr.
The same issue. I just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah.
See, we have a separate branch of medicine, which is preventive and social medicine. Okay, so they have been working towards community health. So whatever preventable diseases or communicable diseases, they work on it. But why nobody knows about that branch of medicine is they're less exposed, because they work with the community. And where do they lack? They lack in funding, which comes from the government. So, and even any institute will not promote preventive and social medicine, because the corporate setup would not want to prevent. So they want reactive medicine. So they are more interested in reactive medicine than preventive or predictive medicine. So probably this data, if it can reach the remotest part, what we call the last mile connectivity, if we can collect data from there, then it might help in the preventive aspect of communicable diseases. But there are certain diseases which, no matter what you assess, and as Sir was telling, like you can't. There's no one solution for everything. There's so many, in spite of so many diagnoses. I just want to quote a physician friend of mine, much younger to me. He's a non-smoker, non-alcoholic. He is a physician, chest physician himself. He had cough, undiagnosed. Within 1 month, he died of lung. So he's a chest physician himself. So there's so many things which, irrespective of what you do, what you diagnose and investigation, you miss out a lot of things. So that no, not a clinician nor a AI or nor any technology can help us with that. Only thing, timely intervention is the only thing which can help. So AI might support us to pick up the symptoms earlier, or so on.
Just a point. So the preventive healthcare is here to stay, and we all realize the importance of it. Ensuring that the right infrastructure, coverage, reach, and also the accuracy, if provided, certainly it could become a reality. So well taken. So coming to another favorite, everybody which talks about AI, there is some mistrust. And is it biased? Is it ethical? Governance, so on and so forth. So one question for the panel is: healthcare generates enormous amount of data, but AI is only as good as the data it learns from. We already talked about it. How can healthcare organizations balance innovation with privacy, governance, and responsible AI? I would like to bring Dr. Rohini, and you are close to the subject again, being the COO and dealing with the patient data on a daily basis. So your comments on this important topic, please.
I support
Okay,
that.
please.
Basically, this governance, when we talk about, let's look at the EMR and open EMR and the innovation. So primarily, if you look at all the medical history, what is happening, there is no way that doctor and patient engagement can be replaced. So patient has to be treated by a doctor, whether it's a technology, AI, or a robotic, or any kind of innovation. What it will help is only, it is a utility. It is only helping doctor to look at how best he can treat the patient. So now let me give a live example of the innovation when it comes. For example, let's look at any hospital, whichever hospital you want to pick up. When you want to book a doctor's appointment, currently what is happening is when you know a doctor, you go to that department and then you book an appointment, it's a physical or even in person. But when it comes to innovative or AI integrated, you don't expect a person know the doctor. You will have like a normal open search. You will type the symptom what you have. Then it will give you a list of doctors who is available, not only from the current hospital, because you are talking about open EMR and the innovation coming in. Like the mobile you purchase with different features or car with different features, because even if you look at automobile, the same steering, same chassis, same, but based upon the value add services. Here also, for every patient, innovation is given support even for second opinion. Because when some doctors says they want surgery, they are looking for second opinion with some quality of data, where this entire innovation comes into picture. That is one thing. The second thing is about genomics. This is something which is currently helping the innovation, gene mapping or even completely biomarkers, where you can compare the family history and then you can predict what can be your hereditary issues in future so that you can prepare for it. That is another thing. And important innovation is about globalization, where you are talking about irrespective of illness. Important, for example, innovation when you talk about even a doctor who completes MBBS, even MD. Now the volume of patients they need to support is very high. So now you need simulators. So there are 3D like air or even driving related to pilot training or even car driving kind of thing. Doctors also put into innovative simulators where they were augmented reality or virtual reality. And because when you do stitching or even surgery, there is a timeline that they need to follow protocol and process. Within how many seconds they need to clean the blood clot, how many minutes they have to stitch it. So doctors are also made practice with simulators so that it is really helping them with innovative, so that within less time, even if you look at Narayana Hrudalaya, they talk about Lean and Six Sigma, which generally followed in normal manufacturing plant. Lean is nothing but left to right. If anything happens, everyone has an equal thing. Six Sigma is about one error accepted in 4 million transactions. So he also talks about the same thing. Instead of one patient at a time using technology and robotic, 4 patients will be treated so that the cost will be reduced. So that it's a combination of robotic as well as doctor where they are using and also practicing equally so that the cost and satisfaction is given the quality of service. So ultimately innovation is helping in learning, setting the benchmarks and also looking at your quality of service.
Well, point taken, doctor. So you talked about the importance of triage, right? Based on the symptoms, the AI can, from a decision, I know which doctor to see, especially if they don't know whom to see if it is a fresh patient, right? So the AI triage concept we've already integrated into our regional health plan. So I just want to bring it up. But great points. Thank you for sharing it. Since it is, data governance and privacy, it is close to IT. I'm sure this is common to both on the peer side and the provider side. Mr. Rajesh, can you request your comment on this, please?
No data is bad, no data is good, as long as how I use it, where I use it, why I use it. Okay, if we understand the purpose of these three, then I think all data is good. But one problem with AI is AI can understand the context, can go and read the data in the form of context, and it can take its own actions and decisions. That is where is a problem. The traditional automation, it can't do that. They don't understand the context. Traditional automation will do what you say. So that is easy to manage. It is like a layman example is like AI is like a lion in the jungle, right? So as long as your data is you put the lion into the zoo in a caged way, it is okay. Controlled data in a controlled environment, data regular governance on the data, and the zookeeper being responsible, then you are safe. You can go to that zoo park and you can enjoy the lion. But if you miss these three things, lion will eat you. AI will eat you. This is what Dr. Harsha was telling in that morning example as well. Responsible AI and governance and controlled environment is very important. So go ahead for the scale. Okay,
Great point. So thanks for sharing that, Mr. Rajesh. So another favorite topic, I believe this is a favorite topic of Chairman Dr. Marco as well. Can AI democratize healthcare? Can it bring down the cost, affordability, and provide the quality for the lost man connectivity, as Dr. Bharat said? So the question for the panel would be, one of the biggest promises of AI is improving healthcare access, especially in the underserved communities and people who are not able to. Both the kind of the segments you have. What innovations do you believe will have the greatest impact in rural and resource constrained settings, including the people who are not able, right? So three segments. I would like to bring Dr. Mallikarjun, and with your rich experience working in this segments, please.
So this I will answer as a healthcare architect, early intervention specialist, and a researcher. I'll connect the dots because it is talking about even rehab and even durability people. So primarily, if you look at the entire technology or AI, it is not just converting hospitals, e-hospitals into smart hospitals. You need to build smarter communities, and you need to make happy patients, whether they are from any culture or a financial background or even whichever language they are. So here what we need to look at is how best you can reach them. And primarily when you talk about technology, the first thing always comes when you talk about remote patients is about remote patient monitoring. So this is something where you are talking about even the kiosk. Now you also have non-contact method technologies. You don't need to wear either wearables or anything. In fact, if those who are interested, they can look at my blog, autismhelp.in. One of the product I just endorsed it, where one of the person who got amputated, he invented from the race cars, advanced physics and microsensor, connecting and predicting your entire personalized health, looking at your sleep apnea, vitals and all without contacting humans. The same kind of thing you need to look at pediatric to geriatric, E2G. Especially this is something where remote people, even let's take about a person working in US, an NRI, he is still worried about his parents who are lying in a village where you have a limited healthcare facilities. So here we need to talk about or understand not just telemedicine, telehealth services, where you are integrating clinical, even earlier we were discussing about paramedical people need to be trained and all. So timely you need to do, and the GCCs which are coming in, that would really help even to reach even the remote places. And moreover, government is laying the policies, guidelines, security, technology, people are implementing it. But same time, on the ground reality, you also need to educate public sector units, that is PSUs in the villages, and similarly even ASHA workers who are going into CBR, community-based rehab activities. That is another thing. Until date, we are talking about doing miracles or magic when a patient comes to hospital. Doctors are good, have the technology, EMR, all PET CT. Another challenge that currently, even look at even Singapore, 60,000 medical devices are not connected to network. Because if you look at PET CT and fax, that is where these portable things comes into picture, like use and throw. 3 years you use it, then it depletion happens. But whereas the fax or PET CT, you need to bring the patient or even anybody, you need to spend time, and waiting time is more, and then you need to work on. And when the troubleshooting happens, the troubleshooting technical people open some security ports, and they are vulnerable to even security. That's why all DICOM equipment in a hospital are removed from the network. Because the moment you connect, they are security vulnerable. They will not meet the security. Okay. So last point but not least is about Viksit Bharat is achieved when you touch even people who are profound. Especially if you look at our PWD Act, 1996 when it is defined, it is only 7 disabilities. Now it is talking about 21 disabilities, which includes Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and even cerebral palsy. Those who can't even come out of bed, Those were profound category. So you need to use your entire services even to reach them. Then only Viksit Bharat can be achieved. And I hope that will be achieved shortly because of the pace that entire India is moving on.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. So thanks for that wonderful insight. I think in the interest of time, Dr. Bharat, I request your comment on this. You have 60 seconds, please. So I need to know this.
I mean, as Mallikarjun was pointing out, the last mile. So if you can reach, it is not just about diagnosing or giving a prescription. Whether they follow the prescription, who's going to ensure that? So you need to have some trained healthcare workers. Like in India, we have the ASHA workers who interact with the community. But only thing, whether they use the technology or the information or misuse, who's going to monitor that? Again, governance comes into effect. So with all this, I think any technology would assist us than take over any of these things. But only it will be a success if it can reach the last patient who doesn't have access to any kind of healthcare.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. Last question for the panel. 60 seconds to respond. Interesting projects. As AI is evolving and moving to the adoption aggressively in the enterprises. And the question to the panel is: many healthcare organizations have successfully launched AI pilots, yet very few have scaled them across the enterprise. What separates successful AI transformation from isolated experiments? Maybe I'll request Rohini, madam, you have 60 seconds to respond, please.
Well, for these, actually, we launched dosy equipment. What once the patient is going to the bed, from no need to give any assistance to the patient. If a normal patient is coming with fever, also sometimes they are landing up with cardiac arrest. Something is happening. Mostly in the night times, we are seeing code blues are happening. So for that, we connected through bed. Only one small probe will be there to the either finger we can keep at hand fingers or to the foot fingers. They'll have the SpO2 will be connected, and if they are having any changes in the heart related thing, anything that will be like alert will get to the clinician who is treating doctor. They'll get the alert point, and it will go to the nursing table as well. So most of the time nurses will be near to the patient. First they'll go and see if anything is there. Emergency team will be there, and doctor also will be get alert. From last we'll get the management also will get the alert. So by that way we are seeing so many, we saved so many patients now. We inculcated that recently last 7 months back. It was successfully, it worked.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. Since it is pilot to enterprise scale, so sorry I had to bring you Rajesh here. Again, it's a right question from a provider perspective. Have you, based on your experience, can you have a quick comment, please? 60 seconds.
No, the real bottleneck in moving transitioning from pilot to enterprise is basically data, right? Messy data, interoperability not there, data not talking with each other. These two are basic, which is really putting a hold. Then comes the upskilling of your company resources, your commitment from leadership, and so on and so forth. But if you ask me, data.
Oh, all right. So I have one rapid round. I will not take significance from all the panelists. Let me start with Dr. Rohini. You have 30 seconds to respond. Rapid round. One AI capability every hospital CEO should invest during the next 12 months. What would that be? 30 seconds.
Well, actually, if any patient, actually, patients are the gods to the healthcare sector. Whatever the patient comes to hospital, they should not diagnose. How we are diagnosing diseases not matters. How patient is coming, how clinician is happy. Then now, how we are giving utmost care to the patient beyond the hospital walls. I need to say.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mallikarjun, one innovation that could improve healthcare access. 30 seconds.
Yeah, very simple. As I mentioned, predictive to prescriptive, gene mapping and biomarkers is something where you can predict your future from your grandparents and parents. By default, anyhow, you are doing your DNA testing and all. But same time, technology, if you give you data driven, that yes, particular gene is giving me a challenge because of my learning difficulty or even a development difficulty.
So
especially
genomics is what you're trying
yes,
to say.
genomics and biomarkers.
Got it, doctor. So Rajesh, enterprise healthcare AI. So what is the biggest misconception today, which is a bottleneck for adoption? 30 seconds.
Misconception today is basically this AI will replace all the professionals and
From a healthcare,
they'll send home.
that's
Yeah, that won't definitely it won't happen. Uh, the co-pilot model, what I said, this will always be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Dr. Bharat, one skill every healthcare professional should learn in the next 3 to 5 years. What would that be? 30 seconds.
So every healthcare professional should be tech savvy and also AI literate. So because the way that the pace which AI is coming into all the fields, we should not be scared of technology or utilizing AI. Before it becomes mandatory for us to use AI, we should be able to question it, assess it, and utilize it for the betterment of our healthcare rather than be scared of it. And medicine has been an evolving science from the earlier days where they would diagnose with just looking at the pulse. Then stethoscopes came, X-rays came. Now with all the advanced diagnostics we have, AI is another tool which might help us better our clinical management.
Okay. Thank you. With this, we conclude the panel. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Wonderful insight. I'm sure the audience have enjoyed it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Can I request the hostess to kind of bring the gifts? And can I invite Mr. Saif Lokanwala to hand over token of appreciation to our panelists? Sincere thanks and appreciation to each of our esteemed panelists. Now we kind of look at having a quick demonstration, Manoj, a quick demonstration, the health ATM. You have 3 to 4 minutes because that is just in the interest of the time. Can we have a volunteer, please?
Yeah.
Please.
This fine. So what we're going to give a quick demo is the basic vital check, which includes the when you go to a OPD consulting, typically they check your height, weight, SpO2, temperature, and the BP. We'll see how quickly we could do it, and using the health ATM, what we have developed here. Quickly. So we are doing the health check, the height check rather, and the weight. We need to do a registration first with the mobile number so that report can be shared to your WhatsApp quickly. The future technologies will be voice activated so that you don't need to type. You just speak and the machine will understand and fill the form for you. In our future enhancements. So weight is done, height we are checking. Then we do a SpO2 and temperature. That as and when we are doing that, the numbers gets displayed and gets integrated to your report as the vitals are being done. So have a seat. Do a quick BB. So the idea of this mission does as many as 65 different screens can be done in one single mission, which includes 40 non-invasive and 25 invasive. These missions, we have all the certifications from all the regulatory bodies, CDSO, ISO 27000 from the security, and 12348 from the compliance and safety, so on and so forth. So this is also, we are calling this a micro clinic primarily because the subset of the clinical services, what you would have got it in your hospital is all available here. Screening is done, teleconsultation is done through telehealth services, what we have. Also, e-prescriptions and delivery is integrated with the online pharmacies, which we have partnered with Tata. So all information is integrated nicely into one package, and just like any other clinic. So this is also we are positioning as a micro clinic in the market. So you can see the ECG is done under 30 seconds, unlike in hospital, which takes at least about 15 minutes. With the different sensors, a state-of-the-art sensor, what we've used from a OEM partner called Body Mobile. So the idea is many clinics do not have this infrastructure, which we all talked about, to do the vitals before they go for OPD consulting. This will address that very well because it is quick, it is accurate, and the OPD slip can be generated through the machine, and just patient can pick it up and walk into the consulting rooms. So you can see under a couple of minutes the entire OPD is done, and the slip is generated, and he has already received his the AI report, both from the BM diagnostic perspective and recommendations, all under 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so we just wanted to check, have you ever done a test so fast?
It is almost quarter a day to go for executive checkup.
And you have to take a leave to be there at the office. So any questions here that what kind, because this is transformational. We wanted not just to keep the AI at the classroom or an academic discussion. We wanted to showcase where AI is being used and how AI is transforming healthcare. Yeah. Any questions?
Devices always need a calibration, right? So I know AI is data driven, and end of the day, it's a electronic device. How often do you need to get it calibrated?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, yeah, as you look at the missions, whatever the accessories we have used as part of the healthcare delivery, so they're all certified, tested with 95% accuracy, and data that is being used, with close to about 8 million patients across 3,500 locations. So it is done, and we already got certification from the regulatory bodies. And given that, have we stopped calibration? Answer is no. Are we trying to continue as we do the enhancement? Answer is yes. And we regularly publish what is called tolerance certifications. As and when the new enhancement happens, it is published and submitted to the authorities for pre-approval. Make sure that we stay on track as far as what we say, what we claim from accuracy perspective. That is being addressed, madam. Thank you.
How many patients we can utilize this Regen Health? Any number for that mission?
Any number of patient can use. There's no limit.
No, sir. I'm not asking about the age. How many patients we can see with this device, or a number of patients means how many number anything is there for calculation?
This one, if you want to do a big, quick OPD, 6 different tests, as per the OPD consulting, it will take not less than 5 minutes. And depending on 5 minutes per patient, you can calibrate with one machine. And if you can set up multiple number of machines, you could double your throughput. There's no limitation. No limitation. So yeah, 5 minutes per patient is a throughput. If you want to make it, in 5 minutes, 5 minutes, you want to, screen to 5 to 10 machines. Parallelly, you need to set up more number of machines.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Actually,
no limit.
like a end of life will be.
End of life is all these tests, as any other field, all these are reformation or 3 years. 3 years after 3 years, nothing needs to be done.
Okay.
Because all the accessories, everything is fitted for 3 years. Only the consumables you need to buy, as and when the you exhaust the consumers like strips and other things. Otherwise, the machine is good for 3 years. Yeah. So correct. So yeah, applications. We got opportunity to work with government of Karnataka, primarily from the public sector hospital. The use case what we are trying to solve them is, and number of patients are high, resources are low. So what is happening is, typically in all these district hospitals or the government hospitals, average queue time is between 45 minutes to 1 hour. So the question is, can we reduce it? If so, how? Why? Because there are a lot of checks and balances in government hospital. BPL check, card check, and the vitals needs to be done, payment has to be done. So many checks, KYC, our ID has to be generated, right? So there are 4 or 5 distinct validation needs to be done, 4 or 5 workflows has to be validated. So I think the one of the biggest use case what we are trying to solve using this machine is reducing the queue time. So I think the tag that is given to us is under 15 minutes from 1 hour. That is one thing. Second thing is corporate wellness, biggest market for us, because all of the corporates are mandated to have their employees, screened at least once or twice a year. And typically they bring in a doctors and do all those things. So those were the older days. Now the screening is on demand because of the technology.
So one more add-on question.
Yeah.
Actually, once the patient is doing, whoever it is, how long the data will be inculcated there? Till 3 years it will be there, or
5 years, madam.
Till 5 years we'll have the data, all the patient data.
Have the patient, yes. Okay. So the corporate wellness, then the campus wellness, campus program, corporate wellness program, and the hospitals, right? And also even some of the labs. Labs are using this as the first-hand screening, right? You don't need to do the lab test immediately. They're using this as the quick and immediate, point of care. So to screen all the relevant tests, if there is a red flags, then only you spend money and time to do for a lab test, based on the customer requirement. So that is from the lab end. Yes, sir. Yes, doctor.
Clinical first-hand trying, I mean, preliminary screening versus this portable. What is the cost factor that really helps when you have a huge population that need to be addressed?
So cost factor, see from the huge population, from a public health network, you're talking about coverage and reach. So we are looking at a population of 1 mission per 10,000. Okay. So which we are trying to do in the state of UP. Okay. And because the state of UP, you talked about the average. There, the average is 4,500 population. I think around 5,000 every doctor. There's a huge gap. WHO says 1 doctor per 1,000, but UP has probably the highest gap between 4 to 5,000. So the accessibility is poor and quality is also less. So we are trying to identify 6 to 10,000 and setting up all these micro clinics there with the help of the state government. Yes. Yes.
Apart from the electronic component, does it have any cartridge or something like that which you need to refill or replace in a timely?
The printing part. You saw the printing that needs to be replaced.
That is the only thing.
Yeah. Okay. There's no other thing. The only strips are for consumables. All and then everything is a software driven there. Software. Maintained remotely, managed remotely, patches are upgraded remotely. The software what we launch is also updated. Just like this is nothing but a health operating system, you can say. Managed and remotely. And all the security is also upgraded, managed remotely. So we have a centralized place where we take care of it post installation. Yeah. Who is the custodian? Let's say if KIMS owns the mission, they own the data. We are just a service provider to help them to monitor, manage, and administer. So we don't want the data. Yeah, we're just a service provider. Whoever buys it, whoever wants it, they want it, and we provide them the cloud space. Their all the data's created, stored, and accessed, managed, and we help them as a service provider to manage it if they need it, taking backups and so on and so forth. Yes. It is given to them. Either their internal IT team can manage it, that we can help them to manage it on their behalf. Both options are there. So yeah, that depends, right? If we take some hospitals do not have IT, they said you come and do it as a service provider end to end, as a managed service provider, we'll take care of it. In some big hospitals, they have their internal IT. They will call us only if they're required. We'll come, set it up once, and hand over. Their internal IT will take the responsibility in that case. Like Narayana, Netralaya, and Narayana, they have 300 for Manipur, they have 400 client IT. So they take the ownership of it. Small hospitals will take the ownership, but they do not have a people inside. Yeah. So yeah, this is all currently hosted in Amazon. It's for India. I mean, the data is protected from a patient perspective, and it's backed up. So, and we are already ISO 27000 certified. So DP, Data Protection Act is compliant, ABA compliant, ISO 27000 is compliant. So I think we have taken care of all the certifications. So without the patient, no data is shared with any of the third parties. If that is a concern, we already addressed that.
ISO 27000,
One.
that's exactly.
Yeah, ISO 27001. Correct. Yeah. Anything else? Thank you everyone. Thanks for your time. Yeah. So this is sorry, just one quick presentations I would like to provide. So this was for one of the largest hospital in Bangalore, Jaideva. I'm sure all of you have heard it. The use case is very simple. Jaideva works with 18 insurance and TPA providers, and they have 400 patients coming in every day for all these pacemakers and the procedures. And if you go there, there's only one insurance clerk, and there's huge line, and all of them asking the same questions: Is this procedure is covered? Is my insurance policy covers this? If so, if it is not covered, what is the copay? So we have proposed a AI-driven solution. We call it as a media assistant. The answer is simple. Here is my insurance policy, and the hospital says my cover the pacemaker coverage is 2.5 lakhs. Does it cover? If it covers, how much if it's covered? Otherwise, what is the balance? Because the patient is in a state of anxiety in that case, and the insurance clerk is not aware. This is this admission is done. Procedure has to go through. You are trying to work on your budget. Yeah. No, Medias is just the name of the agent, madam. Don't take it. This is not a TPA. It is a region health assistant. Yeah, we will change that name. So the answer is I am. See, my mother is in the hospital. 2.4 lakhs. I need to make. I don't know if my health insurance covers or not. So the insurance clerk is busy. So I go and ask the assistant. I will say, I'll just upload my insurance policy. I'll ask a question. Okay, help me. Basically what we call comprehension, because each of the medical policy is about 48 pages. Yeah. It is self-driven. If there's a kiosk is set up in the hospitals, I walk into this, agent is there. Instead of me asking the question to the insurance clerk, I ask the assistant, can you help me to comprehend my own insurance policy? No, insurance clerk, madam, not insurance doctor. Doctors are there. Clerks are not required. Or they're limited by the time. On their behalf, the agent will answer all the questions. This is another agentic AI solution. Yeah. So we quickly do a quick demo. Okay, just upload this one. Yeah.
Integrate it in future. If you have your Aadhaar ID and it is linked with your insurance policy, then you simply give your Aadhaar ID. It will pull your insurance policy, and again this interface will open with the same information.
Okay, so we'll give some couple of questions. Just a summarization. Comprehension is a use case. Help me to understand my own insurance policy in the context of my coverage, premium, so on and so forth, because I'm not able to read 48 pages in the shortest period of time and make a sense out of it. Yeah, that's what we are trying to do. Can you just fire 2-3 questions so that we can quickly go through it? Oh, yeah. So have you uploaded your insurance? Yeah. So he has uploaded the insurance and just asked a few questions. What is my coverage? So yeah. Take this.
So when you go to an agent, the insurance clerk, what 60% of the questions are same. You ask the same question and you occupy the time of that person, and there's a queue and there's a frustration.
because at that time you need the insurance and you want to ask more. That person is not able to answer, so he might be answering one or two questions and ask you to wait. This is where you can ask all that questions and you can prepare in advance. Sure. Okay. So basically, so as you said, yeah, go ahead, please.
You put the
Yes, yes.
desk, right? Claim desk or insurance desk. They, based on your, yes, you update all those details, but at the same time, based on your clinical data, they say this is not covered, this is not covered.
Yes.
So are you
Yes.
integrating that your clinical data with this so that it gives you whether this is covered or not?
Correct. So the procedure, you get a quote from a hospital that your procedure costs 2.48 lakhs. If you're doing the pacemaker of this brand is allowed with us, this is what is covered. But sometimes insurance policy covers only specific brands, do not cover all the brands, depending on which insurance you take. The hospital will not say that. The hospital will say either you pay or you get this covered.
Okay.
So that information is hidden in the policy, or we have to talk to the insurance and get that information. All right, so that he can say yes or he can say no. Or if you say yes, how much he can pay, how much he has to budget. This typical question happens in a typical hospital. Yeah.
So in this, it is not that you have to upload your policy alone. You can actually add the TNC documents and all documents in one single, right? And because this hidden information may not be in your 5-page of policy, but that 25-page of TNC which they have given, where the coverages and all it reads through that also, and it will tell you your boundary conditions that what is covered.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the idea. Any questions? So basically, insurance clerk conversation with the patient is being automated here. Okay, so because same question asked by 400 people on the same subject. The range policies, what is my copay, what is not copay, and the contextualizes the specific health policy around. Otherwise, the question remains same.
So yeah, right now the system is on the competency of the clerk there. So it standardizes it. You don't have to worry about did he give the right answer. So
yeah, okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Mohit. And if I may quickly summarize this, artificial intelligence is not going to take doctors away or the jobs away. It's really going to empower them and help them do more with the limited time they all have. Right. Moving to the next session. So we are looking forward to have an MOU exchange ceremony. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, since every meaningful transformation is built on strong partnerships, today's summit is not only about conversations, it's about collaboration. It's about bringing together academia, industry, government, innovation, ecosystems to build India's AI future together. We now witness the MOU exchange ceremony marking the formal launch of new partnership and strengthening industry academia collaboration. So may I please invite Mr. Vijay Joy, CEO Regenesys AI, Mr. Saif Lokanwala, Head Sales Regenesys AI, Mr. Amit Chaudhary, Director Technical KPMG, Ms. Malti Sharma, Associate Director Sales Regenesys AI, and Ms. Himani Chauhan, Lead B2I Regenesys AI. Can we have you on the stage, please?
you saw in the starting, so what you saw in the starting, we showcased that what we are building and what is our plan, and then we showcased our products and our services, that what we can offer. Now we go one step ahead. We have already signed off a partnership with KPMG for the institutional business and the consulting business
for India and Africa. I would have Amit. Amit is a technical director with KPMG. If Amit would love to speak about it.
Thanks, Viju. I think throughout the day we have seen multiple areas where artificial intelligence is playing role. I mean, we have seen a fantastic thing from an enterprise point of view, healthcare and all that stuff. Education is one area, I mean, which is a backbone of the talent pool, what we are building, which is going to serve each of this industry. And if we go back and say that I need a AI-driven person to manage my operations and all that stuff, now that journey has to start when the kids are in their education. Okay, so you can't do that last milestone transformation from a point of view, let them come from an education ecosystem, and then I'm going to take care of their entire skill enhancement. And I love one example which we were saying. I think my colleague Raghu, when he was here in the morning, he was saying that China is able to do that stuff what we do it in 3 years, they are able to do that in 6 months as a part of it. Skilling is the same area. I know all of you knows that we are competing with world in terms of sports and athletes, right? Why do we have so many athletes coming out from China, Australia, who are way ahead at us? Because their entire ecosystem journey towards that end goal of reaching Olympics starts at a very early age, which we don't do that part. Now, I think through this formal partnership with Regenesys, thanks to Dr. Marco and Viju, we both KPMG Regenesys share a single vision, is that if I have to have my youth contributing towards the Viksit Bharat, and that too also the AI-driven Viksit Bharat, I have to start them transforming their education system. And on that, we had a couple of discussions. We are working on some joint collaborations in market, which will come down the line. How do we work it out on a skill transformations of student, skill transformations of faculties? I mean, nobody talks about it. I was seeing there is something known as AI for educator, but you go back to a tier 2 school or a tier 2 college, the faculties doesn't even know how to use a ChatGPT or a Copilot in a current scenario as a part of it, right? How do we do a large scale transformations of universities? I'm quite sure about, we all talk about agentifications, we all talk about process optimizations and all that stuff. You will be surprised to know there are universities in India whose known academic operational cost is 450 crore per year. Non-academic. There are 950 plus admin people work in a universities across it. Imagine the time we apply agentifications, AI in those processes, how much time and capacities we save from there. Right. So we, on those things, I think we are collaborating in a process with the Regenesys, and would be happy to take these solutions into the market. Right. Thanks, Viju.
Yeah. Dr. Marco, I'll just invite you to share this MOU you're signing off.
It's more than an agreement. It reflects shared vision to build stronger institutions, future-ready talent, and AI ecosystem that creates lasting impact for industry and society. We wish all the partners tremendous success. Moving to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, if artificial intelligence is transforming every industry, then education must be the first to evolve, is what we feel strongly. Tomorrow's graduates will enter workplaces fundamentally different from those we know today. Universities therefore carry a critical responsibility not only to teach technology, to prepare students with the skills, mindsets, and adaptability required for the AI first world. Our next session explores Regenesys' approach to AI in education. It highlights how institutions can integrate artificial intelligence into teaching, learning, research, curriculum design, and student development to create graduates who are prepared for the future of work. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Singh Chief AI Officer, Regenesys Education, to deliver this important address titled Preparing Universities for an AI-First Future.
Hi everyone, I'm Dheer Singh, Chief AI Officer at Regenesys. I hope everyone had a very good lunch, but those who have went to sleep, I think Regen Health may have awakened them from, and you must have already got interested too. Now, beyond Chief AI Officer, I am also Senior Director of Development, and along with our CTO Kapil Suri, I handle every development which is which is actually taking place under the umbrella of Regenesys. And today's right now we shared about our collaboration with KPMG. I think this set a stage for me that how we can democratize education with using AI, right? And as it was said that so much of investment goes in universities in education, what we can do about it. So I'm going to like take a peek on that, and along with I want to show how we are working towards it. You know, today you can attend a lot of conferences across the cities anywhere in the globe on AI, but people ask, have you adopted? Have you done something? Do you have concrete with yourself on which you can prove that we go along with you? You are talking about democratizing AI in education. What is your contribution? Where you are heading to? Do you have any proof? Do you have any examples? And that I am going to talk about today. And we are coming up in future also, I will talk about that. So let's talk about that evolution of education and parallel how it went with technology. Till 550 years ago, the education was very limited with priests, with higher order people, because they were either on some handwritten and in encryptions or on some wall or some monument, right? But the first democratization of education actually happened around 1450 when printing press came into the picture. But that also put one more burden on humanity. People were not educating themselves earlier. There were no formal schools for everyone. This very thing brought that thing also. Now education is for everyone, but this was limited to books. So it means entire onus of gaining the knowledge was always with the human mind itself. They have to put in all effort. And later, after almost 500 years in 1990s, internet came to our savior. So what changed here? The education which was limited to a small sect of people, it went to the reach to every person on the planet, right? But that was not enough, because you need to have a computer, you need to have an internet connection at home. What is next? The next was smartphones, personalization of education. Wherever you are, whenever you are, whatever you want to know, it was at your hand. But there was still one lag here. I am trying to understand something specific my way. I have seen some things, I have some observations, but internet is not giving me data as per my observation, my thought process. So personalization was still lacking. I want to educate, but with my observation, with my experience. Come 2022, and we have AI here. So now, as the AI has come, we have already talked a lot about it, that industry is going to change, and it is going to change significantly. Will the jobs go? Yes, to an extent they will. But majority of jobs will transform. And those who are the adopters and learners of AI, they will actually lead this path. So what we are looking in the education with AI. So let me tell you, every 6 months AI is also changing. Right? Before I get on to the education piece, let me give you a small glimpse of that. 2 years ago, what was the first thing? Prompt engineering. 6 months later, context engineering. Another 6 months later, harness engineering. What is running today? Loop engineering. Every 6 months, things are changing for it, right? So what we can contribute in here? So we have think of these few points: AI powered teaching, personalized learning, AI assisted research, and intelligent campus operation. And in order to like elaborate on that, we have to understand the persona, right? So who are the persona? As we were discussing in the morning with minister, he said you are doing in healthcare. Who are your stakeholders? There are two main stakeholders, the providers and the patients. Similarly in education, there are only two stakeholders, teachers, students. So let's see what is changing in education. So this is coming to the education. Now let me take to you a very old period of Mahabharata, Guru Dronacharya. What do you think how many MCQs he have created? And what do you think how many grading of assessments he has done? He may have done, he may have his own way, but we have lost those techniques. But today, what is the primary role of an educator? To engage with you, to impart his gained knowledge which he has gained over a period of time in his lifetime, to impart it to you. But you know, a significant time of our educator is going in these things: lessons planning, MCQ banks, and most grading methods. Now grading, when you come to grading, if a teacher is given 40 papers to grade, he will become biased after some time. Probably some of the students may not get the grade the way they have performed because he's tired, he or she is tired, or he's not in the mood to do that. So this is a heavy lifting which is not part of education, but it is the part of ecosystem, right? It is part of ecosystem, the education ecosystem, but not part of teacher himself or herself. So if we are contributing to AI to heavy lift all these things, and we are making a lot of tools around it. So we see a teacher as a mentor, a coach, a person who make you learn things, right? And this heavy lifting, this is not his ownership. This AI comes to his rescue, his or her rescue, and actually enabling it with this feature. Now, this is about the teacher part of the thing. Now, let us see the student part of the thing. So, what we can offer student? So, students are shy. Everybody cannot ask questions in a classroom session. So, what they really need? Personal tutor. Many of time, even the brilliant students, somebody was talking today, now if I am going in wrong direction, it takes me 10 days to correct my action. But with AI today, I will come to know in just 2 hours that I am set on the right path or not. What is that? That is a steady partner. Now, everybody has become a coder, though I don't encourage this thing. But yes, even if you want to learn coding, right, you need a lot of platforms. And those platforms, how they are consuming your tokens, we have already discussed a lot on it, that you cannot control that. In a controlled manner, you want to do. You want to say that people don't overkill with those coding learnings and all that. What do you need? You need a coding assistant. So each of these things, research assistant, writing coach, coding assistant, language translator, we are actually working in each of those areas. And what is our vision here? Let me explain. See, our vision is shared with, because what is the purpose here? AI for Viksit Bharat. You know, this is not something we have devised. We have actually onboarded this wagon. We want to ride on this wagon because already a framework is laid for that. Right, or right in 2020, National Education Policy was created. Then NCF in 2023 brought in, which actually changed that 10 plus 2 plus 3 system of India to 5 plus 4 plus, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Right now, the last 7 years of education is more focused on your actual training of the things which are targeted to your earnings or how you are going to live your rest of the life, which is very important consideration here. So summarizing all this, let me come what we are doing. This is the most important thing, what we are doing. And I'll tell you the facts of this. We have recently launched online proctoring tool, and we proved our success this Saturday only. This Saturday, we conducted a simultaneous online exam of 2,500 students in Africa, right? And at the peak, at the concurrency, there was 700 students who were taking this exam. Their videos, their audios were getting captured. Whenever a person was coming behind, they were trying to open another browser. If they are trying to copy things, everything, damn thing got recorded and mailed to the teachers that these students are flagged for this activity. Even the noises are there. Those noise were listed there. There is a fan noise and all that, because we give consideration to students. You need to take exam in a setting which is quiet setting, right? Which is a cordial setting. If they are not doing that, we are actually recorded everything of that data, and within 5 minutes of ending that exam, everything was visible to our internal staff also. They can also monitor. They can they can actually escalate it to the teacher and tell whether you want to flag or you want to cancel this flagging. What is your point of view? and you can take an action on it. Similarly, we have also launched another tool, which is plagiarism detection tool. So cheating, is a favorite thing of students. They want to cheat, but here we have banned many things. If they are trying to open any other browser, their session will crash. They will not be able to do that, or even if they do, it will record which URL they have done, right? If you are actually copying it from some former exams copies or something, you have taken it a content from, or somebody speaking behind or anything, everything of that is getting recorded. If there are references to any online thing, which, because we have actually, for the subjects which we teach, which Regenesys teach, we have actually filtered out thousands of URL. We have actually inducted data which are available on those pages. We have created a RAG database out of that, and not a simple RAG, it is a hybrid RAG which is using both semantic search and keyword search, and using the reverse reciprocal fusion. In the few seconds it is telling what you are doing wrong and how you are doing wrong. Everything is there, and both of these products are live in our ecosystem, and we are not stopping here. These 5 products which are listed here, the development of these 5 products is already in progress, and I can both all of them are in progress. Assessment and scoring is almost about to complete, where the first level of grading, using the let me tell you one more thing. We are actually creating an ecosystem of modules, not applications. We are combining the modules, and a new application is coming up. So whatever we used in plagiarism for the data, that is getting reused in our AI facilitator, because facilitator need to teach. So they also need the reference from same right? So we are actually reusing. So this is a reusable componentize we are doing, and that way we are creating the application. Let me give a small demo of one of these applications, this AI labs. This is still our upcoming solution, but let me try to show you that how we are actually putting a governance around the things, that how we can control the things. So Ritik, can you put that screen on? So see, this is the view of our lab. So can you what we have created it for students, so it is not for professional development. Don't think that we can create a microservices out of it and then deploy it is it on an AWS ecosystem. It is not for that, it is for learning. But we have created a lot of things, like if we go to playground, if you can click on playground. So on playground here you can write some question, and it can give you in a quick, just few seconds, the code for that, right? Like you can write, give me a code for a simple scientific calculator. So we have created for every tool. So like this is just a code generator, simple code generator. And it will actually start, and the code is here, the Python code is here, right? Now the second thing is the prompt. Many a times you do prompt, sometimes you get into a very good prompt, and then you forget if you want to reproduce. Save your prompt first, and then enjoy rest of your life. Click on any of my saved prompt. This prompt, what is this prompt? I cannot read from here. What is the name of prompt? Expense tracker. Click on expense tracker. So what I have done in expense tracker, there is a prompt I have already where I have said that I want to create an expense tracker, use a microservices kind of a framework, and give me a code for that. And I will simply run that, and it will do a code generation for you. And this is all for students, right? Similarly, there are now as I was talking of, so I can go on with the demo. See, it has given a file structure also. When you will write the code, it is giving the code and the file structure, that how you will structure your code. Everything is there. So I can go on other capabilities of this tool, but in the interest of time, I will try to stop the. But I can tell you those 3-4 things which I was talking of: harness engineering, loop engineering. For everything we are ready. We have done MCP in integration, multi-agent labs where you can learn A2A protocol, other MCP protocol, all those kind of things. So we have created this lab, and this lab is not yet live. I am showing you a product which we have not yet made live, and soon it is coming live. and see how universities and schools can use this product. So with this, I conclude my presentation and I open floor for any question if you want to ask something.
Practice and teacher. How does this help in evaluation? Let's take I'm doing a campus hiring. So I want to do a preliminary screening.
Right.
Can I put my piece of code into this and then make it as an adaptive kind of feedback that I can get when a student is permitted to do play around with all the coding? Let's assume that student is permitted to use AI tools and all, using AI tool, because even if you stop, they will not stop even in a company. So let them use the tool, but at the end of the day, I want them to show the performance, a working model, end-to-end flow. Can that kind of thing be implemented?
Yes. So I'll tell you, your question is very simply around one simple word, AI governance. You are looking for governance, right? You are asking, can I put some controls in some places so that an entire flow which I am trying to execute for their hiring should happen here? Or
So yes, we can compare. Yeah. So what you're saying is, can it be done for evaluation? Yes, it can be.
It can.
We can build.
It can
We can build. So it should not be a problem. The quality of the code, how much you have done. So you could have done it with
With your
can
mistakes, it can be done.
Yeah.
See, I hope you saw in our upcoming application there was one AI scoring, right? That is actually targeted towards that. Any other question?
Yeah, maybe this is more comment than question. One of the projects we are working on is AI agentic facilitator or lecturer or teacher or academic. So that's a very exciting project. I'm very, very excited about it. So as you know, we can now almost like clone a physical lecturer or physical human being. So my voice can be almost made 99% real in my physical appearance. And so I can be basically, we can have an agentic lecture, and then we can populate all data. For example, if I'm lecturing in project management, for example, we can dump into database all knowledge of project management, all libraries and books, thousands and hundreds and millions of books and research articles and libraries and everything else and experiences and success and failures of projects and all that knowledge and all different tools for different project management methodologies. And then we can prompt this AI agentic facilitator to be engaging, for example, to be inspiring, to use live projects and activities, and we can give so many prompts to make really powerful learning experience, to create magic in class, to create deep learning. AI now can analyze audience or students. For example, in Africa, most of our students are working professionals. They work from different sectors. So we can take CVs of all those students in the audience and analyze their work background and experience, and we can personalize their learning. So, for example, we can team up people from a particular sector to do live projects and work on those projects as they learn and do really practical learning and developing solutions to problems we identify. So we can really create learning experience very applied and very personalized and very inspiring and engaging. And we can gamify and can really bring best practice. And we can have small classes. As Harsha was saying this morning, we can have several agentic AI facilitators and one human controlling and observing those and intervening when required and if required. So one agentic AI facilitator lecturer, can have small groups of 5 or 10 students rather than having big group of 30 or 40. So So learning can be really personalized, and we can identify talents of students, and we can develop their own development path. So we can create learning in such a way will develop talents of those people in that direction, which they need to go, so they can optimize their potential. It's a fascinating thing what can be done in terms of AI to really optimize learning and really make it very 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 powerful. So Peer is working on this project, and I think I don't know how many 1 or 2 more months we will have this going live. It's going to be very 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 exciting. Yeah, AI is going to transform higher education in a major way. It's going to disrupt it, and we don't know what's going to happen actually in a few years. Because the AI agentic facilitators, I believe, they will become better than human facilitators, because there's no way humans, we can read, thousands of books and articles and get all this knowledge. I think AI is going to be better. It's going to be easier to say, okay, we want you now to speak in this language, and the accent in Oxford English or Australian or local language, and we want you to add some humor and some games and some activities and some inspiration and some provocation and engagement, and we have also developed tools currently that we can analyze all students online and see if they're engaging, if they're not engaging, if they're boring, if they're unhappy, and we can prompt our lecturer and facilitator to ask them, okay, engage with this, asking questions, they're not engaged. Those are some of the things we already have live currently. So it's an amazing thing how we can use AI really to enhance education, but take the next level completely. Okay, thanks.
One question to you. In fact, not from the education, but Regenesys as an organization, what is the roadmap of where you are in terms of digital twin and smart cities?
Digital twins and smart
cities and smart cities.
See, basically, you are not asking in terms of education, right? So, yeah. So we are building AI capability for cross industries, right? As I told you, we are doing modular and development, right? Now, these modules are reusable. I'll give you an example. Currently, we are working to create a model who can, like speech models you can use out of text, but these models are what? There are two different models, speech to text and text to speech. We are exploring a lot of models, and we are creating our combination that once that is ready, we can engage it with everything. Now, if we engage it with AI facilitator, so it has become a spoken word, right? And if I engage it with the marketing agent, it has become a, so we are creating things at a modular level. Now, what you are asking is smart cities. Smart cities may have many similar needs where they need those modules. So probably some of those modules you have already in place, and for a particular application, if we have to do something custom, we can build that and product will be in place. And that is why I said in the beginning, we are not creating applications, we are creating modules. Applications will evolve automatically. That is what is automatic. Any other questions? Thank you very much. And yeah. This will come in time, and I think it can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dev. That is both insightful and inspiring. Now, may I kind of invite the next session from Transforming Universities. We now broaden the conversation to transforming the entire education ecosystem. Our next discussion brings together leaders from academia, higher education, consulting, and corporate learning to explore the opportunities and responsibilities that come with this transformation. The theme of this dialogue is AI for educators and institutions. Moderating today's session is Mr. Sachin Tripathi, moderator B2I Leadership Dialogue. Sachin Tripathi will lead the B2I Leadership Dialogue, bringing together academia, industry, and technology to explore the future of AI-ready institutions. Joining him are some distinguished panelists and industry leaders. Mr. Amit Chaudhary, Director Technical, KPMG. As a Director Technical at KPMG, Amit Chaudhary helps institution build AI-ready campuses through secure infrastructure, data integration, cybersecurity, and governance. Then we have Dr. Jitendra Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Jain University. As a Vice Chancellor of Jain University, Dr. Jitendra Mishra is shaping AI education through curriculum innovation, faculty development, and future-focused academic leaderships. Next, we have Dr. Kuldeep Raina, Vice Chancellor, Ramaya Institute of Technology. Dr. Kuldeep brings on engineering-led perspective and integrating AI in education through applied learning, research, and strong industry collaboration. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Victor Sundar, Vice President Learning and Development, Infosys. Leading learning and development at Infosys, Victor Sundar bridges academia and industry by preparing graduates with the skills needed for an AI-enabled workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
So good evening. So apologies from my side, but thank you for being a part of such a distinguished panel. And so coming on to the first and important thing, this is for everybody actually. Are the Indian universities changing quickly enough in terms of bridging the gap for the students for AI first? So if they are going into AI first company service, so are they coming into that place, or do you find, all of you, that there is a certain gap in terms of being an AI first mindset? Everybody, anybody can answer. Common to all.
Let me build the cat. Very good evening, my very esteemed friends and the team members here. Thanks, Mr. Tripathi. Always a pleasure to be amongst this wonderful panel. And thank you, Malti, for asking me to be a part of this wonderful discussion. You see, the great question was asked by Mr. Tripathi. Are we going to change, or someone will change us? I think we are already at the threshold of observing and believing in change. And I think it has to start from the academia largely, because we are the institutions who cater to the larger workforce development of the capabilities. Who joins you as a trainee, GET, we used to say graduate engineering trainee, becomes a boss tomorrow, and all those things. I think we are the nurseries to create that pool. So for that, yes, the best of my knowledge, almost all academia is at the verge of thinking differently, changing. And our students are very, very proactive. So therefore, if teacher doesn't want to change, students will make change. And I think in this coexistence of academia, industry partnership, as well as having a synergy with an ecosystem of students, we are there. One. Number two, there is a larger ecosystem of education which offer multidisciplinary programs. Now, is it only engineering centric, social science centric, health science centric? We had very good discussions in the health and all that. I think how to integrate, how to embed technology from one area to the second area. I think AI is going to play a very significant role, which in our country we are missing for a long time. I hope there's going to be a great scope. Thank you very much.
See, it's a very pertinent question that whether universities are prepared and ready to change and adapt AI. There are multiple perspectives. You see, India cannot be seen through one single lens. It's a very diverse country, and there are different category of institutions. So you have got best of the institutions which are always proactive, not only to adapt but to innovate. So you have such institutions which are already developed and which has been leading the AI adoption. There are other set of institutions which are ready to follow and they are capable of doing that, which are largely in private sector. If you see, they are also keeping up with the change and with the pace. There are institutions where there is either not the readiness, where there is a resistance for their own regions, or there is a somewhat readiness, but they don't have the requisite resources to adapt and join the bandwagon. So you will have all three. So one need to understand it in right perspective. You cannot see one side and take it for either excellent or not so good. Second thing is, if you talk from the governance point of view, largely, if you see universities and academic institutions are debating on governance and policy, while students are adapting it very freely and very proactively. So there is a lack. Students are leading this adoption of AI, and institutions and faculty has to keep up with the pace. So this has to be adapted. There is some lag, but if you try to generalize and come to a convincing average answer, yes, universities are very much up to adapting the AI, and they are trying to create all the necessary arrangement so that AI become a partner in facilitating the effective learning. Thank you.
Just want to back it up with some numbers. I think, first of all, thank you, Regenesys, for the invite and glad to be here. I think there is a good, in fact, significant increase in the employability overall, right? I think what used to be somewhere around 15-20%, we see somewhere around 40% to 56% employability, right? In the recent skill report, what we got, that in itself speaks volumes of the industry readiness, right, that the country is putting forward, so which is growing. In fact, some of the courses like computer engineer, computer science has employability ratio in the order of around 80%. Right, that's some of those numbers which are supporting the claims. That's on one side, and of course, even the recent the Stanford research says India is amongst the top 4 in terms of AI talent, right, and as well as the GitHub says that we are number 2 in terms of contribution of AI projects. I think all these numbers definitely speaks volumes of our efforts and the readiness towards where we are heading towards.
Let's keep it simple in two lines. While I agree with most of them what they say, but what my vision is to this question is that while there is a good amount of intent across educational institutions to be AI ready, there's still two significant things on which they lack. One is the pace at which they should be AI ready. And second is the roadmap.
Yeah.
I mean, not too many educational institutions are aware of that. What would be my AI readiness roadmap?
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example. I mean, some of us we feel. I mean, there are institutions which I've seen across India, as what Sir says. From an AI perspective, putting up a small automated attendance systems does not make you an AI ready.
Correct.
Right. So while the intent is there, and thanks to the government of India, the entrepreneurs across India who are pushing towards having that AI ready people, I think we all need to work together in terms of ensuring that the pace is maintained at which we need to transform ourselves, and we need to build up a journey and a roadmap, that what we call it as an AI ready university.
Yeah. So coming on to that same aspect, Dr. Jitin, do you feel that when we talk about AI capability development in the universities, so the curriculum, because the tools are something which changes, right? And when the curriculum gets decided for the students, so how that sort of flexibility will come in terms of the curriculum? Because say for one semester a BTech student or a BCA student studies AI, but then after 6 months something changes. That sort of flexibility is not there as of now, because in terms of UGC net and all, a lot of aspects are there, and university POS meetings are held, and then the decision is taken place. And moving on from that also, do you really think once we are in that flexibility, this sort of AI fluency should be there irrespective of the discipline the student is in.
So I'll take your second part first. See, AI has become a hygiene factor. Now, earlier we say that reading and writing is the literacy. Then we say that if you can't use technology, you are illiterate. Now, if you cannot deal with the AI, you are going to be the literate of the current century. So it is not a question whether it should be there or not. It has to be there. There is no other distinction. And it is happening without, you see now a student of 6, 7, 8 standard is very promptly, very fluently using AI, and they are very well on that. So that part is already there. It is not going to be controlled, even if somebody try, and there is no reason that people will try. It is happening. Now we need to understand, for the first part, we need to understand education in a larger context. When we talk of university education, it is not a training institution or finishing a school that you make you get a job.
Yes.
Which many a time we generalize wrongly.
Yeah.
Education create a larger person
Yeah.
who has a learnability, adaptability, civil sense. It creates a whole sum of person for a longer tenure of life, who is going to be an important positive contributor to the society. So that's the part. So curriculum is designed keeping into larger goal in mind, and it is not to be changed for every small change that happens. For example, with every storm, you don't change layout of your house. House remain for the larger purpose. You try to create precaution when the storm comes. So when these changes are coming, there has to be a way to adapt to that. So one, the curriculum has a larger purpose which should not be negotiated and reduced for just a job. Now job also has a multiple layer. First job, second job, last job, which job you are preparing for. So these are the questions. So curriculum has to be relatively respected, sacrosanct, broad, creating a good citizen, good individual. For adapting to every change, there are micro credentials. You can create flexibility and facility that people continuously learn, because now we are all on same page with one thing, that learning is not one time for life.
Yes.
Learning is continuous and lifelong. We all are learning on daily basis, whether we are in academia or not, whether we are doing one kind of task or other. We have no choice. We are learning either by choice or by force, but we are forced to learn. So that flexibility and window has to be there, which is already there with National Education Policy 2020. Micro credentials and the learning pathways are very much emphasized and recommended. So while curriculum for its spirit is there, there is a window to upgrade and being relevant on daily basis, not to wait for any mandate. Thank you.
Kuldeep sir, on the same aspect, so as we all on the university level, if we are implementing AI in terms of say computer science or information technology, so how can we implement that sort of AI training across all the departments or domains in terms of the fluency as sir said, because that is something very important. And earlier we used to think that there are only three types of job or designation. Say for example, a lawyer, a doctor and a teacher. These three people learn for life and study for life. But that definition has also changed. So when it comes to universities, how will the learning in terms of AI can be implemented across all the domains or the departments?
You see, I will take it. I will extend what my good friend Dr. Jatan told me. Today, education is doing much better than our times.
Yes, yes.
Because we come from school of thought, syllabus is frozen, teacher is frozen, and you have to pass. From that past mundane concept, today is vibrancy. In our own system, as far as the new education policy is concerned, we have given around 60% flexibility to a student to adopt.
Yeah.
Which was not during my time.
Correct.
Right? So based on that, if you look at the present context, AI will be there or AI may not be there. Flexibility is inbuilt into the curriculum.
Yeah.
That flexibility makes teachers also to think differently. But biggest impediment in delivering the good quality education in the education ecosystem, I'm a part of that at a different level too. We need to have a strong train the teacher models in the institutions today.
Because we have three generations of teachers in the university system.
Yes.
Those who come from my generation. Other is the one whom I taught, taking that cue. But the new generation, which is coming in 25, 24, 23, they are different. Now, how to put them in the same canvas? Because the student is same and he wants to learn from them. Whereas students are proactive in this context. So therefore, they know what I have to do. There is a peer concept which was not junior. Ours was a parent concept. Today is a peer concept. Taking that as a clue, I would say that it's not the same AI to be taught to everyone, and we should not teach everything same.
Yeah.
Because there has to be diversity. And this broadband spectrum of giving the tools which are true for social science, for legal science, for engineering technology, computer application. See, I won't put AI is an offshoot of computer science. It is a platform which promotes it.
Yeah.
But AI has more ramifications other than computer science today.
Correct.
So in that context, we need to have, which we are working at Ramaya, a curriculum which is flexible, give a students an option to think what he wants to do. And it will not be only through the PPT. I will tell you one more thing. We have stopped PPTs in the classroom today. We said no PPT is allowed because it has to come at different learning.
Yeah.
And in that, student today is the master of the teacher. And teacher is the one who has to have a knowledge to deliver at that level. So the education 3.0 had changed. Education 4.5, 4.0, 5.0 is getting into the process. So therefore, Mr. Tripathi, no same AI for everything. And AI today is going to be AI prime tomorrow. It is going to be AI plus day after. So for that, let's look at holistically what is needed. For that, we as the chairperson of the academic council and the boards take decisions appropriately for appropriate group of students. One, everyone is not coming with the same background. We have rural India, urban India, semi-rural India, semi-urban India. And the diversity is too big. You have all those sharp diffraction peaks everywhere coming in. So with this, how we can bring them at one level platform? So co-learning, peer learning plays a very, very important role. And I tell you, we are not going to have AI university tomorrow.
Yeah.
I am a part of a couple of good organizations. I'm not here to advertise for them. I will not name them also. So my point is, people came with this university, that university, and I was a part of those universities too. I would say each university has to be its own AI university, even incubation time of 3 years before we say that we are progressing.
That sort of
Thank you.
That example of the parental learning that we had earlier, that in your time you had, and now it has come to the peer part. That holistic development has to be there.
It's a continuous process, and rightly said by my friend that the role of university is not only job providing. The role of university is also to hybridize thoughts, ideas, discuss, delivery, brainstorm for something good. So where are you going to get the problems of tomorrow if you don't create the workforce from the universities who will think differently?
Your entire life actually depends on that sort of learning.
40 साल से मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, 40 साल से. The first batch of engineering students I taught was 1985. I don't know how it worked.
So that is why that experience comes into play, sir. Because what the current if you look at the Gen Zs, they are not aware of these fundamentals that you have seen. What happens is that people are running after tools. They forget that the fundamentals compound. So if you are having and owning those fundamentals, even if you say simple understanding of operating systems is very important in today's time also, as a BTech CSS student or IT student. So if you are not aware of fundamentals itself, tools will come and go.
I think accessibility of tools is more common.
We
used to cow in 1970s to get the calculator, 7 segment display, 1, 2, 3, 4 multiply. I think before that we used to remember the tables.
Yeah.
244, something like that. Today you ask anyone what is 16 multiplier 16, he will take this.
Smartphone.
So when the technology is on the palm top,
yeah,
I think it becomes easier. At the same time, are we integrating technology with the thinking process? I would say there is a gap.
Yes.
Because every student today wants to have an Apple machine to work with a laptop or the laptop. How it is coming on his lap and the palm, is disconnected. And we know हमने तख्ती से शुरू किया है. Correct. Slate. तो बाद में आया. Slate was a great thing. तख्ती से शुरू करके और तख्ती के बाद 4 lines slate and all that मिटाओ और चल पार्किंग वो एक टिक्की होती थी. It used to be for 1 पैसा पानी मिला के गोल करते थे, isn't it? Yeah. A person who has come from that and today talking about AI. I think it is the education which made us to believe in the education systems. Correct. And prepare ourselves to teach the generation, not Z, but S smart, right? Who are going to be the future torch bearers of the technology evolution. And our role in the university system is create value, advertise knowledge, and create ethical systems into the process. Even we talk of ethics in AI. But who are doing the ethics? I think all that becomes a complete, I would say, jargon of looking into it and putting alphabet A, B, C, D together due to the student. And the capabilities of problem solving manual is getting reduced. Using artificial intelligence tools to solve a problem is the talk of the town today. That's why we have to be conscious of what we are doing. Okay. Thank you. So I spoke perhaps more than he asked me the question. No, sir. That was something very exactly what we needed to hear actually at this time, because there are a lot of shortcuts. There are one thing to Regenesys as well. I think no doubt you have done wonderful hotel. Windsor is one of the British era places here. We saw House of Commons, House of Lords here, isn't it? Come to the education institutions too, right? Because that is the way we can create platform for more learners. What it is. Here we have 60 people. I will give a platform where there are 6,000 people. Because that is the way where we can create the value for the systems. Next time, surely. For sure, sir, because that is actually something that will add a lot of value. This is also adding value, but that sort of audience in terms of the future, what they're going to bring up, that is also very important. Coming from that same angle, Mr. Victor, I want to ask you this. What sort of capability gap do you find when you see employees? Oh, sorry. So I'm looking at the back and then changing. So my apologies, but yes. So if you are looking, like sir said, in terms of holistic development and everything, and the universities are there and the training is happening, as an employer, what sort of capability gap do you find today in terms of AI and people who are coming in? It's like interns are coming in, students are coming in. So what sort of capability gap actually are you looking at?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. So just I mean with both the professors, I agree and disagree as well. First, I agree that the education ecosystem in the country has come a long way, right? And of course, I would also blame the other side of industry. We were always been blaming, okay, there is a gap between academia and industry. I think the gap is narrowing, right? And the reality is the gap will be there always, right? Because new tools, new technologies, right? New knowledge, new things are evolving at a much faster pace than ever before, right? What is now changing in a year probably may have to change in a semester. But good thing is, I think now the academia, not all, right? But some of the prime, some of the good institutions who have the flexibility have set the framework in place, right? With which some of these flexibilities, some of these new ones can be accommodated, right? It is electives, they have so many things, and part of some of the boards, but I get to see the flexibility, the framework which is available in which it can be accommodated, right? That's good part, right? From the gaps, right? I'll dwell on three things. Number one is with AI, context of AI, right? The first thing which the students or what the employers will expect is the human judgment, right? Over blindly trusting AI, right? Because now the gap is not AI fluency, right? Everybody, all students, even beyond what the employees in the organization can do, they have access to all of it, right? Whether it is Copilot, whether it is Gemini, whether it is Perplexity, whether it is your Claude, I think they have access to all.
they can actually do wonderfully well, right? The only thing is what they need to know is when should I trust and when should I override. I think that's the number one, right? Which they need to acquire. So they use AI tools more than they use the debuggers, right? So that's number one. Number two is kind of a systems thinking and bringing in the business relevance. I think that I'm sure they'll be able to bring in as they gain the experience, they understand the problem, right? So individually, right, they'll be able to develop models. They'll be able to generate outputs, right? But given how to get the business context, how to bring in the domain context is something I'm sure they will learn over a period of. That's something that I don't think we teach in Libya, right? And third, and of course, the most important one is how to work in under some uncertainties, right? The world or the environment that we are heading towards is a world of uncertainties. We do not know, right? And an ambiguous situations, right? So how to remain resilient? I think NRN puts it in a nice way. So he defines that what we call learnability, right? So your ability to extract abstract information from the known problems and apply it to an unknown and unstructured problem, right? So are you able to have that fundamentals, to solve problems, to understand problems, then apply it to anything unknown and that comes ahead? I think those are some gaps. I'm sure continue to exist. I'm sure I think they will gain by internships, through industry collaborations. I think some of those gaps can be definitely bridged.
So, Amit sir, when we talk about these gaps, as per you, what sort of infrastructure is needed by universities as of now in order to be in terms of AI first campus?
All right. So, is that a question from a point of view that what gaps in a students we need to fill it, or AI first? Really
So we have already heard from professors.
So I'll answer this first from Professor Rana's point of view. The reason why the universities are not able to adopt core AI in the ecosystem is because not too many universities are on a unified digital platform. Let it be honest. I mean, we use digital platforms in silos. We use them more as an individual standalone. I am quite sure all the universities have LMS. Universities have their own, some of the student enrollment portals, placement portals, and all that stuff. I mean, but we haven't seen too many universities having a very unified digital ecosystem which can capture a data to a good extent. Believe me, I think one of the panelists we were talking about that AI is all about you give a garbage, you get a garbage, right? So now since we do not have a solid data, and I'll give an example, if you are a large scale university with 50, 60,000 students passing out every year, if within less than 2 seconds or 2 minutes you can't tell me information about a student 10 years back in your university, then you are not data ready. Let me be honest on that. So we do not have that ecosystem. That is one part of it. Now, since we do not have that ecosystem in place, we implement AI as well in silos. And current study of an AI, what my understanding says is some of the universities take it from a point of view ki, I'll use a phrase in Hindi, sorry for that, but some people will say chalo bachcho ko co-pilot sikha dete. Okay, so while a student knows how to use a co-pilot to write a small prompting and all that stuff, when they sit for the interviews and all that stuff, and when they get that logical question that how do I break down this problem statement, let's say a technical code, into a logical flow, they're blank.
They're blank.
Okay.
Yes.
One of the major challenge behind this is, and thanks to Mr. Dheer when he was talking about the assessment as a part of it. While our university students, as what sir says, smart, right? They are becoming day by day too smart in terms of the AI use. We are still running behind in terms of creating an ecosystem where we can proctor an assessment, which is not a right way, to be honest. I mean, that's my understanding. I'll give you a small example. I got to a solution to one of the university quickly, and they said we have one of the best, proctoring system. I say, okay, let me test. Give me an access to your proctoring system. I passed their exam with ChatGPT with 85%. Okay, and of course, all I did is that the camera is here. I kept my mobile here. Today, okay, phone is here. I'm typing, my eye contact is on the screen, so the camera can't judge me out that whether my eye movements is moving or not, and my mobile is giving me a chat GPT. But we were talking about that. If we have to bridge those gaps, we have to bring artificial intelligence from a point of view which enables, I think, as what Sir says, the logical thinking power.
The logical thinking of the students.
Okay, and not eat up that logical thinking power. What we are doing currently is making the students more, and I appreciate the initiative what Sir says that no PPTs.
Yes.
Because currently with the tools like Gamma and all that stuff, Google notebooks and all that stuff, PPTs are like a matter of fact. 2 seconds, you get a full-fledged PPT even if you do not know what the topic is all about. Right.
As a matter of fact, in the classroom itself, we say that the PPT is GAN only.
GAN only, the part of it, right? So I think the one ecosystem which we need to build up, and that can only happen when we have a unified digital ecosystem on top of which we agentify or we use an artificial ecosystem, can only be possible if we bring up the learning, implementation, explorations all together as an end-to-end journey, and not in a silos. It's of no use.
So a quick response from all of you. Can we say something like this, that AI is not going to eat your job, but someone who knows AI surely will eat your job?
AI will give more jobs.
Correct.
I think we should not be pessimistic about the jobs first. We should be optimistic that what knowledge we are going to create. I think AI is going to help us. One, it's going to be a great facilitation. I have 2 things to say. When we discuss about these platforms, we look at a group of students who come to us from different schools. How is school adopting to the AI processes? Because at an age of 18, when a student comes to an engineering program at 19 or goes for the health science programs, he comes from a different thought process. And for him, NEET is the NEET, NEAT or NEET. He doesn't know beyond that. So I think it is there. We have to. That's the way the box should start. This is where it is. So there we are slightly, much gap is there. And we have the schools in this country which around 1 lakh schools, in which 10% may be the best, 90% may be extraordinary. 90% may be extraordinary. In that, is a school teacher trained to teach all those things. So when you get a dichotomy into the classroom from different backgrounds, where are you? You have to have a plain level field. Isn't it? That plain field is not coming. So we are struggling. Second, for the last 3.5 decades, nearly 4 decades, I have been participating in this industry academia meet. I think neither academia meet is happening, nor industry meet is happening, nor academia industry is not happening. So we should be very honest. Right? It may be blunt, but it's a fact. Why it is not happening? Because the priorities are different. My priority is to train the manpower, give them a degree. Argument is saying the truth. We say the degree certificate is the receipt of the fees you have paid to the institution. Does it have what is the knowledge? Transcripts are A grade, extraordinary grade. If the present employment in this country is hardly 20%, tell me where is the extraordinary grade and the A plus grade? Third point is we are all responsible citizens of this great nation, Bharat. We talk of Bharat Viksit. 98% of the government money in Ministry of Education or the education goes to 2% students. And 98% students are vanchit. They do not have access to many things. Do we have a normalized system of education in the country despite having so many regulators? I think we need to go to that. A laptop is not the sufficient device today, but it is a very good device. But are we extracting the server properties from the same laptop which a student must know? Why should we go to the GPU if it is not workable? How is this translation getting converted the transducer from the knowledge domain to the practical aspect? So there are certain gaps. I would say much is needed to be done, but industry, academia, whether they will come to us or we will go to them, because they are the people who are trained by the same institutions. From my institution, the last 60 years, how many people we have trained? And if a boy comes to me saying your institution is not good, I will ask him, how did you reach to that level? Because he did not hop from 8th or 10th standard or 12th not to go to that company. So institutions have played a very important role, but are we equipping ourselves, speeding our pace with the changing times? I think that's where the question is, but I would say largely
larger group of institutions are working on it. And our technology backup has to be also structured. See, in private institutions, I know very well that how we can manage it. Look at the public institutions. Sorry to say.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Right? So, apostrophe yes. Thank you.
I'll share my experience. See, when we are talking of AI taking job or not in the context of academia, it means the replacement of the faculty or the administration. A lot of the challenges that sir just counted on. For example, people are coming with different backgrounds. We just saw a demo from gentleman who was showing that AI agent can classify the class, and a big class can be broken into smaller groups and they can learn together. They can learn beyond the class hours because everything is connected and classes can be live. It is not bound because of the physical classroom constraint. So those are the possibility I see that AI can bring lot of solution to lot of problems where we had no solution in the given physical mode. So uh, addressing the gap on the language part, which is India's one very complex problem because we have so many languages and dialects, that can be very easily addressed, and the best of the content can reach out and could be accessed by anybody in any language anywhere in this country, which is, I think, a revolution. Otherwise, this deprivation of good quality knowledge and content is first level problem that best of our people face, being in the different part for none of their fault, because they are born somewhere, they are grown up somewhere. It is not their fault, but they have such challenge. Within the class, when we get the people with different background and different pace of learning, we can customize the classes with the help of AI, and there the faculty can try to attend to many other groups at a time, which is not possible at all in the current setting. So that is another part. Thirdly, we can stimulate a lot of thinking. We can bring in a lot of problem. We're talking of labs. We can bring a lot of real life problem. We can bring a lot of industry problem as the collaboration get strengthened. And we can have online platform where people can work not only in a country but cross country also. I see the possibility going beyond when the learning get democratized and it goes across. So those are the possibility where research, innovation, exploration is going to be at a different scale, which is not possible otherwise. So from that point of view, when I see AI is going to be a great game changer, it's going to be a equalizer also in many senses. There are challenges where technology divide is there, that we see that government of India is also working in a very proactive way. We can always have the other side because of the way things reaches out to the last people. But in last one decade, if you see AI mission, quantum mission, all these have changed the mindset. And today you see the utterly tinkering labs and all at the school level are providing access to best of the content to a very young kid.
Yes.
So even NEP has access that the entrepreneurial thinking, experiential learning has to be emphasized right from school, and kids should grow as independent learners. They should not be completely dependent on class alone. So there has to be a healthy mix while they are trained and have a supervised learning. They should have enough kind of opportunity and facility to experiment with their first-hand thinking, because they have the pure thinking. They have not got conditioned to that extent. So all these together with AI are going to bring a very different phase of learning, where we are going to set off the burden and legacy of carrying the information load. We are going to think much fresh, much advanced, and more creatively.
So we can have a lot more hyper personalization, proper experiential learning right from the start, and there is no same sort of problem in terms of different domains, etc. They are actually able to study on that same exact level and go in the industry. So on that very note, thank you to our esteemed panel members.
Yes, because there was a wonderful presentation by Mr. Dean Singh.
Yeah.
I think where he had put about the evaluation process. See, we cannot have a same yardstick to evaluate everything for 3 hours. Gone are the days.
Correct.
We used to have annual system beginning.
Yeah.
Semester same system came. Now we have continuous.
Yeah.
I think what is the need for a 3 hour? What is so sacred about it? So for that, every tool measuring system must have a different time frame.
Yeah.
During COVID times, I think we did the same 3 hour examination in half an hour.
Half an hour.
Did we fail anyone?
Yeah.
Did we fail anyone? Some pass.
Some pass.
So therefore, there are tools available which we need. I think educations, we are doing it at our own levels. We are changing the processes because I know as chairman academic council, I have that authority, we can do it. But I think at the national level, we need to look at the examination processes to transparency bringing into the system.
That sort of thing actually during
AI is going to be a game changer in that.
I was taking classes for Jan Online at that time, and that entire evaluation went online. So that thing we were able to see that sort of transparency also, which is still not there in a lot of universities around India. So thank you actually for setting up that sort of benchmark to both of you. So on that note, thank you to all the panel members. That is something the conversation was very good, especially personally.
Thank you, Sachin, and thank you to all our respected panelists. Today's discussion was indeed insightful. And can I request a token of appreciation to be presented by Mr. Deer Singh? Yes. Thank you. So it requires collaboration between university, industry, policymakers, and technology leaders to make all of this happen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This concludes the education-focused segment of today's summit. And as we move forward to the final leadership forum today, we shift our attention from institutions to organization, from educating future talent to empowering today's workforce. Our next discussion explores one of the most critical questions facing every CEO, every CHRO, and every business leader. How do we build an AI-ready workforce? Ladies and gentlemen, throughout today's summit, we've explored how artificial intelligence is transforming governments, enterprises, healthcare, universities, and innovative ecosystems. Yet behind every successful AI transformation lies a critical factor: people. And, can I invite Mr. Saif Lokanwala, Head of Sales India, Regenesys Public Education, leading sales in India. He works with enterprises to build future-ready capabilities and drive workforce transformation through impactful learning solutions. Joining him are distinguished HR and learning leaders representing some of the India's leading finance organizations. Mr. Rohan Nabar, Vice President, Head Talent and Development and Learning Digitide, leading Talent Development and Learning Digitide. Rohan Nabar brings deep expertise in leadership development, learning strategy, and preparing managers for AI-powered workforce. Mr. Joy Das, Director Learning and Development, WNS, with over 14 years in learning and development. Joy Das helps organizations build AI and data capabilities that translate into measurable business impact. We have next Mr. Vaibhav Mohan, Senior HR Business Partner, CGI, bringing over 12 plus years of experience. Mr. Vaibhav Mohan drives workforce transformation through AI, literacy, talent strategy, and responsible adoption across the GCC ecosystem. And ladies and gentlemen, I turn session to Mr. Saif Lokanwala, and over to you, Saif. Before you start, Saif, sincere apologies to our list. I know we are kind of running late, and I appreciate your patience for this.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for your time and your patience. Good evening, everyone. So, without further ado, I just want to kind of start the discussion. AI is changing how work is designed, right? How performance is judged, how managers lead, and how employees build careers. Yet, many organizations are still responding through isolated tools and one time training programs without redesigning the roles, decision rights, and workforce systems around them. The real challenge is not simply giving employees access to AI. It is ensuring that people can apply it responsibly, managers can lead AI-enabled work effectively, and organizations can measure whether adoption is genuinely improving performance, capability, and business outcomes. So that's going to be the part of the discussion today. That's going to be focused, which is going to be very practical in nature. What must change in leadership, learning, job architecture, workforce systems for AI adoption to create real business value without, of course, weakening trust, inclusion, and human judgment, right? So, with that, my first question is to all the panelists. Where is AI already changing your workforce operating model in things like role design, performance expectations, decision rights, or career pathways, rather than simply improving individual productivity? Anyone get it?
So, hi everyone. I'm really impressed with the kind of conversations we've had throughout the day. So I head L&D for WNS, which is now a part of Capgemini. And, this is one of the most critical questions that we get asked all the time, right? When it comes to L&D, and when it comes to AI, how is it that we can augment the skills that we currently have within the organization? For years, what we've been doing is designing pathways and learning journeys for people based on their current skill sets or roles, right? So, we would always follow a ladder system. For example, we hire a fresher and we ask him to first learn, let's say, Excel. And then we ask him to learn SQL. And then we ask him to learn Power BI. And then we probably ask him to learn a Python, right? So with AI now in the picture, that ladder has actually fallen flat. We are no longer looking for people with these kind of skill sets, because even a fresher today hired from a college can easily just generate a code, a SQL code, or design a dashboard or design a presentation within minutes, right? So what we really need to be focused on at this point in time are, I'd say, four key capabilities. One is, curiosity. We don't want someone who knows how to prompt. That nowadays everyone knows. What we are looking for is someone who can make or ask the right kind of questions to the AI, right? So curiosity is one. Second is critical thinking. How many people can actually cross question AI to find out if what it's saying is actually true or not? The third is business judgment. How many of them really understand the answers? Are they really valid or not? Would our clients really value those responses or not? And the fourth, I think the most critical one would be, taking ownership. Are those people ready to own the responses that AI generates today? So these are the kind of capabilities we as L&D leaders should be focusing on, rather than just picking up people who know AI. Right? So our pathways should be built around that.
Yep, beautiful. And this reminds me, today we talk a lot about AI, but I'm reminded about 5 or 6 years ago, something that hit us, there was no plan, right? When COVID hit, organizations operated very differently than they were before that. And I was working with an e-com giant at that point, and think about overnight, basically folks were not in the office. The idea was, how do we essentially ensure that work still continues? A great conversation with the leadership team resulted in saying, look, every job doesn't necessarily require to work in a certain way. So can we break them down to say a job requires tasks, and in those tasks, perhaps some people need to be at the office every single day. Some of them perhaps can do this hybrid, saying coming into the office, some part of it they don't need to, and there are some roles, believe you, they perhaps don't need to come into the office at all, right? And in that sense, can the architecture of jobs change, and whoever needs to come in comes in, the others don't? Cut to today, of course, when technology is moved the way it has, right? You realize that a lot of folks, whether so technology team would exist and they would use technology earlier. Today, you could be from learning, you could be from marketing, you could be from sales. You still would use the technology. We've been speaking since this morning around the use of tools, right? But I think even before the use of tools, it's important to understand why are we using it, right? And mindsets to essentially change. If I were to look at a problem, do I understand that, right? Can I break it down and can I then use the tool appropriately? Am I using the tool or is the tool using me, right? So to understand that, I think mindsets need to change to begin with. The second part is, looking at how leaders operate. I think we've spoken a little bit earlier around the fact that, if you have to get the job done, then you use the tool and get the job done. But there's a beautiful presentation, that we had about understanding how Thermax is operating today with human beings and then agents being led. So think about now the workforce today, where you actually have, you're leading a human being and you're leading an AI agent. So how do you then need to, kind of work around that? A little bit around the current organization that I'm part of, Digitide, which is into technology and business process management, and specifically speaking around in terms of human resources and learning. So we've actually got agents that are responsible for literally from, cradle to casket, so to say, right? Coming in to stepping away. Each of them responsible for a certain part of what we would call as a HR sub function. And specifically talking about learning, no longer are you going to see employees coming in and sitting in the room for the whole day, 2 days and 3 days. I, by the way, started, 22, 23 years ago as part of a leadership development team at a company called L&T Infotech, and we had 5-day residential programs then. Can you imagine people sitting 5 days back to back today? I mean, it's not really quite possible, right? So what we're doing today are again use of, we've got a learning platform called Sparks, and it's got what we call as KC, or a conversational AI simulator for you. Just to give you an example, let's say, you learn about giving feedback to a team member. You're probably learning the skill. Now, a learning program will give you perhaps certain content, certain information, but can you really apply that? What Casey does is, as a learner, you've learned the concept. You go in there and you say, I'm going to give this feedback to my team member. You can choose, it's an aggressive team member. It's perhaps a topic where they're not very happy with things and now start. So then you go in and you have a conversation. The agent responds. You have a conversation again, and eventually at the end of it, you're scored on how your conversation went. You're told where you probably did well and where you could do better. And better still, what can happen is you shift roles. Now you become perhaps the individual who's getting the feedback. The agent actually is giving you that, and then you're able to learn a whole lot more. So just to give that as an example of something we're doing to use AI within learning.
Thanks, Vaibhav.
So again, as many of the organizations are now moving from not just from a pyramid perspective towards a diamond shape, where, as everyone said, now people know how to use AI or the tools of it, but the context part of it and the articulation part of it, that is somewhere which is missing. Again, anyone can prepare a beautiful presentation using any AI tool. How you will do the storytelling, how you will articulate the situation and present in front of the board members. So that skill is little critical still, where people are lagging and which we need to develop. And moreover, from an org perspective, we need to somewhere baseline the entry point for the freshers itself. Because as I told, now many of the organizations are moving towards the diamond shaped structure. So again, certain percentage of work will be delivered by AI. So where the human is needed, where the employee is needed in the role. So that is going to be a critical part.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Vaibhav. So my first question to you, Rohan. So as Digitide positions itself as an AI-first, people-powered organization, how should leadership development change when managers allocate work across people, co-pilots, and AI agents, review AI-generated output, and still maintain purpose, trust, and accountability?
Super. So there's now a paradoxical part just to answer that, right? We've been talking about tools and AI, but I think when you look at people managing others, there is another word which has I at the end, but perhaps E at the beginning. So EI, super important to ensure that managers are adept at that. Uh, there will there will be technology, there will be pressure. There will also be a need for you to be able to care for your team members. To be able to understand how they're operating. I think beautifully, you mentioned about human skills, Vaibhav. So I think it's important for managers to have human skills as they manage their team members. At the same time, if you're actually managing bots, then perhaps you also need to understand technology, and you need to understand perhaps you may not need to be an expert at technology, but understand how that works, and you're able to kind of work with it. Leaders in that sense, for leadership development from an organization perspective, will need to hold these paradoxes together. More importantly, I think learning will need to be what we call as avatar. Anywhere, anytime, on any device. Because it really needn't be that, hey, here is a certain training program. It's happening at a certain date in a certain room. I think those times are really gone, right? That sort of wouldn't happen. Most importantly, one of the things that we're observing essentially is that managers can actually use AI to be better managers. So, can you necessarily prep for a conversation that you have with your team members with the tools that you've got, right? Can you necessarily look at, looking at if your two team members are using the tools as well to ensure that they're doing well? And one thing I picked from the conversation this morning, I think, which is brilliant, is are you looking at AI to essentially just look at being more productive? Or are you actually looking at AI to make you more intelligent? And the idea then is, if you're limiting yourself to productivity, you realize there's a ceiling that you're actually not kind of going beyond. So I think look at using AI intelligently, and I think managers will be force multipliers for what the organization get.
Sure, thanks.
So, sorry, just to add to Rohan's 3 A's you talked about, anytime, anywhere, and any device, I would like to add one more A, anyone, as the AI has democratized the learning, even. So, anyone can be also added.
Yeah, that's right. So just a follow-up question, Rohan, on that. So, what observable behavior would prove that a manager is ready to teach AI-enabled work beyond completing a course?
Fantastic. And I think completing of a course, I think, is just not a measure at all, if you ask me. It's essentially around, looking at a connect between what somebody learns as a manager, for example, and what are the impacts of what he or she has learned. So think about somebody going through a managerial development program. And the idea is, do they understand that their team members are behaviorally different? And do they adapt, their behaviors to their team members? Perhaps we talk around your team members being, as which is, let's say, an example could be a DISC, for example, right? A behavioral framework where there are different behaviors. Or you could, let's say, look at situational leadership, perhaps something. So you have team members at different levels of understanding. Now, has the manager necessarily adapted the way he or she works with their team members? Important to see. Now, one would ask, this is an input measure, right? The method need not be a program; it could just be content coming in, at their own pace. Now, the measure essentially is: do you see that their team members are engaged? Do you look at perhaps attrition sort of being controlled? Do you look at perhaps team members on a particular manager's team growing and taking larger roles? At the moment you're actually able to see that, you realize that there's something that the manager is doing right. If you were to look at specifics of behaviors, I think curiosity, being able to listen and be empathetic, and in some ways the ability to inspire. Because we spoke through this today about saying, you learn something today, it's obsolete tomorrow. You talk about a certain business model today, it doesn't exist tomorrow. You talk about somebody will take your job away, so there's doom and gloom around. So can the leader then really inspire the team members to say, don't worry, you probably started your career 25 years ago. The landscape is very different. You got to keep, learning. You got to keep growing, and then role model that. So I think listening, being empathetic, and being inspirational.
Fantastic. Thanks, Rohan, for that. Joy, I'll come to you. So, in an analytics-led service business, AI is absorbing parts of reporting, data preparation, analysis, and documentation, right? How should L&D redesign the career pathway so employees move into problem framing, domain judgment, and client decision support instead of only learning new tools?
I think that's a good question, and I like the way Rohan has given it the human and the HR flavor. Uh, it's very important, and this touches upon the first point that I was making, that we shouldn't be focusing upon tools at all, right? We have to start moving out of that. Right now, I think what's more important is business context. Domain knowledge is what we need, right? See, AI is very good in terms of information. It will give us all the information we need. But what it doesn't give us is business context that only domain experts will have, right? Because they've been working with our clients for a very long time. They understand the business in a way that AI can never understand, right? So I think what we need to focus upon is the domains, domain specialization across our workforce, and have them use AI to augment their capabilities.
Fantastic, because I'll just kind of resonate back to the kind of clients that we work with, right? The only thing they ask is that how do you contextualize this, right, to the domain, to the kind of function, to the role, and that is how we build, academies for them, right? And in some of the cases, we have really built AI academies for our customers who are now successfully running those things at their organization. Thanks, Joy, for that. Just a quick follow-up question on that, Joy. Which 2 or 3 proficiency measures distinguish someone who can use AI in a production workflow from someone who has merely completed a training?
Okay, so I think in our industry, we are over obsessed with certifications, right? Everyone's running after certifications. I can easily show you someone, who's completed 10 certifications on AI, but is actually not confident to be able to use AI in the most efficient manner, right? So we need to look beyond that now, right? So we even actually in most of the organizations, they still harp around a lot of training hours and learning hours, and we had so many people trained on AI. Good, that's excellent, right? But how many of them are able to using it the way it's meant to be, right? So I think the metric that we need to be focusing on, or the KPIs that we need to be focusing on, is you know AI governance, for example, right? Are people able to get the right questions? Are people able to identify hallucinations, right? Are they able to, because AI is very confident, and it will very confidently give you information which will be absolutely wrong, you know so and nowadays, everyone's using AI in some form or the other. We've used it to correct our emails, to quickly look cover report, right? Actually, whenever I look at an email, or I ask AI to analyze something and it tells me here it is in 2 seconds, I get a little skeptical, right? I would then rather want to spend another 20 seconds reading through it than just believing it, right? So I think that's the KPI we need to follow. Getting people to be trained on, like I said, critical thinking, get them to ask the right questions, and just training them on a specific tool. That won't really help.
Sure. Thanks, Joy. In fact, one of our customers just when they initially started training, they said people are using AI to write a 2-page leave application. So it has been used and misused, right? Thanks, Joy, for that. Weber, I'll come to you. So CGI's public AI literacy approach is role-based and connects learning with responsible use and business application, right? From your HR perspective, how do you translate AI into job architecture, performance goals, internal mobility, and manager accountability rather than allowing it to remain a learning campaign?
Great one. So again, as Joy was mentioning, right? Let's move up from the KPI of learning hours and certifications and AI literacy rate. So again, to start with AI architecture. So again, that day we were having a discussion, and we came up with some pyramid shape structure, and we talked about 3 layers inside pyramid: producers, consumers, and prosumers. Producers are the one who are majorly working on the data modeling, a data scientist role. Consumers are like those people who are leveraging the power using human intellect, the context to it, and prosumers are sitting in between the producers and consumer who are developing, as we discussed about small language models also somewhere, and utilizing those capabilities. So that job architecture needs to be revised, reviewed, and those kind of competencies need to be built in. Moving towards the internal mobility, which you asked, now we are working on the talent marketplace where anyone and everyone can see the internal opportunities and everything, which was in sales. But how the roles are changing, they can just give on a search. We are working on the personal branding thing from a CGI perspective, which they can leverage and apply for the open positions. And sorry, last thing was after mobility.
After mobility,
Manage accountability. Again, accountability still lies with the person who uses AI. You can not catch your manager every time accountable for each and everything happening around. So again, as it is said in Spider-Man, if I recall, great power comes with greater responsibilities, right? So with the power of AI, you should be using that responsible use of AI.
Sure. Thanks for that. I'll just quickly follow-up question on that. What should a manager be accountable for after an employee completes AI training?
Great. So training everyone completes, everyone gets internal certificates or external certificates. They post it on LinkedIn, people get likes and comments. Moving beyond. So again, adoption, how it is happening, how much we are working around that. And if I remember correctly, in my early days, one of my mentor used to tell me, I'll only nominate you for a training when you come back and implement something. So until this implementation is seen, so adoption need to be seen by the manager. So what they are adopting post coming from the training, that is first thing. Second is the business impact. When we say about the business impact, what changes they are bringing into the deliverables of the client. Third can be if any process improvement or quality improvements has been done, which is either reducing the time or the cost perspective. So I guess these are the 2-3 parameters which at least a manager should be focusing on.
Sure, thanks. In fact, Weber, I just wanted to comment on that. So gone are the days when L&D used to do training programs as a tick mark activity, right? So everywhere we also, when we talk to customers, it's all about ROI, right? And actually people adopting to those practices and, making some business outcomes out of it, right? So this round is going to be a so we're going to have a cross panel challenge kind of a thing, right? And anyone is free to answer this. Who should own role redesign when AI changes the work? The CHRO, business leader, CIO, or the line manager?
Line manager.
Okay. So I'm very tempted to say the HR or the L&D, but in all honesty, it is not. It doesn't belong to one department for sure. See, HR understands talent. Technology understand, or let's say technology understands AI. Business leaders, they understand the business outcomes, right? And L&D understands capability. I think it's important that all of them get together, be able to, you know, uh, you know, work on this workforce transformation, because it is more of a collaborative leadership approach than just one department.
I guess, and again, I believe around HR should be the architect, or the L&D HR combination can be the architect, whereas business remains the builder around.
Allow me to just add a quick, caveat there. I think, even today, for example, when an employee gets hired, it's said that that's an HR job, right? If there's development, it's been asked as an HR job. And eventually, when they say when the ratings or all of that happens, managers would say, hey, look, HR did this, right? My strong belief, AI, no AI, I think the manager needs to be in charge for his or her team members. And from that perspective, when there is a change, as you mentioned, I think the line manager should be, front and center. In fact, the employee himself or herself as well should be there. Some of the other subject matter experts, like Joy said, should contribute to that particular process, but it should not be outsourced to perhaps another, department is what I feel.
Thanks. The second one is, what is the hardest business metric that can prove AI skilling has changed performance?
What's the hardest metric? So, like I'd say, we are constantly running after training hours, right? We say that, all right, this guy sat through another 8-hour training. We can't consider that to be a metric of someone's upskilling to be successful. I would ask a more difficult question. What was the business impact after he underwent that training? Was he able to implement something that the client now values? Was he able to deploy some kind of an AI agent? Right? So I would want to measure it that way. I wouldn't want to measure knowledge, but I would want to measure uh, business impact post training.
I think at an org level, we've spoken a lot through the day, so I'm just going to mention an index and not say further. It's either productivity or or it's growth in some senses, right? So that at a role or at a function level, it really depends on what the role is. So picking from Joy business measure. So if it is a role which is customer facing, then let's say NPS could be a measure to see if somebody's using AI and actually being able to better that. If somebody is perhaps in sales, to essentially look at if the pipelines is has gotten sort of accelerated with that. So clear business measures for specific roles and perhaps growth and productivity for the org.
Sure, thanks, Weber.
Certainly, again, the customer satisfaction can be one of the more parameter which I would like to add. Again, both of the gentlemen already covered majorly. So again, customer satisfaction, how it is increasing and how they are rating you on the AI adoption side, because there are many matrices which now IT organization are also measuring from a customer perspective on innovation, AI adoption. If that is getting increased, so that can be another one parameter in addition to what they have spoken, right? Which can be measured as an outcome, not just the hours or the certification, as John said.
Sure, thanks. So we move to the last round, and it's going to be a rapid fire round. One question and answers is max 3 words, maybe, right? Rohan, one capability every manager must build before AI-enabled teams.
Human skills and perhaps self-awareness within that.
Sure, thanks. Joy, one learning metric L&D should stop relying on.
Training hours.
Weber, one people decision that should never be delegated entirely to AI.
Anywhere where the livelihood was involved.
Oh, great. That was a good one. Thank you. Thank you all. As we come to the closing of this, I just want to kind of summarize. The discussion makes it clear, of course, that AI workforce readiness cannot be measured by access to tools, course completion, or the training hours, right? It requires role design, stronger manager capability, evidence of applied proficiency, responsible use of workforce data, and credible career pathways for employees whose work is changing. The organizations that succeed will not simply automate more. They will make deliberate choices about how people, leaders, and intelligent systems work together. With that note, thank you so much to the esteemed panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Sep and the panelists. It was a fitting way to conclude the panel discussion. May I request for the token of appreciation? Can I request Mr. Manoj Nagaraj to present the token of appreciation? Photograph. Gentlemen, as we approach the closing moments of the day summit, we now celebrate something that lies at the heart of every meaningful transformation. And I think the word is impact. While innovation often brings with ideas, its true success is measured by the life it changes. Our next presentation highlights. For that, I would like to call upon Mr. Viju Joy to take it ahead from here. Can we have the mic, please?
I understand that we had a long
Across Odisha's tribal regions, Regenesys teams traveled town to town and village to village, connecting aspiring youth and their families with opportunity. The journey led to Mayurbhanj, where
many of these events we see, the quality of the discussion lacks. But today we were very fortunate for all of you to up the standard of the discussions. Many of these discussions are going to will take it forward to the various locations which are there. So thank you for your time and your collaboration. We have something. Started the day saying that we are going to be not measured, but what technology does, but what impact that we make to the society and the community around us. So I'll just start with the video and I'll continue.
Can we play the video? Across Odisha's tribal regions, Regenesys teams traveled town to town and village to village, connecting aspiring youth and their families with opportunity. The journey led to Mayurbhanj, where mobilization the door. Training built industry-ready skills, and placement created a pathway to Bengaluru. For these young people, employment meant more than a job. It meant helping their families build better lives and stronger futures. Through the placement linked training program under the Odisha Skill Development Authority framework, Regenesys Corporate Education built this bridge through mobilization, training, and placement. Participants trained as assistant electricians in Mayurbhanj, developing practical skills in wiring, installation, workplace safety, and equipment handling. They also developed the communication, interview, teamwork, and digital skills required to become industry ready. The training built something more: confidence, independence, and belief in a different future. Then came the journey. For some, it was their first journey outside Odisha. For many, their first step into formal employment. From Mayurbhanj, they traveled to cities like Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, beginning professional careers with organizations including Suprajit Automotive, Yazaki India Services, Benkisaya India, and Dhum Transmission. Across 7 batches, 202 candidates enrolled, 177 completed their training, 24 moved into employment, earning monthly salaries ranging from 15,000 rupees to 32,000 rupees. For their families, a first salary meant more than income. They could support parents, fund education, improve a home, and inspire an entire community. Today, in Bengaluru, we celebrate more than a training program. We celebrate young professionals who had the courage to leave home, learn new skills, adapt, build a future once beyond reach. Their journey shows what is possible when government, industry, and education come together, not simply to train people, but to create meaningful opportunity. From Mayurbhanj to Bengaluru, training to employment was always there. All they needed was a pathway. The Genesis Corporate Education OSDA Placement Linked Training Program.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम आलोक कुमार दास है। मैं ओडिशा के मयूरभंज जिले से बिलोंग करता हूँ। ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद मुझे कोई अच्छे जॉब की अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल रहा था, तो मैं घर पे बैठा था, तो मेरे को एक कॉल आया जिसमें ओएसडीए प्रोजेक्ट में पीएलटीपी का प्रोग्राम चल रहा था। 40 दिन का क्लास है जिसमें 100% प्लेसमेंट मिलने की गारंटी दिया गया। तो मैंने वो 45 दिन का क्लास किया। अभी मैं बेंगलोर में सुप्रजीत इंजीनियरिंग लिमिटेड में काम कर रहा हूँ, जिसमें मुझे 15,000 का सैलरी मिल रहा है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि मैं अपनी फैमिली को फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट कर पा रहा हूँ। थैंक यू रेजनेसिस फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू।
मेरा नाम रवि कृष्ण साहू, मैं उड़ीसा की बालेश्वर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बिलोंग करता हूँ। मेरा एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन आईटीआई कंप्लीट करने के बाद भी मुझे कोई अच्छा जॉब की अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल रहा। मुझे एक दिन कॉल आया जिसमें मुझे पता चला कि ओएसजी का एक प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है, जिसमें पीएलटीपी का एक प्रोग्राम चल रहा है। 30 डेज हो गया मैं इधर ट्रेनिंग ले रहा हूँ, जिसमें कि यहाँ का फूडिंग और वगैरह बहुत कुछ अच्छा है और क्लास वगैरह अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे। मुझे यहाँ पे बहुत बेनिफिट मिल रहा है और मेरा पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट भी हो रहा है। ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद मैं 100% प्लेसमेंट जाऊंगा। थैंक यू सो मच रीजनेसिस मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए।
It's a huge round of applause for all of them.
I hope all of us one day will remember in our life is the day we got the first job, right? We entered the workplace, we got the offer letter. I just want you to go back that first day when you got your salary and what you did with the first day salary. You know, these are memories we always carry with us. But imagine somebody from the remote rural part of Orissa. Maybe he's the first, you know, first person in his family to have a corporate job. Maybe he's the first person who traveled to Bangalore to get a job, right? So, you know, I'm so proud of whatever we have built, but this is close to my heart. This is close to what Marco believes in is the impact that we are creating. And I'm so happy to have these, young kids there with us. I would love to welcome, please, ऊपर आइए, यहाँ stage पे आइए.
Can we have all of them on the stage? Manoranjan Munda, Lakshman Murmuru, Bhuban Baske, Bulaburi, Chandan Ku Murumu, Dilip Murumu, Ganesh Majhi, Govinda Chandra Hans, Gautam Bidani, Jamadar Ho, Madha Murumu, Shankar Muru, Shibaturu, Sridhara Marandi, Udaya Hansda.
So, So, आपको कैसा लग रहा है कि आप उड़ीसा से बैंगलोर में पहुंचे? आप में से आपके परिवार में से कॉर्पोरेट में कितने लोग काम करते हैं? बस आपको कैसा लगा यहाँ पे जॉब करने का पहला दिन? आपको कैसा लगा? आपके परिवार को
अच्छा लगा सब
खुशी है. Give some more mics.
Can we have some more mics, please? Can we have some promoters around who can just hand over the mics? Thank you.
किसको बोलना है बोलिए. ये लाइव जा रहा है, आपके पार्टनर लोग भी सब देखेंगे. So, कैसा लगा जब आप फिर आपको कैसा लगा? आपको पहले जॉब मिला था, कैसा लगा? अच्छा लगा. Good. So thank you. Marco, I would love you to, facilitate them with a small token of love and, just with this and see,
Mr. So,
Rajat will give this. You
can we play some good music celebrating them? First name is Manoranjan Munda. Lakshman Murmuru. प्लीज आगे आइए, आपका नाम सुनते ही. Udan Basket. Basket. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for them? Ulabari. Yeah, okay. Okay, next, Chandan Ko Murmu. Ganesh Majhi. Chandra Hansa. Rani, चटकार हो Shiba Tudu, Sridhara Harandi, and Uday Hansda. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for them? This is like an achievement, you know. Let's celebrate. Dr. Marco, Biju, can we have like a group photograph with them? Congratulations to all the awardees.
This was education for all, and we are here to democratize education. Same way, what we said in the morning, Regenesys AI is going to democratize AI, and we, reiterate our pledge that 1 crore people we want to skill in India, and we had certain commitments where we want to put some of that number to people who are differently abled, people from healthcare, and there are a lot of other collaborations we having. We have, a friend from Amazon. Yeah, so he's also there. Yeah, please come. If you can just come, Abhay. Yeah, Abhay, we want to say a few words.
Yeah, evening to all. First of all, thank you for inviting me over. Thanks to Manoj. And I think I've been watching the proceedings quite some time now. I basically take care of government affairs, license and permits for Amazon South India. And I've been into this particular domain for the last 20 years now. So that's how me and Manoj came to know each other. So we're trying to work out something. So right now I don't want to disclose much. Hopefully it goes through. And yeah, it's a nice gathering. I wish you all the best. And what do you call the certificate holders also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhay. All right. Yeah, so this is it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for this. I am sure that all these kids who traveled from their workplace, they took a leave for a day. Others who were there, who contributed to this. The Regenesys team, we do it again and again. That's so good. Thank you, Marco, for your support, Rajat, and the entire team. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you've had a great time on behalf of Regenesys AI and Regenesys Education. Thank you, everyone, for your presence and your participation and contribution makes a lot of difference to today's day. We hope today's discussion inspire meaningful action with your organization and communities. We wish you a safe journey to home, and we look forward to welcome you again at future of Regenesys initiatives. Can we have all of you on stage, and can we have like a group photograph so that we capture this moment?
Isha's tribal regions,
ಟೈಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜಾಬ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಎಐ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದಿರುವವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಲವರಿಗೆ ಏನನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಎಐ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋಡರ್ಸ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿಜ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಎಐ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್, HR, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್, ಲೀಗಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ಎಐ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರವೇಶಿಸಿದೆ. ಎಐ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಪ್ಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಒಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಕೇಪಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹುತೇಕ ಎಐ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಹೆವಿ, ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ದೂರದಂತೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರತಿಭಾವಂತ ಲರ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಆರಂಭಿಸುವ ಮೊದಲಲ್ಲೇ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸರಿಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರೀಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಐ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಎಐ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ತರುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಎಐ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಸ್, ಜನರೇಟಿವ್ ಎಐ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಕರಿಯರ್ ರೆಡಿನೆಸ್, ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಈಗ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಐ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಟೀಚರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರೆನರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಎಐ ಅನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಮತ್ತು ಬಳಸಲು ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಸಮಯ. ರೀಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಐ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಐ ಜರ್ನಿಯನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿ. ಇಂದೇ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
In some places, technology is an industry. Bangalore, it's a culture. It's the late night filtered coffee debates in Koramangala. The ideas scribbled across whiteboards and cafe napkins in Indranagar. The pulse of a city where every street corner speaks the language of tomorrow. They called us the Silicon Valley of the East, but we didn't copy the template. We wrote our own. We built the software that powers global banking, global aviation, and businesses across the world. We became the world's digital engine room, a city that didn't just participate in the technology revolution, it helped power it. And now, we aren't just writing code for the world. We are building its intelligence, from generative models to autonomous systems, from Indic AI to enterprise intelligence. The next revolution isn't coming. It's being engineered right here, to the dreamers, the builders, the visionaries, and the leaders in this room. This is Namma City. This is Namma Tech. This is Namma AI. Welcome to the AI CXO Summit, Bangalore. Artificial intelligence is transforming every industry and redefining what employers expect from graduates. Technical knowledge alone is no longer enough. Students need AI literacy, digital skills, practical experience, and the confidence to thrive in an AI-powered workplace. The question is no longer, should institutions introduce AI? The real question is, are our graduates ready for the future of work? Employability cannot be built through a single workshop or one course. It must be embedded throughout the entire learning journey. That's where Regenesys partners with colleges and universities to build future-ready institutions. We empower educators through our AI for Educators program, enabling faculty to confidently integrate AI into teaching, assessment, research, and academic administration. Students develop in-demand capabilities through our integrated future skills programs, embedding AI, data, digital, communication, and workplace skills directly into the curriculum. Our employability enhancement programs strengthen practical, analytical, and workplace readiness skills, while assessment-led pathways identify capability gaps and connect students to certifications, mentorship, internships, and live industry projects. Institutions can also establish centers of excellence in AI, data science, and emerging technologies, bringing together research, training, certification, and industry collaboration. Beyond academics, the Regenesys Next Generation Campus creates a connected digital ecosystem that improves operational efficiency, student support, and data-driven decision-making. The result is an institution where educators are AI-enabled, learning aligns with industry, Students graduate with demonstrable skills, and campuses are truly future ready. Regenesys helps institutions move beyond conventional education, creating meaningful pathways from learning to employability. Together, let's prepare students not just to enter the future of work, but to lead it.
Across Odisha's tribal regions, Regenesys teams travel town to town and village to village, connecting aspiring youth and their families with opportunity. The journey led to Mayurbhanj, where mobilization opened the door. Training built industry ready skills, and placement created a pathway to Bengaluru. For these young people, employment meant more than a job. It meant helping their families build better lives and stronger futures. Placement linked training program under the Odisha Skill Development Authority framework, Regenesys Corporate Education built this bridge through mobilization, training, and placement. Participants trained as assistant electricians in Mayurbhanj, developing practical skills in wiring, installation, workplace safety, and equipment handling. They also developed the communication, interview, teamwork, and digital skills required to become industry ready. But the training built something more: confidence, independence, and belief in a different future. Then came the journey. For some, it was their first journey outside Odisha. For many, their first step into formal employment. From Mayurbhanj, they traveled to cities like Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, begin professional careers with organizations including Suprajit Automotive, Yazaki India, Tip Services, Reckitt Benckiser India, and Thoot Transmission. Cross